economics and social policy, and I also work for Conservation International. And we're really here today to talk about the issues of Indigenous peoples and local communities' access to finance. And it's a huge topic here in the COP, and it's been a huge discussion point for many years. So we're going to hear from some experts talking about some of the policy efforts within the context of the CBD, but also the UNFCCC. We're going to hear from some experiences on the ground. And we're also going to hear from partners working with financing with Indigenous peoples and local communities. We are adapting the agenda because some people are stuck in line, so you're going to see some people moving around, but that's how we're going to go, right? It's first thing in the morning. And, but I think there's been a lot of conversations. There is a lot of information out there regarding the commitments that are out there for financing for climate change. And we also have heard, we've been building on the commitments that came out of Glasgow of $1.7 billion for Indigenous peoples and local communities. We have another commitment coming out of the CBD, of the Global Biodiversity Framework, of 20% of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund going to Indigenous peoples and local communities. But we also know there's a reality of how that money isn't getting there and what the challenges are to do that. So we want to explore that today in this discussion, but also understands the lessons learned and how things and how mechanisms, how institutions have to adapt on both sides. So we have Lucy Malenki here, who is one of the co-chairs of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Biodiversity. She also was on the GEF Indigenous Advisory Group. And I want to turn to Lucy and talk about some of the work that you have been doing in the policy arena in the context of the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, but also in your advisory role within the context of the Global Environmental Facility and how you've been working along with many, many others to help transform how that, that discussion and recognition and the importance of the allocations and delivery of finance to Indigenous peoples and local communities. So I'm going to pass it to you, Lucy, to give us some of your wisdom and what other challenges still exist.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's good to see some of you here at this early morning. I understand the queues have started out there and people are getting frustrated. But as Christine says, let's start and continue, and then they can always join us and we can continue listening to that. The issues of finance are quite some critical issues. And for Indigenous people, I think we have struggled for many years. And since we started working as Indigenous People Forum, International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, our key issue, our key objective of having the forum was mainly to ensure that there is full and effective participation of Indigenous people, not only being at the meeting, but also contributing and being able to do different activities and being able to engage in different policy formulation and different policy issues in our own national level, at the country level, and also at the regional and international level. But at the same time, even if we talk about effective participation, it has also been faced by big challenges of funding. And we have seen by years going by with quite a number of problems of having a little by little than what we used to get before. And this was the reason why Indigenous Forum, International Indigenous Forum, Indigenous Women and Biodiversity, and all other networks that we work together, we decided we must start doing something. And at the same time, we wanted to have partnership with other people, so that because if you have partnership, then it becomes a bit stronger and you get to put strategies together at the same time. So when I joined, our organization was a member of the GEF CSO network, which is a network which is very crucial that participate mainly on issues affecting or being funded and being organized by GEF, the Global Environment Facility. And it's during that process whereby we discuss the issue of funding, because for many years, Indigenous peoples and local communities only depended on small grants program, which was less than 50,000. It came slowly. I joined working and very closely connecting with the small grants program when they were giving very little money until it came up and up and up. And we said that for indigenous people, we wanted to also be included in the medium-sized funding. That's where we started. But then we only had 2 or 3 organizations who were getting that medium-sized project. But at least from Latin America through other international organizations and other partners, they were getting big grants, large grants through with COICA and others. But when we got into forming IPAC, the Indigenous People Advisory Group of GEF, we then decided we must do something. And one of the major things that we started was to start by partnering, making sure that we have different departments in GEF, understanding about indigenous peoples, and the need to have more funding. That's where we began. We began our story by writing a paper, what we called a white paper. And from that white paper, we decided to start, advocating with it, lobbying with it, and trying to get the funding. And that's how we were able to sit as IPAC and talk with the different departments and the ones who are in the secretariat in charge of indigenous people and other areas, and we were able to move forward. And by JEF 7, we were lucky. I think it was JEF 7, Christy, where we got the approval of the 25 million US dollars for indigenous people. That was one of the landmarks to have, a milestone to have such funding going to indigenous people. But again, there was something tricky in there because we had to go through the agencies. We couldn't get direct funding as we wanted because indigenous people were all the time talking about wanting to have direct funding. And that direct funding also comes with many issues. What is direct funding? Do we understand it? Do we know how we can manage it? Do we know how we can be able to do that? So that's how the GF now began by having the agencies, and they were selected. We had IUCN and CIA selected to run the 25 million that we had. That was another long process, and that is where we are saying some of these recommendation is that how can we have flexibility so that the process is a bit more shorter. It's a bit more flexible for indigenous people. And at the same time, even though we had that money, we still know that we wanted to ensure we continue as International Indigenous Forum, as indigenous people, to advocate and get more funding, more direct funding. And we began a process whereby at this moment we had to come up with our own committee, because as much as we were continuing working on the global biodiversity framework, which was already approved in 2022, many of you already know in December, out of COP15, we wanted to make sure that we have also that funding. And when we were discussing Target 19, we were very closely looking at that financial requirement for the target and making sure that our voices are there, we understand, and we are able to really contribute and ensure that we want to have funding that is going to involve us from the word go, so that we can be able to have that effective participation and so on. So that's where we began. And we have been following it up and making sure that our rights as indigenous people are respected, are recognized, and we can also be able to make sure that we know and we look at the way this funding is going. We have a continuous process where we have been having this particular committee. O'Neill hasn't arrived, but I think we have a team there, and I'm glad Ramiro is already here. He's also very much monitoring that process, where we are working with the different partners to make sure that that particular process we contribute effectively. And when the GEF also contributed again the funding for the GBF, for the global biodiversity framework, it says 20% will go to indigenous peoples and local communities. 20%. And you know how many we are in the globe. We are a big number. And if you look at the data and the percentage and the numbers given for indigenous people, is always very small number, 1%, 20%, 10%. Christy, this is just like peanuts which you put on the table and pick them up, considering how many we are. So we really need to work a bit more further, and we need to ensure that there is some way of doing it. And maybe I give some of the recommendation is that we really need to have data that can be able to tell us how much is this money coming? Where is the money coming from? And from where, and where is it going to? We need data. We are not saying that we want to monitor everybody, how much they get, but we need to have kind of a tracking way we can track about the data of the finances, where is it going, how is it being used, and how can we have indicators to qualify that this really has reached indigenous people up to the grassroots level, so that we can see that we understand how it goes. There is quite a lot of work that we need to do for us as indigenous people, for the donors, for the partners, even for the philanthropy, because we need to know and we need to follow step by step. So, because as you say very well, Christine, we had pledges in COP26 in Glasgow, and then the following year, 27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we didn't even know where the money is, whether the coin was on the table or it was just papers, we don't know. And then here we are talking about loss and damage. There is already some pledges. We also need to know, where is it going to? Who is getting that money? Where is it coming from? So these are some of the issues that indigenous people are really very concerned of. And we have compiled quite a number of documents. It's being compiled. It's soon after it has gone through a process also to make sure we get it to our website, International Indigenous Forum website. And we have a team that has been going on looking at these issues, and then we can be able to follow and track and see how we can be able to move forward. I think I'll stop there to give the others a chance, and then I can come back later. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. You made some very good points. I think first and foremost, you highlighted the importance of education and how you need to educate the policymakers, but also funders about Indigenous peoples and their efforts. I think you highlighted very importantly the issue of scale, moving from small grants to much larger investment in Indigenous territories. I also think you raised the information of data, right? And we are seeing more reports coming out about how funding is being delivered to Indigenous peoples. Rainforest Norway has put out several reports, and the Forest Funders Group just recently put out a report on their commitments. It's moving slow, and I think there's a lot of lessons being learned, and I think we really need to keep our eye on that and have that tracker. I want to switch to, and thank you, Onel, I know you've arrived. I'm gonna wait for you for the end to make some recommendations, just because I know you've run from security, so we'll bring you up in a little while. But I'm gonna move to some more practical pieces, and we have Male Ole Konunga here, who's with Impact Kenya. And I wanted to hear from you. Your organization is an Indigenous organization. It's been growing, and you've been dealing with a lot of funders and trying to respond to the needs of the communities and your organization. I'd love to hear from you about the lessons learned and how you have been working through that process amongst various experiences and how we look forward. You are also part of the Jeff Inclusive Conservation Initiative, which Lucy highlighted. And one is you also deal with multilateral donors, bilateral donors, and private donors. And each of those come with a different set of experiences. So I'd love for you to highlight some of the experience you've had and share with us today.
Thank you, and good morning for everyone, and great being here, Christine, again, and I appreciate these discussions as one way of building up the discourse about direct financing. I'm not quite sure that it means the same for all of us, but anyway, for right now, we know that we need money, that we need a straight a pipeline of resources from different streams coming to the indigenous peoples and their organizations without any leakages. To me, I think that's what, in my own sense, it means. So first of all, I think the experience we've had with inclusive conservation is one that is very well. It began with a lot of uncertainties, and also to the extent that we didn't really know exactly where to land. But with time and discussions, we came to also learn that there's a lot of requirements in terms of having what donors call systems. issues about accountability and how you really have to account for this money. And that's exactly where the problem starts with. For our own experience is that we had the strategic partnership between IUCN and CI and Global Environmental Facility. The fact that we working directly ourselves with CI, that gives us some leverage to discuss and also try and also manage some of the complexities that are required with the systems. But also, it is not very possible for indigenous peoples to have all these systems because these are young organizations really that are always evolving from one donor to the other. But my personal experience is that it takes so much time to also build kind of an enduring and trusted partnership between organizations. You really need individuals within those big or large organizations who really understand how indigenous peoples functions and think about their own kind of cosmovisions. So that's another thing. But also in practical terms, it is not very possible for any organization globally, including CI or I think IUCN, to have their own internal capacity. You really have to have resources to be able to bring in that capacity. They use consultants, they use ABCD. It's not that they have in-house. They also, so I would imagine that if indigenous peoples do have these resources to be able to bring in the needed capacity at different times of the year, it will be possible. The other issue that is also very important is that capacity keep evolving, and it requires long-term development in terms of undedicated resources, but also it is a lot of being intentional about what are these capacities and also what are, because different organizations use different tools to assess capacities. So for me, that's a very important thing for indigenous people's organizations as well to take some of this challenge to work and improve their accountability measures, how they do their work, but also ensuring that we have the technical staff who can really who can help the organization grow. So for us, that's exactly what we've done, and we had a number of reviews as an organization, to the extent that earlier this year we had a review from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they highlighted these issues. We had an assessment with CI, we had an assessment with different. We are able to consolidate all this information to one frame and say this and this area is what we need to work on. And then we went back to our partners and say, this is what we need in place for us to be able to move forward. And CI is helping us to a certain extent to bring in a required human resource to drive in the system. They are requiring us to also to develop some of the systems. On the other end, some of our other partners, like Swedwatch, are working on other elements, but also others also are helping here and there. But at the same time, it's a whole work talking about systems. But you have to link systems with a function. The systems drive the organizations, but at the end of the day, no organizations can be accountable to its own people simply because you have functional accounting systems. Communities don't really now understand accountability, all these issues. They want to see the work moving on, and they want to see real money, real resources in their hands to be able to drive this, because communities have their own institutions. So on another hand, we have a grant from the Netherlands government where we give money directly to organize community groups, water resource use associations, community forest associations, women groups. And that is, it's actually what we call a learning grant. It's the first time that the Netherlands government is doing this. But they are doing this because they have seen they are investing in a system that they can feel it has direct contact with the communities. So there are quite a number of things that we really need to work as indigenous people's organizations. But there's another also important things. I think to me, they also have a challenge as indigenous peoples, to the extent that we need to work in a very proactive way, in a very organized way, and also so that our voice and our demands are more or less resonate well among ourselves. Because we also we know that Latin America, Africa, Pacific, although we're all indigenous in our own ways and ways of lives, it doesn't mean that we think the same. We face different challenges from one time to time. But there are certain things that we principally agree. We agree that we need direct finances. But the other thing also we need to know, I don't think money will solve all the problems. We have seen systems and communities that have been disrupted by donor money. I've seen organizations that have really sunk because of having money. So there's also an assessment to see, and I also know right now also other kind of financing streams that are heavily fragmenting communities. Money can fragment communities, and really, and it's also very frank to say, it's not also important. It's also very important to mention that as much as there's corruption globally, there are also elements of corruption at community levels, and these are some of the things that we need to find a mechanism of how do you use our ancestral wisdom to address some of these in relation to other systems that exist within the country. So these are some of the challenges, but I'm very hopeful that there are other organizations. There are a number of funds that are coming up. There's a lot of discussions with different regions, and I'm sure within the next 2 or 3 years, I think indigenous people will be consolidating their efforts and investments to be able to tap to more direct resources. But also I think it's up to organizations that are well placed like IUCN, Conservation International, and others to really also become our allies when it comes to advocating. Because one of the challenges I'm seeing a number of organizations really mutating to become intermediaries. There's this, they don't really, they feel they are losing. If the money goes direct to indigenous peoples, they feel they are losing. So there's also that challenge. I know a number of organizations are also now leaving their global offices and registering organizations at the country level to tap into natural resources within the country. The other thing also, I think we also need to avoid tokenism as organizations like CI, IUCN, whereby simply by having an indigenous person within the program, you feel that you are addressing indigenous people's issues. It's not. We need functional systems that detect and drive indigenous people's visions within the organizations, other than just having an individual within that organizations. So these are some of the highlights that I have, and I hope they can be able to continue with this kind of discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ole. I think you've made excellent points here. I think the points that you made around the pipeline of resources, the dynamics of various resources and the types of resources, and how you manage that complexity, the importance of enduring and trusted partnerships, and they need to be built over time, and how you think link systems, creating systems that work for an indigenous organization, but making sure the money gets into the hands of those who need it. But also the issue of money will not solve all the problems, I think is really important. I want to turn now to Fanny Karuru, who is the first female general coordinator of the coordinating body of indigenous peoples in the Amazon basin, COICA. And I'd love to hear a bit from your experiences, one as COICA and accessing financial resources, but also there is a huge push of indigenous women in the Amazon as well and accessing those resources. So I'd love to hear some perspectives of your experience within COICA, but also the larger issue of indigenous women accessing financial resources. So Fanny, I will turn it over to you.
Bueno, muy buenos días para todos. Gracias, Kristen, por invitarme, por invitar a la COICA. Creo que los compañeros que me antecedieron fueron claros en la importancia de la financiación directa a los pueblos indígenas y comunidades, porque los recursos que se han destinado para mitigar los efectos del cambio climático, para adaptación, bueno, para todo lo que tiene que ver con cambio climático y biodiversidad se han quedado en alguna parte. No ha llegado de manera efectiva a las comunidades cuando realmente se requiere es ver en la práctica, en territorio, el impacto que genera esa financiación para trabajar los proyectos de mitigación, adaptación. Bueno, Eso no se ve. Sin embargo, hoy creo que esto ha avanzado. Uno, como organizaciones indígenas, estamos luchando para que la financiación que llega o que se destina, por ejemplo, bien lo decía usted, en Glasgow se comprometió 1.7 billones de recursos para pueblos indígenas, pero eso pues queda en discurso, en papel, no llega. Llega muy poquito y lo estamos trabajando con nuestros aliados de confianza, porque aquí también tenemos que hablar de aliados de confianza. Nosotros, por ejemplo, con Conservación Internacional, tenemos un proceso con mujeres. ¿Por qué con mujeres? Siempre he dicho que los recursos, por más pequeños que sean, en manos de las mujeres se convierte en magia, abundancia. Entonces se ve esos procesos en territorio. Con las becarias de IUCN hemos hecho un trabajo tan importante por toda la cuenca amazónica, donde las becarias trabajan el tema de restauración, de autonomía alimentaria, de lo que realmente se ve, ¿ya? Ahí es donde se ve que los recursos, por más pequeños que sean, generan impacto, cambios y ayuda realmente a la mitigación de los efectos del cambio climático, porque las mujeres son restauradoras del territorio, son cuidadoras de los bosques, son polinizadoras de los bosques, restauran a todo momento, sobre todo las mujeres que somos de la selva o de los bosques, estamos en constante trabajo de restauración de los territorios. Entonces, cuando destinan recursos grandes para restauración, ¿dónde queda eso? Eso debería llegar directamente a esas manos que están trabajando y que realmente están generando restauración y por lo tanto todo lo que se requiere, digamos, para la mitigación del cambio climático. Hoy, como COICA, estamos trabajando para que haya una financiación directa a las comunidades. Por ejemplo, en estos días, y de hecho los invitamos al lanzamiento del Fondo para la Bioeconomía. Hoy se está hablando de bioeconomía en la Amazonía, pero ¿qué hemos dicho los pueblos indígenas? Nosotros no sabemos qué quiere decir bioeconomía, pero sí sabemos qué es la economía indígena. Y nosotros vamos por ese camino. Y es el trabajo que hemos hecho. Lo que pasa es que ahora requerimos apoyo para mejorar las condiciones de vida de las comunidades y de las mujeres, y seguramente con este fondo se va a lograr, se va a empoderar más a las mujeres. Las mujeres hacen un trabajo, pero que no se visibiliza. Por eso este fondo va a ser de pronto un punto de partida que va a ser más que un ejemplo, como un proyecto piloto que va a entrar a mostrar cómo realmente es que se debe financiar de manera directa el trabajo que vienen desarrollando las mujeres. Los pueblos indígenas tenemos nuestros mismos sistemas o mecanismos de planificación que son los planes de vida. Por eso la financiación directa debe llegar a financiar lo que los pueblos indígenas tienen en sus planes de vida o en sus sistemas de planificación propio que tiene como pueblos indígenas. Hacia allá debe caminar la financiación, si no, no estamos haciendo nada. Hoy, como lo decía el hermano, se ha convertido en un problema. Los problemas que hoy se están generando dentro de las estructuras organizativas es precisamente por el acceso a esos recursos, y no debería de ser así. Y entonces, si se financia directamente lo que ya está proyectado en las comunidades, pues se va a evitar eso, porque hoy se están creando plataformas que están usurpando los roles de las autoridades propias. Se genera personas que quedan en un grupo que son los que quieren captar los recursos, los fondos y ser ellos los que manejen esos fondos. Y no debería ser así. Debe llegar directamente a las comunidades a financiar los planes de vida. Las organizaciones debemos acompañar, debemos monitorear con los, digamos, con los cooperantes los recursos que llegan, más no quedarnos con el dinero ni querer manipular eso. Y eso sí, hay que tener mucho cuidado, que no se quede en las plataformas, sea indígena, no indígena, sea cooperantes, no cooperantes. No debe quedar esos recursos allá, porque también sirve para simplemente financiar las burocracias. Debe llegar más bien directamente. Así como estamos haciendo con conservación internacional, llega directamente en manos de las mujeres en becas que ayuda a las mujeres realmente. Y ahí sí se ve el trabajo de las mujeres, se ve el cambio, se genera impacto. Y así debería ser los recursos.
Thank you, Fanny. I think you made some excellent points about getting resources in the hands of women and what can happen to those resources. I think you also have highlighted and echoed what Ole has said about the importance of responding to the needs and the priorities and the strategies of communities when funding is delivered, and how sometimes, and again, it's the challenge that we have here is we're hearing commitments happening at this COP already. The commitments, what they're for, and then how do they respond to the needs of communities, and how do you find that balance? And making sure these resources don't undermine communities by creating additional platforms and making sure the resources get in the hands of the communities who need them most. I'm going to pivot to this side. I feel like I've had my back to this side. Oh, I can't move because you're on a cable. Anyway, I want to turn to my colleague Luis Barquin and Anita Sek. And as you heard, IUCN and CI are co-implementing agencies for the Jeff Inclusive Conservation Initiative. And I'm going to ask them both to reflect on their experiences working on this. As highlighted by Ole, the challenges of working on a Jeff initiative, and working with communities and how you adapt the issues. And Luis has also worked with the Climate Investment Fund's dedicated grant mechanism for Indigenous peoples and local communities as well. So I'd like to hear from your perspective, and both of you, and I'll have you go one at a time, about what are the lessons learned? What do organizations like CI and IUCN and others have to do, have to learn, have to look at and as we go through these processes and striking the balance of all the issues that were just highlighted by Lucy and Ole and Fanny in this effort. So Luis, I'll pass the microphone to you first, and then I'll have go to Anita afterwards, okay? Luis, go ahead.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you everyone, and for the great inputs and I think recommendations that I think have laid the ground for the event. I'd like to start also reiterating the fact that funding is insufficient and inequitable at this stage, no? And that the access of climate finance remains low. Yet we need to innovate that access to finance, and also we could build on lessons learned on existing diverse range of initiatives that are already in place, and that could help inform how to make this happen. Also acknowledging in the context of the negotiations that the expectation is to leave Dubai with a clear roadmap to halve emissions by 2030, and that the outcomes of the global stocktake are really important at this COP to really help deliver a more ambitious natural determined contributions by 2025. And these results cannot happen without including and also incorporating indigenous peoples and local communities and nature in this whole paradigm. So I think I'll take it for the angle of perhaps two experiences we have with multilateral finance. One is through the climate investment funds and the dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous peoples and local communities. Other one is also the GEF Inclusive Conservation Initiative. Both are experiences that we have learned a lot, that we have also, with the latest, being able to see how multilateral finance and windows of access can work for both for the access to biodiversity funding and also for climate finance. And also they happen at two different moments of how these type of initiatives have emerged in the past 10 years. So also acknowledging that as time comes by, there have been more initiatives fitting to different scopes of work, different type of activities, different size and scales, and yet are different generations of also lessons learned in terms of design. But in the context of ICI, we had this experience working with IUCN as co-implementing agencies accredited for the GEF and piloting through the GEF7, like Lucy shared with us earlier, to how to test through this pilot, accessing greater thresholds of funding for indigenous organizations for GEF finance. And with this, it's a pilot that it has been $25 million, where 80% of those resources have been focused on 10 indigenous-led projects in 12 countries. And with a diverse range of ecosystems and representation of indigenous peoples, different landscapes, and also different types of solutions that have been self-determined and also have been contributing and making this connection to how are contributing to national biodiversity strategies and also national determined contributions in the context of national and international level. So I'd like to share perhaps 5 how you call like strategies and best practices out of these experiences. And I'd like to start first with the one related to the governance and leadership of indigenous peoples and local communities as an essential point where through this mechanism that we have experienced, this leadership also of providing vision, strategy, and decision making creates that also a moment of shared accountability, but also a moment also to create a close engagement and connection with IPO constituencies in both the climate and the biodiversity conventions. That has been very important to make the linkage between the investment on the ground and also how it's being informed at the international level. The second one has been related to, when it comes to project design, how to think and go beyond the conventional measurement of indicators. Funding for the GEF is helping us build, and we're learning on how to build a stronger connection through global environmental benefits, but not leave it there. Actually go beyond those conventional measurement and results, and also through these experiences, also inform and help transform this type of how to share a broader story that go beyond hectares, beyond carbon, and also transform certain concepts that conventionally have been laid out, like, for example, beneficiaries, and how to really transform that term of beneficiaries into partners in conservation, and also the opportunity to transform those views for partners as we facilitate this process and for donors. On the third point, I'd like to share a little about the climate and biodiversity nexus and how the contribution between climate and biodiversity goals this experience has helped through this process, no? And recognizing and acknowledges that biodiversity and climate change are two sides of the same coin, and that community-led solutions can provide a holistic approach. And however, the means of resource mobilization may involve different pathways for accomplishing these type of goals. And the experience that we are testing with ICI is helping us demonstrate how community-led initiatives can contribute to both goals at climate and the biodiversity arenas. The fourth point I'd like to share is the one on access and adaptability to meet donor requirements. And I think we talked a bit about earlier in many aspects and many lenses, but really recognizing that, as we say informally, like the plumbing of matters. It truly matters when it comes at every step from ideation to startup to implementation to close out of a project. How can this be more efficient? How could we support a process or rethink a process that is adapted to the scope, to the size and to the scale of projects and to the needs and priorities on the ground? And this, it's challenging us constantly to rethink and adapt processes that fit towards these conditions, and also transforming inside of our organizations on how to better build common and flexible guidance that is adapted to the context and priorities of the projects and communities. And we have attested through building different modalities of funding, of mobilizing funding through the context of ICI. When we started ICI, we put it into two different phases. A first phase where we mobilized grants to these 10 initiatives in the range of 40 to 100K in a duration of a year that were focusing on participatory design, on strengthening and supporting institutional capacities to meet the equipment that is really, that I think Ole referred to earlier of those systems, but adapting those systems also to the context and reality of organizations and those priorities, and also the other contributions that other initiatives are putting into organizations. So it's not just focusing on the scope of the project, but really on the bigger view of how that installed capacity could go beyond the life of a project. And then the last is the element of project design, an impact strategy that at the end of the day is a community approach, an indigenous approach of how it's a view of JEF project design and how these projects are emerging in that context. And that second phase where we are now is going into the implementation on the ground, and how these initiatives are going to now mobilize finance that is greater of $1 million of a duration of 4 years. And then there is a moment where I think there's been some examples of that collaboration, contribution, and synergies with co-finance and other partners. The last point I'd like to make is the element of efficiency and effectiveness in mobilizing multilateral finance. I think that's one of the greatest challenges when it comes to the speed that I think is needed, and also the flexibility. And that's truly transforming our organizations and pushing us to keep innovation and shaping the next generation of access to enhancing and scaling up access. A final takeaway, if I could, is the element of access and scale are urgent to bridge the gap between climate finance and indigenous peoples and local community-led initiatives. But we should not assume that access and scale will take us directly to climate and biodiversity outcomes. There are other factors that also we discuss here that need to be taken into account, such as, for example, diverse sources of funding to address different needs, but common requirements, different modalities of finance to achieve long-term sustainability, strong and diverse partnerships, and also flexibility and adaptability. Thank you.
Thanks, Luis. I think you make some really good points about how we need to transform these issues. We talked about how you monitor and the indicators we're looking at. We talk about the partnerships and the adaptability. I think we're talking about the scale of finance, as Lucy said at the beginning, you know, in influencing the JEF, it was to change the scale of the investment. But that doesn't always mean you're going to get the results right away. Now, I want to turn to Anita, and I think also we need to highlight not only transforming our own institutions, but how we work together as institutions, and how we ensure that we're creating equity across those. So Anita, I'm going to pass you this mic because the mics are jumping around. But
okay, thank you, Kristen. Malopkin Inkaba Anita Tsek, Inkabal Belis. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita Tsek. I'm an indigenous Maya woman from Belize. It has been a real honor to be working with indigenous peoples, my brothers and sisters from 12 different countries around the world under ICI. Masahachol, I hope your heart and your spirits are doing well today. I want to share with you some of the lessons that we have learned jointly with IUCN and CI, but also with indigenous peoples, and reflect on some of the very crucial issues that need to be addressed if we are to scale up access of resources for indigenous peoples and local communities, if we are to transform the issues that have not been working for indigenous peoples, if we are to put indigenous peoples at the forefront of really co-designing and leading these processes. So the first one that I want to address today is really when we're talking about scaling up access. What are we really talking about changing? We're operating in a world where the financial architecture is not designed for indigenous peoples. It wasn't designed for us. It wasn't designed to include us and for us to be leading these financial systems. So if we are to transform, this is where we need to begin, so that we do not repeat the same issues, the same challenges for the next 10, 20 years. We don't have time for that repetition. So a radical change needs to happen. There are many bottlenecks. Are the multilaterals? Is the private sector? Is the philanthropy ready to open those bottlenecks? That's the crucial question. We have had some experiences with ICI in where these bottlenecks have been opened in our own institutions, and Kristen and Louis know this, and Lucy is a part Lucy is a part of the seed that brought about ICI, and she knows of the bottlenecks that have had to be opened in the GEF. And many more need to still continue to be opened, right? Because some of the requirements that these funding sources have are not flexible for indigenous peoples. They become the bottlenecks of how indigenous peoples, why indigenous peoples can't access these resources, okay? So are we ready to open those bottlenecks? That would be my question to the funding sector, because that is what we have learned through ICI that needs to really crucially change. Secondly, indigenous peoples' contributions to biodiversity conservation, to the care of Mother Earth, to leading climate change solutions must be recognized. We cannot just continue speaking about indigenous peoples are the best stewards of the earth. Then we need to recognize those contributions and take actions that recognize those contributions. And we have learned that through ICI, how indigenous peoples have been putting at the forefront of their impact strategies, of their initiatives on the ground, their priorities, because those priorities are reflective and responsive to the contributions that they're making, okay? The third one, and Luis has mentioned this before in terms of impact strategy, but I want to go farther that when the ideas of these initiatives come up, from the design stage, indigenous peoples must be there. We have learned this through ICI too, because they are the ones who know what has worked for them, what has not worked for them, and what needs to change all the way from the design process, right? So we have passed through that process with ICI, where indigenous peoples have been leading their design process of their impact strategies, putting their priorities at the forefront, ensuring that their impact strategies or their full project proposals for their initiatives on the ground is responding to what is needed in their communities. Also, they must be involved in the development of the initiatives, and they must also be governing these initiatives. We can no longer be talking about consulting indigenous peoples and dialoguing with indigenous peoples about these initiatives. They must be around the table. They must be the designers, the developers, and must be leading these initiatives. And in ICI, it has been mentioned already, the governance structure that we have is fully indigenous. IUCN and CI give the technical support, but the decision-making is in the hands of indigenous peoples, and this must continue to be so. We are also talking about strengthening institutions of indigenous peoples, organizations of institutions. And this has to go beyond capacity building, beyond how do we better negotiate? How do we deal with gender? How do we develop a budget? This is necessary. But if we're talking about scaling up access to resources, we must strengthen the institutions from the fiduciary level, the technical level, the political level, the governance level, so that in the next 5, 10 years, hopefully not 10, we have more indigenous organizations that can have access to these resources, that can efficiently manage these resources, and that can govern these resources. Okay? So if we're talking about scaling up, we also have to, at the same time, strengthen indigenous organizations that will be managing these resources. And the next thing that I am adding to this is a transition process. IUCN and CI have been doing a very arduous work. They have been committing very highly to indigenous leaders, to indigenous organizations, to the processes, and to opening these spaces for indigenous peoples to have more access to resources. But it is also time that we start thinking about a transition, especially now that there's a lot of conversation and a lot of discussion about direct access. And what is direct access? I think still more work needs to be done there, more discussions need to happen there. How can we ensure that what we are creating together entails a transition process where indigenous peoples will really have more access to these resources in an empowered way, in a strengthened way? This is also necessary, and ICI has been teaching this to us, that we are growing these institutions, we're growing these organizations, but we also have to transition into where they can have way more access to higher scale of resources. And to close off, I'm going to say we're at a crucial crossroads of where we no longer have tons of time. We need to take more concrete actions, faster actions, and all the donor community and our institutions need to also more flexibly try to push these projects and these initiatives faster. If you look at the CBD targets, it's what, to 2030? Realistically, how many years do we have for the implementation of this? And Lucy will be the one that can tell you how long the ICI has taken to actually come to be fruitful, and hopefully by next year, all the 10 investments are on the ground already executing with these resources. We don't have 5, 6, 7 years more to be designing initiatives. We have to learn to be agile, to be flexible, and more importantly, to ensure that indigenous peoples are at every step of the way in these processes, okay? ICI has been the initial step of this. We need to continue in this route. Thank you. I will close there, Chris.
Thanks, Anita. I think you made some really good points, and obviously complementary to those of Luis, is that, you know, the need to transform financial institutions, the need for co-design and leadership, and how we're trying to learn that from ICI. And I want to invite, just looking at our time, I want to invite Onel Masardule, who made it in, so we'll have him come in and sort of close with some recommendations and thoughts. Onel is with the Foundation for Indigenous Knowledge in Panama. He is also participating in the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, but he's also co-chair of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform here within the context of the COP. So I want to ask him for his reflections in terms of access and policy and lessons.
Bueno, disculpen que haya llegado tarde porque vivo lejos y no conozco el lugar, así que pierdo más. Sí, bueno, también la ventaja de cuando uno es último ya va puntualizando, ya no habla mucho. Entonces yo quería puntualizar 4 puntos que para mí es importante. En primer lugar, quería ver en el sentido de que se habla de miles de billones que quieren dar a los pueblos indígenas, ¿ya? Porque en el Glasgow se habló de más de 1.600 billones de dólares para los pueblos indígenas. Recientemente, en agosto, se anunció en la asamblea del GEF, de Fondo Global de Ambiente, que se iba a destinar 20% de lo que ellos tienen, que son miles de millones. Pero si uno pregunta dónde están esos millones, están en el aire todavía volando, ¿ya? No sé si algún momento caerá. Desde mi análisis es que el problema de ese lanzamiento es que cada institución de apoyo que tiene los fondos lo actúan de manera individual, como yo llamo en su parcela. No hay una que digan que hay una canasta que vamos a poner todo allí y de ahí sale el apoyo. No, sino es disperso. Y eso dificulta el acceso a los pueblos indígenas. De igual manera, siempre sostengo de que si los países, las organizaciones filantrópicas reconocieran primero el derecho que tienen los pueblos indígenas sobre su territorio y sus recursos naturales, el aporte que dan los territorios y los pueblos indígenas en la conservación y buscar alternativas al cambio climático, todos esos billones de miles de billones de dólares que necesitan para resolver, se ahorraría para mí el 50%. Porque ahí donde está el territorio indígena, ahí está la biodiversidad, hay bosque. Y eso cuando hablamos de subida de carbono, ¿a dónde más? En territorios indígenas. Entonces yo creo que estas son cosas que tenemos que reflexionar y ver de qué manera realmente se puede hablar de acceso a esos recursos. El segundo punto que también quiero plantear es que nosotros, como es un reto, tanto para los filantrópicos, las instituciones de gobierno y los pueblos indígenas, para mí no dejemos a un lado solamente la responsabilidad a los que nos quieren dar los fondos o los que dicen que quieren dar, sino también los pueblos indígenas tienen que asumir responsabilidades. Es un reto de que es fácil hablar o es fácil también decir que quiero tener acceso directo a esos fondos, pero si no estamos preparados tampoco, en vez de mejorar nuestra situación va a formar caos. Hay experiencias en muchos lados que le han destinado millones de dólares a los pueblos indígenas y al final ha sido conflicto interno, ¿ya? ¿Quién va a manejar esos recursos o cómo se va a manejar? Al final ha pasado. Eso es realidades. Eso tenemos que también asumir, no solamente poner de que el error es de otra parte. Cierto, el error también de otra parte, porque nos da sin tener, porque es una figura de paternalismo que tenemos que eliminar. Tenemos que ser parte del proceso. Como lo han dicho, todos los fondos que se crean debe ser con la participación de los pueblos indígenas, no solamente para decir que yo quiero esto, yo quiero esto, yo quiero, no. ¿Cuál es nuestra responsabilidad? ¿Ya? ¿Cuál es el reto que como pueblos indígenas también? ¿Ya? Entonces, para eso necesitamos fortalecer la institucionalidad de nuestros pueblos, a nivel de los pueblos, a nivel de las redes regionales o redes globales. Tenemos que fortalecer la institución. No solamente en plano de liderazgo tenemos que hacer, porque si no hay liderazgo hay un caos. Tenemos que fortalecer la parte administrativa, que la cual no lo tenemos, porque administrar no es lo mismo que me den $100,000 que me den 10 millones. ¿Ya? Debo tener la capacidad administrativa. Es una necesidad. No puedo decir que yo voy a agarrar 2 pesos y me gasto y le digo, no tengo el comprobante. No, porque también ha habido esos errores. Entonces, esto es un reto grande que nosotros tenemos que, primero, para mí, exigir o demandar a las organizaciones que nos quieren apoyar que nos fortalezcan institucionalmente, en liderazgo y en la parte administrativa. De esa manera estaríamos en la capacidad de decir a los donantes, yo quiero tantos millones para invertir en esto y en esto. ¿Ya? Porque muchas veces, como yo siempre digo, si a mí me dicen, no, si quieres $100,000, hoy te lo entrego, ¿lo acepto o no? Seguro que lo voy a decir que sí. ¿Ya? En tercer lugar, para terminar, es lo siguiente, el mecanismo de acceso es necesario. Tenemos experiencias muy buenas en FCPF, que los recursos vinieron directo a los pueblos, pero para eso necesita organizaciones que tengan la capacidad de administrar los fondos. ¿Ya? Pero si no, ahora mismo no hemos podido hacer. Podríamos mencionar, pero no hay tiempo ahora, pero lo último que quiero decir, que hay iniciativas de los pueblos indígenas en desarrollar ese tipo de mecanismos. ¿Ya? Dentro ahora con la IUCN estamos trabajando, con CI también hemos hablado de crear un mecanismo de financiamiento para sostenible, no mecanismo solamente que me entreguen, me lo gasto como hace, ahora mismo hacen esto, me dan $100,000, me dice gasta todo en esto, ya mañana no tengo, a los 1 año, en 2 años, y ya no puede ser esto, tiene que ser sostenible, ¿ya? Y para eso necesitamos que las instituciones que nos apoyan, como lo dijo el hermano, tengan un equipo que trabaje en temas indígenas. No solamente una persona, sino un equipo que realmente tenga ese contacto con nosotros. Muchas gracias y hay muchas cosas porque para yo hablar yo necesito yo solo 3 horas.
Thank you, Onel. And yes, I think we could listen to you for about 3 hours, but I think you highlighted some, just to wrap it up, the importance of indigenous peoples' lands and territories in terms of nature protection and climate, the issues of indigenous responsibilities and building institutions, and then when financial mechanisms are developed is the leadership from indigenous peoples on those efforts. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. I want to highlight, if you want to continue the conversation on access, there's another event today at 5 o'clock. And a reception, hopefully, in the Nature Positive Pavilion. And then on December 5th, here in the IUCN Pavilion at 2:30, there is the launch of the Podong Initiative, which you'll hear more about. So there's a number of events, so I would track us over the next week. But if you want to continue the conversation today, meet us upstairs at 5 o'clock at the Nature Positive Pavilion. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers as well, and the interpreters who are online. So thank you very much.
bienvenue.
Check. Check.
Hello? Yeah, okay, perfect.
Hello.
Thank you. Alors, may I? OK. Bonjour, bienvenue. On n'est pas un très grand public, mais je suis quand même contente de vous avoir, notre frère du Burkina, pour parler des observatoires régionaux que l'UICN appuie en Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, nous en avons deux. Il y a l'OBAPAO, donc l'Observatoire pour la biodiversité et les aires protégées d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et il y a l'ORLOA, qui est l'Observatoire du littoral ouest africain. Donc, c'est deux initiatives régionales qui permettent d'appuyer à la conservation de la biodiversité des ressources naturelles d'une manière générale, mais surtout en appui et en partenariat avec les pays, les acteurs locaux et les acteurs régionaux tels que l'UEMOA. Donc, je ne sais pas si vous en avez déjà entendu parler, mais il y a mes collègues et moi qui sommes là aujourd'hui. Ils vont se présenter et ils vont tour à tour, et moi aussi, vous parler de ces différentes initiatives. Donc, d'abord, on aura Anouar qui va nous parler de l'ORLOA, donc l'Observatoire du littoral qui est mis en place dans le cadre d'un programme qui s'appelle WACA, financé par la Banque mondiale. Ensuite, je parlerai du programme Biopama qui a mis en place l'OBAPAO. Et finalement, il y a notre collègue Suleiman qui va nous parler des systèmes d'information qui sont incrustés dans ces deux observatoires de manière à avoir des bases de données et d'utiliser la technologie, en fait, pour la conservation de la biodiversité. Et ensuite, on a un collègue de la Côte d'Ivoire. Il est à l'OIPR, l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, qui doit nous rejoindre justement pour nous parler de l'expérience des pays dans l'utilisation de ces différents outils et comment ça leur permet justement d'atteindre leurs objectifs au niveau national. Donc, sans plus tarder, on va passer par Anouar, à qui je cède la parole, pour nous parler un petit peu de l'ORLOA, mais d'abord de faire un peu le contexte du programme WACA qui soutient cet observatoire du littoral ouest africain. Anouar, à toi.
Ok, merci beaucoup Tania, bonjour à tout le monde. Donc c'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi de partager quelques éléments de réflexion sur le programme WACA, un programme très important qui est financé par la Banque mondiale et qui vise un peu à lutter contre les régions côtières, donc sur tout le littoral ouest africain, sur les 17 pays du littoral ouest africain. Donc dans sa première phase, le projet WACA a concerné 6 pays, notamment le Sénégal, le Togo, le Bénin, le Sao Tomé et Principe, la Mauritanie et la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc maintenant, le projet WACA maintenant entame sa deuxième phase, donc qui est le RISIP 2 et concerne les pays tels que la Gambie, le Ghana et la Guinée-Bissau. Donc c'est vraiment un projet qui vient un peu soutenir la résilience des communautés en Afrique de l'Ouest et plus tard en Afrique centrale. Donc l'idée, c'est vraiment de bâtir une stratégie de résilience qui est fondée sur un certain nombre de piliers, notamment la planification spatiale et marine, le renforcement des moyens de subsistance des communautés, la localisation des sites des communautés qui sont affectées par l'érosion côtière, mais également le développement de systèmes d'information qui puissent permettre aux communautés de pouvoir faire face aux phénomènes météo marins, notamment tout ce qui est inondation, submersion marine, recul du trait de côte, donc par les effets induits par les changements climatiques. Donc c'est un programme important et dans ce cadre-là, l'IUCN assure le bureau d'appui régional donc au pays. Donc nous apportons une assistance technique aux pays qui sont engagés dans le cadre du programme WACA. Et cette assistance-là a quand même un soubassement historique parce que l'IUCN a accompagné depuis 2009 l'élaboration du plan de prévention des risques côtiers. Donc par la suite, ce plan-là a été traduit en termes de stratégie, donc de développement d'aménagement du littoral ouest africain. Et en 2018, la conférence des ministres de l'UEMOA a recommandé la transformation de la mission d'observation du littoral ouest africain en observatoire du littoral ouest africain. Donc, cet observatoire a comme objectif vraiment de fournir une plateforme numérique de partage de données donc sur les questions, sur les risques côtiers, les risques liés à la pollution, à la submersion marine, mais aussi à l'occupation spatiale dans les zones du littoral ouest africain. Mais vraiment aussi de collecter des données sur l'environnement biophysique, marin, biologique et de ce littoral-là. Donc, mais aussi de pouvoir servir d'interface pour collecter tout ce qui est donné sur les systèmes d'alerte précoce. Donc, c'est vraiment le rôle de cet observatoire qui aujourd'hui travaille à la surveillance des installations et des occupations au niveau du littoral. Donc, depuis le début du programme WACA, quand même, aujourd'hui, des résultats importants sont notés. Il s'agit notamment de la mise en place des observatoires nationaux dans certains pays, donc qui sont membres du programme WACA. Mais également le suivi d'un certain nombre d'indicateurs donc sur la situation de référence relativement à l'occupation, aux aménagements sur le littoral, mais aussi au recul du trait de côte. Donc ça, c'est ces deux indicateurs qui sont suivis. Donc, sinon aussi, il y a une plateforme qui a été créée et qui permet aujourd'hui de générer quand même pas mal de données donc, et qui présente des interfaces avec donc, les observatoires des pays donc, qui sont membres du programme WACA et des liens également sont établis entre l'ORLOA et l'OBAPAO. Donc aujourd'hui, peut-être pour résumer, il y a un certain nombre de défis relativement à l'opérationnalisation de l'Observatoire régional du littoral. Donc le premier défi, c'est vraiment l'achèvement de la mise en place des observatoires nationaux au niveau des pays et également de garantir l'harmonisation des données, mais également la régularité des productions des données sur le suivi, sur les risques côtiers, submersion marine, pollution, tout ce qui est risque côtier et état des écosystèmes au niveau des pays engagés dans l'observatoire régional. Et enfin, troisième défi majeur, c'est vraiment la durabilité. C'est des systèmes d'information qui demandent quand même d'avoir un ancrage institutionnel pertinent, durable, mais aussi de renforcer les capacités des acteurs, également de penser à la durabilité de toute la technologie qui est aujourd'hui déployée pour supporter la mise en place des systèmes d'information sur les risques côtiers en Afrique de l'Ouest. Voilà peut-être pour ne pas tirer en longueur compte tenu des astreintes de temps, quelques éléments de réflexion que je voudrais partager relativement à l'ORLOA. Merci beaucoup, Tania.
Merci Anouar. Et effectivement, l'ORLOA, c'est un observatoire qui est stratégique parce que justement, quand on regarde la côte ouest africaine, il y a pas mal d'efforts qui sont déjà faits, mais le chemin est encore long pour atteindre les objectifs des pays de manière séparée, mais aussi de la région en termes de blocs. Donc moi, je m'en vais vous parler tout de suite de Biopama, qui a mis en place l'OBAPAO. Donc Biopama, déjà, c'est un programme pour la conservation de la biodiversité et les aires protégées. Et c'est un programme mondial, mais nous coordonnons surtout l'Afrique de l'Ouest et l'Afrique centrale. Donc, en Afrique de l'Ouest, nous avons mis en place cet observatoire-là, qui est l'un des résultats clés du programme, puisque c'est un observatoire qui permet justement d'offrir une plateforme pour la facilitation du jeu des acteurs dans le domaine de la biodiversité, puis pour que les uns puissent apprendre des expériences des autres, mais aussi pour que les uns puissent capitaliser sur les expériences et les résultats qui ont été atteints de manière à avoir plus d'impact sur le terrain. Donc maintenant, de manière... la fiche technique de l'observatoire, c'est quoi? Déjà, ça couvre 16 pays. On a ça sur la carte qui est ici. Donc, c'est vraiment tous les pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc tous les pays de la CEDEAO plus la Mauritanie qui sont concernés et qui sont des parties prenantes de cet observatoire. Ensuite, en termes d'acteurs, nous avons ces acteurs nationaux-là qui sont les 16 pays, mais nous avons également des acteurs régionaux tels que l'UEMOA et la CEDEAO qui s'assurent que le mandat de l'OBAPAO est reconnu et entériné par les pays qui vont justement utiliser et contribuer à l'épanouissement de cet observatoire. Mais maintenant, il fallait une structure technique qui ait les capacités pour pouvoir gérer ces données, appuyer les différents pays pour l'atteinte des objectifs. Et c'est comme ça qu'un consortium est né. C'est un consortium de 4 institutions qui sont constituées du Centre de suivi écologique, du Réseau des aires marines protégées en Afrique de l'Ouest, de l'Université du Ghana à travers le Regional Marine Center et du Centre régional AgriMed. Donc, ces 4 institutions se sont mises ensemble pour former un consortium sous le chapeau institutionnel de l'UEMOA, de manière à ce qu'on puisse délivrer l'objectif de l'OBAPAO, qui est d'assurer qu'il y a des informations et des données fiables et pertinentes au cœur des prises de décision en matière de conservation dans la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, autour de ce système gravitent d'autres institutions qui sont internationales pour le coup, dont l'IUCN, bien sûr, puisque, comme le disait Anouar tout de suite, c'est l'IUCN qui est en train de piloter le processus en partenariat et bien sûr avec les orientations qui sont données par les pays. Mais nous avons aussi d'autres institutions telles que UNEP-WCMC, qui gère la base de données mondiale sur les aires protégées et qui permet justement de faire en sorte de remonter les informations que nous produisions à travers les observatoires pour que ça puisse être pris en compte dans les calculs internationaux tels que c'est fait par exemple dans les COP climat et COP biodiversité. Donc c'est vraiment une passerelle pour assurer qu'il y a un lien entre les activités qui se font sur le terrain dans les pays et les décisions qui sont prises au niveau régional et au niveau global. Et puis finalement, nous travaillons beaucoup aussi avec le Centre commun de recherche de la Commission européenne qui nous a appuyés dans la mise en place d'une base de données qui s'appelle le système d'information de référence dont mon collègue va vous parler un peu plus en détail. Et tout ça a été fait avec le financement de l'Union européenne. Mais ce qui est important de noter, c'est que cet observatoire a été approprié par les pays et par l'UEMOA qui en a fait un axe important dans son plan de travail. Donc, on parle souvent du fait que, voilà, c'est des projets, à la fin du projet, c'est fini. Mais puisque ça a été approprié par les pays, donc justement, l'UEMOA pourra, avec l'appui des pays, continuer avec ces initiatives et on appuie dans les efforts de mobilisation de ressources justement pour que ça puisse avoir une durabilité et que surtout ça puisse être au service des pays puisque ce sont les besoins des pays qu'on essaie de répondre à travers les opérations de l'Observatoire. Donc là, vous allez voir un peu la logique d'intervention que nous avons. Donc, on fait beaucoup de renforcement de capacité pour les acteurs nationaux et les acteurs locaux. Et une fois que ces capacités-là sont renforcées, ça permet justement de produire, de générer des données, de générer des analyses et des produits de connaissances aussi. On est en train de produire, par exemple, l'état des aires marines protégées d'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui est vraiment un outil de travail qui présente un peu une image de ce qui est fait dans la région, de ce qui existe déjà, mais aussi du chemin qu'il y a à parcourir, notamment en considérant le cadre mondial pour la biodiversité qui a été adapté l'année dernière et les objectifs 30 par 30. Donc, on a une sorte de laboratoire, en fait, qui permet d'appuyer les pays à l'atteinte de ces objectifs-là. Et ensuite, c'est bien sûr de communiquer de manière à ce que toutes les informations, toutes les connaissances qui sont générées puissent être traduites dans le langage politique pour que nos décideurs puissent aller dans les réunions comme la COP aujourd'hui avec des données fiables, avec une base très solide qui vient du terrain pour pouvoir prendre des décisions qui vont effectivement profiter aux acteurs de terrain. Et comme ça, on pourra vraiment améliorer le cycle de la conservation et de la gouvernance dans notre région. Donc, je parlais tantôt de systèmes d'information de référence. Donc, c'est vraiment des bases de données qui permettent déjà qu'on puisse être up-to-date à l'ère technologique et utiliser les services et les produits qui existent pour pouvoir mettre cela au service de la conservation. Donc, cela existe à la fois dans l'OBAPAO et dans l'ORLOA. Et nous avons notre collègue Souleymane Chemtouré qui gère beaucoup, en tout cas qui appuie les différents pays pour non seulement le montage, mais la gestion et la génération des données dans ces différents observatoires suivant les requêtes et les besoins des pays. Donc, je vais passer la parole à Souleymane qui va voilà, nous parler de ça.
Merci beaucoup, Tania, de me passer la parole. Effectivement, il y a un lien fort entre effectivement l'OBAPAO et les autres systèmes d'information dont tout à l'heure je vais repasser en détail. Alors, il faut déjà dire que c'est dans le cadre du projet gouvernance des aires protégées, et bien sûr qui est géré par l'IUCN, et qu'on a eu la mise en place de plusieurs applications, plusieurs outils informatiques, et qui ont permis en tout cas d'avoir une masse d'informations au niveau de l'observatoire dont on parlait tout à l'heure. Alors, je m'avais cité quelques outils. Vous avez par exemple le système d'information du domaine marin et côtier, et qui permet effectivement de suivre l'état de la biodiversité au niveau du domaine marin et côtier. Vous avez également le système d'information sur la climatique environnementale, et qui permet également de suivre tout ce qui a éléments concernant les crimes, et donnant également les tendances des crimes également aussi au niveau des aires protégées par exemple. Vous avez aussi une autre plateforme qui vient en complément à toutes les plateformes développées. Et c'est une plateforme qui permet de regrouper pratiquement l'ensemble des acteurs de la région et pour qu'ils discutent, pour qu'ils partagent les expériences, les meilleures pratiques. Donc ça, on l'appelle Hub virtuel. Donc cet outil également est intégré en fait à l'observatoire qu'on appelle également OBAPAO. Vous avez également aussi un dernier outil que nous avons développé dans le cadre de ce projet-là, qui s'appelle 64NK, et qui permet en fait de créer des comptes écosystémiques. Et ces comptes-là permettent d'avoir la valeur écologique, par exemple, des aires protégées, permet également de donner les différentes tendances en termes de dégradation, de restauration des écosystèmes que nous avons. Donc, tous ces outils, vous allez voir que ces résultats seront intégrés en fait à l'observatoire et au BAPAO, qui est en fait le réceptacle et qui permet de contenir l'ensemble des données liées à la biodiversité et les aires protégées en Afrique de l'Ouest. Alors, quand je parle d'Afrique de l'Ouest, il faut savoir qu'il s'agit des 15 pays de la CEDEAO plus la Mauritanie. Donc, déjà, quels sont les défis qu'on peut avoir au niveau de ces systèmes d'information? C'est déjà de promouvoir en fait leur utilisation. Vous savez qu'aujourd'hui, des systèmes non alimentés, et c'est des systèmes qui ne vont pas servir. Donc, c'est de promouvoir ces systèmes-là au niveau des pays surtout, et qui doivent l'alimenter, et pour qu'on puisse avoir des systèmes utilisables et utilisés par nos décideurs, surtout pour les prises de décision. Vous savez que quand on parle de planification, il faut de l'information. Donc, c'est de promouvoir en fait cet aspect pour qu'on ait vraiment beaucoup d'informations. Alors, il y a aussi, tout à l'heure, on parlait d'OBAPAO, de ORLOA, ce sont des observatoires. Et il faut dire qu'au-delà de ces deux observatoires, on a également d'autres observatoires qui sont disponibles dans la sous-région. Et c'est aussi de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut promouvoir la synergie, et pour vraiment faciliter les additionnalités, et qui sont très intéressantes d'ailleurs, éviter les doublons. Voilà, avec une synergie, il est plus facile de partager les expériences et partager les technologies, ce qui facilite beaucoup en fait le partage d'expériences, également le partage de données et qui se fera en fait plus facilement. Et là encore, quand on parle d'observatoire, vous savez que la dimension, c'est vraiment pays. Ce sont les pays qui sont les principaux moteurs en fait en termes d'alimentation des bases de données. Donc c'est encore de promouvoir au niveau des différents pays là et l'alimentation de ces données là et au niveau de ces pays qu'on pourrait avoir. Alors, on a parlé tantôt du RIS. Le RIS, effectivement, c'est un moteur, hein, c'est un moteur qui permet effectivement de faire tourner aujourd'hui et l'OBAPAO dont Tania a parlé tout à l'heure. Et avec le RIS, et vous allez voir qu'on a beaucoup d'informations qui sont traitées, analysées de façon rapide et mis à disposition des décideurs et pour rapidement des prises de décision. Alors, il faut savoir qu'au niveau de l'OBAPAO, on a des tableaux de bord qui donnent de l'information rapide, bien sûr, sur l'état des aires protégées. Et je crois même qu'il y a un document qui a été élaboré, l'EDAP, et sur la base, bien sûr, de l'OBAPAO, et qui permet effectivement d'avoir de l'information et pour vraiment faciliter, en fait, les prises de décision. Alors, on peut encore citer, par exemple, l'outil IMET. L'outil IMET qui est un outil qui est implémenté au niveau de la sous-région en Afrique de l'Ouest et qui permet d'avoir une masse d'informations très stratégiques et qui permet aux acteurs, aux décideurs de vraiment avoir de l'information pour les prises de décision. Alors, il faut dire que dans le cas de Biopama, comme dans le cas de Pabio, et cet outil a été déployé dans pratiquement tous les 16 pays dont je parlais tantôt, les 15 pays de la CEDEAO plus la Mauritanie. L'outil est utilisé et l'outil est implémenté également. Il y a eu des coachs qui sont formés et qui peuvent également répliquer en fait son utilisation au niveau des pays pour la collecte des données. Donc vous allez voir qu'au niveau de l'observatoire également aussi, et ces données sont remontées et également peuvent être utilisées par les décideurs pour faciliter en fait les prises de décision. Et ces informations permettent de montrer en fait la tendance en termes de gestion ou encore en termes d'efficacité de gestion surtout des différents aires protégées que nous avons. Donc, ça peut dire que l'observatoire, vous avez pratiquement toutes les informations à ce niveau et qui permettent de faciliter surtout les prises de décision de nos jours. Donc, c'est ce que je peux dire pour le moment, Tania, et je pense qu'on pourrait revenir sur d'autres détails et si besoin se fait sentir. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Suleiman. Oui, effectivement, l'une des choses qui est très importante de noter, c'est que tous ces efforts que nous faisons à travers les observatoires tendent à converger vers les cadres mondiaux, que ce soit pour la biodiversité, que ce soit pour le climat, que ce soit en ce qui concerne la désertification, de manière à ce qu'on puisse vraiment appuyer les pays pour l'atteinte de leurs engagements. Donc, ces observatoires sont vraiment en train de se positionner par rapport aux résultats et aux décisions qui sont prises dans ces cadres mondiaux, qui sont ensuite traduites au niveau régional par l'UEMOA, la CEDEAO en Afrique de l'Ouest, et ensuite traduites encore au niveau national. Donc, l'OBAPAO et l'ORLOA appuient dans tous ces niveaux-là, de manière à ce que même la prise de décision commune pour la région puisse être quelque chose de plus facile et évident à travers le travail qui est mâchouillé et qui est fait à la base sur la collecte d'informations, le renforcement de capacités, la production de produits de connaissances et aussi les différents outils de communication qui sont mis en place et promus sur différentes plateformes. Donc voilà, en gros, c'est ça avec l'OBAPAO et l'ORLOA. Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions ou bien si vous connaissiez déjà peut-être ces deux structures qui appuient la région. Et auquel cas, je vous invite voilà, là, il n'y a pas beaucoup de monde, on peut vraiment faire des échanges. Tu voulais dire quelque chose?
Un peu toujours dans l'idée des observatoires, il faut dire qu'à l'image de l'OBAPAO, il y a également au niveau de l'Afrique centrale un observatoire qu'on appelle OFAC, voilà, qui est également disponible, qui également permet également, en tout cas, d'avoir de l'information utilisée en fait au niveau de nos décideurs plus facilement. Alors donc c'est pour dire déjà que, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, il y a une synergie vraiment qui se construit déjà au niveau de la région et pour la mise en place de ces observatoires-là. Donc, c'est vraiment de partager les technologies, les expériences pour faciliter effectivement le partage de données. Voilà, parce que quand vous ne partagez pas ces informations, et souvent il n'est pas évident de prendre en compte ces additionnalités. Donc, il faudra également tenir compte de cela. Bon, on n'a pas assez de pays là, sinon je pense que c'était un cadre qui nous permettait finalement de discuter également de voir les difficultés en termes de remontée de l'information et voir comment les accompagner pour qu'effectivement on puisse avoir des données à jour et au niveau de ces observatoires-là, qui de nos jours, effectivement, comme Tana l'a dit, est vraiment des éléments stratégiques en termes de gestion en fait, de la biodiversité et des aires protégées et dans nos différentes régions.
Voilà. Merci.
Ok. Moi, c'est bonne année Antoine. Je suis expert en gestion environnementale au niveau du ministère de l'Urbanisme du Burkina Faso. Alors, j'ai suivi les présentations concernant les initiatives qui sont développées au niveau de l'UCN. Vous avez parlé de ORLOA, de OBAPAO. C'est vrai que parfois j'arrive à aller sur le site de l'UCN, j'entends parler de ces observations, mais je n'ai pas assez d'éléments comme ça pour pouvoir les apprécier. Mais la première initiative qui porte beaucoup plus sur le littoral, et la seconde, OBAPAO, vous avez également les aires protégées, les aires protégées. Alors je voulais savoir un peu, comme ça concerne en fait, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, qu'est-ce qui est fait dans le cadre de l'OBAPAO pour le Burkina Faso? Parce que l'autre initiative, c'est beaucoup plus pour le littoral. Oui. Bon, je pense que le Burkina n'a pas un pays littoral. Mais dans la seconde initiative, là, je vais comprendre un peu qu'est-ce qui est fait pour le Burkina Faso. Et également, si on peut avoir la possibilité d'avoir également des documents pour être mieux informés. Et voilà. Et comme j'ai également des compatriotes qui sont dans l'équipe, certainement, ils pourront mieux me donner les informations par rapport à ça. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc peut-être Suleiman.
Ok, merci Monsieur Bonané de votre présence déjà. Également, merci encore pour cette question posée. Alors, il faut dire que à la mise en place de l'OBAPAO, il y a eu vraiment un travail participatif. Je pense que Tania, c'est la cheville ouvrière de tout ce qui a été fait dans ce sens. Donc, les pays ont été contactés. Même au lancement, je pense qu'il y avait les pays également. Et chemin faisant, dans la construction de l'initiative, et je pense qu'il fallait en temps communiquer avec les pays, donc il fallait une porte d'entrée. Donc je crois que en la matière, il y a eu des points focaux qui ont été désignés pour effectivement faciliter en fait cette communication déjà entre l'OBAPAO et les pays pour faciliter effectivement la remontée de l'information et également des données. Je crois même que dans cette initiative, il y a eu des formations qui ont été initiées et plus principalement sur les systèmes d'information géographique. Parce que l'OBAPAO, il y a une composante SIG qui permet effectivement de cartographier effectivement les aires protégées, mettre à jour les aires protégées au niveau de la WDPA. Parce que souvent, vous allez aller dans la WDPA, vous allez voir que les couches qui sont là-bas, ce n'est pas des couches à jour, ou ce sont des couches dont les pays n'ont pas entériné. Donc, l'OBAPAO a organisé des formations à l'endroit de ces acteurs-là et pour prendre en compte ces aspects et qui permet de mettre à jour la WDPA. Au-delà des aspects SIG, il faut noter également qu'il y a les aspects liés à la biodiversité et d'autres informations également qui sont remontées de la part de ces points focaux. Et je crois que l'initiative est à son début et la plateforme est déjà disponible. Et maintenant, nous allons amorcer la partie concernant vraiment l'alimentation des bases de données. Et là, on va beaucoup travailler avec les pays et voir comment est-ce que les données peuvent être remontées le plus régulièrement possible et à jour, et pour permettre à nos décideurs, à nos chefs d'État par exemple, d'avoir un outil qui leur permet d'avoir une vision large de ce que nous faisons en matière de biodiversité surtout. Voilà. Il faut dire qu'au-delà de l'OBAPAO, et on a parlé tantôt du CDMC, bon, c'est vrai que vous l'avez dit, le CDMC c'est beaucoup plus les pays du littoral, mais je pense que ça se construit dans le même objectif en réalité. C'est surtout participatif, amener les pays à vraiment promouvoir l'outil et apporter de l'information, parce que c'est leur outil. S'il n'y a pas d'information au retour, je ne pense pas qu'on puisse avoir quelque chose à partager. Donc, je crois qu'au niveau des pays, déjà, c'est ce qui est fait. Et je crois qu'il y a des formations qui sont aussi prévues dans les mois à venir. Et peut-être que les points focaux seront informés et pour également promouvoir la formation au niveau de l'OBAPAO, également son utilisation et faciliter également aussi la remontée de données au niveau de cet observatoire-là. Donc, je vais laisser la parole à Tania, peut-être pour compléter des informations.
Merci, Suleiman. Oui, bon, tu as quasiment tout dit. Mais en termes de montage, comment ça s'est passé? On a effectivement contacté des points focaux de différents pays. Bienvenue, Issa. Qui ont travaillé avec nous pour le montage de cet observatoire-là et qui ont pu donner, en fait, leur vision, leur perspective, qu'est-ce qu'il faudrait, de manière à ce qu'on puisse le construire sur la base de ces besoins-là. Donc, on a eu des représentants de chacun des 16 pays de la sous-région qui sont venus et qui ont été délégués officiellement par leur ministre et avec qui nous travaillons. Et eux aussi travaillent avec d'autres personnes dans l'administration du pays concerné, de manière justement à nous assurer que nous travaillons et nous avançons de manière harmonisée. Et ensuite, il y a l'UEMOA aussi qui convoque des réunions, soit des réunions interministérielles, ça c'est plus high level, mais il y a les réunions aussi avec les points focaux techniques qui travaillent du coup de concert avec l'UEMOA, de manière à ce que non seulement le plan de travail de l'UEMOA est mis à jour sur la base des avancées qui ont été faites à travers l'OBAPAO, mais aussi au niveau des pays, nous arrivons à échanger directement sur des points spécifiques. Par exemple, il y a la collecte de données avec l'outil IMET que Suleiman a mentionné tout à l'heure. Il y a pas mal d'autres initiatives que nous essayons de faire aussi en intégrant les pays. Et c'est surtout d'avoir cette approche harmonisée qui permet de faire en sorte que il y a différents projets. Par exemple, nous trois, là, nous sommes dans 3 projets différents. Il y a PapBio, il y a Biopama, il y a Waka, mais nous travaillons tous avec les mêmes outils, nous travaillons avec les mêmes partenaires, nous utilisons le même langage pour atteindre les mêmes objectifs. Donc, c'est cette synergie-là que nous essayons de mettre en place avec les autres partenaires qui viennent des autres institutions pour justement avoir plus d'impact sur le terrain. Alors, je suis heureuse d'accueillir Issa Djarasuba, qui est à l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves et qui a été là dès le début, dès le premier jour où on a commencé à réfléchir sur l'OBAPAO, qui est avec nous, donc qui va partager justement quelques feedbacks sur non seulement le processus du montage, mais aussi l'importance de cet observatoire pour les différents pays de la région. Merci d'être avec nous, Issa.
Merci Tania, bonjour à tous. Je suis heureux de prendre part à ce panel et de parler de ce que représente l'OBAPAO pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest et pour mon pays. Il faut savoir que c'est un cadre qui manque à l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Vous avez ces pays-là qui partagent des ressources naturelles en commun. Pour ne prendre que le cas de mon pays, de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons un corridor écologique en cours de mise en place entre la Côte d'Ivoire et le Libéria, donc le parc national de Taï et les parcs nationaux de Grébokran. Vous avez aussi du côté de la frontière de la Guinée, la réserve du Mont Nemba, qui est entre la Côte d'Ivoire, la Guinée et le Libéria. Et avec le Burkina, il y a toute une histoire en termes de gestion durable des ressources naturelles, avec des projets comme le GPRENAF qui était financé par la Banque mondiale. Je pourrais faire le tour de tous les pays limitrophes de mon pays pour montrer qu'il y a des ressources qui sont communes et qu'il faut gérer. Pourtant, jusque-là, il n'y avait pas de cadre commun à l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui permettait de collecter les données, de les analyser, de les partager, d'avoir une vision commune sur la base de ces données-là. Et donc, l'OBAPAO, l'Observatoire de la biodiversité en Afrique de l'Ouest, vient combler ce gap-là. Et je suis heureux aussi de la méthodologie qui a été employée, de s'appuyer sur les pays, de définir l'approche ensemble, jusqu'au choix des indicateurs, des outils d'évaluation pour pouvoir faire ce travail-là, de sorte à ce qu'on soit sur une logique qui parte de la base vers le haut. Et les pays ont été, je vais dire, intimement associés à ce processus-là. Maintenant, le challenge, ce sera celui de la durabilité non seulement institutionnelle. Comment est-ce qu'on fait en sorte qu'après les projets, n'est-ce pas, cet outil-là qui est pertinent puisse demeurer, servir les pays? Et comment est-ce qu'on fait pour assurer le financement pérenne aussi de cet outil-là? En tout cas, j'invite tous les pays, en tout cas toutes les organisations à y adhérer. Et c'est une chance, c'est une opportunité pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc pour le moment, je vais m'arrêter là.
Merci, Issa.
Merci.
Monsieur Bonane.
Ok, merci bien. J'ai écouté notre compatriote, la Côte d'Ivoire, qui a évoqué une initiative, le GPRINAF, qui est une gestion mutualisée des ressources naturelles entre le Burkina Faso et la Côte d'Ivoire. Je voulais comprendre un peu. Ça consistait en quoi, comme je ne connaissais pas l'initiative, entre cette gestion naturelle et cette gestion des ressources naturelles entre le Burkina Faso et la Côte d'Ivoire. Si je peux avoir plus de précision par rapport à ça. Merci.
Merci bien. Le GPRINAF, c'est un sigle qui signifie gestion participative des ressources naturelles. Donc, il s'agit, au-delà des sites protégés ordinaires que nous connaissons, les parcs nationaux et les réserves naturelles, d'associer, de mettre en place et gérer durablement des zones dites synergétiques avec les populations rurales, dans des zones administrées par les populations. Et ce, dans la périphérie d'aires protégées qui sont transfrontalières. Vous avez du côté de la Côte d'Ivoire le parc national de la Comoué et du côté du Burkina les sites de Pau, de Sicily et de Nazenga, donc qui constituent un continuum naturel. Donc, pour pouvoir faire la jonction entre ces différents sites protégés, il fallait identifier dans le milieu rural, donc hors site protégé, des zones appartenant aux populations qui sont durablement gérées, de sorte à pouvoir permettre le déplacement de la faune sauvage, des grands mammifères tels que les éléphants, entre les sites protégés. Comme ça, les zones mises à disposition par les populations qui sont gérées durablement constituent des corridors naturels. Donc le projet a été financé au début des années 2000 par la Banque mondiale, à la fois en Côte d'Ivoire et au Burkina Faso. Et c'est un projet qui était, je vais dire, sur le côté ivoirien, en bonne marche jusqu'à la crise politique dans le début des années 2000. Je pense que le projet allait à son terme sur le côté burkinabé. Donc là, nous avons un levier, en tout cas des antécédents, des résultats précédents sur lesquels on peut s'appuyer pour faire des choses intéressantes. D'ailleurs, du côté ivoirien, les deux sites qui étaient principalement concernés, donc le site des Montenguis et la zone de biodiversité de Warigué, font l'objet d'un appui dans le cadre du dernier cycle de financement de l'Union européenne aux côtés des projets Biopama et PAP-Bio. Donc, on a pu faire des évaluations de l'efficacité de gestion avec l'appui du PAP-Bio sur la zone de biodiversité des Montenguis en Côte d'Ivoire. Et pour ce qui concerne le site de biodiversité de Warigué, il bénéficie d'une attention d'autres partenaires pour que ces sites qui appartiennent à ces populations-là, je le rappelle, qui ne sont pas des sites gouvernementaux, étatiques, fassent l'objet de gestion durable, de sorte que quand vous partez de la Côte d'Ivoire jusqu'au Burkina, on puisse assurer un continuum de gestion durable des ressources naturelles. Voici ce que je peux dire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Issa. Donc sur ce, je pense que je vais remercier Monsieur Bonannée pour non seulement sa présence, mais aussi sa participation. Mais très certainement, nous sommes là et comme vous dites, nous sommes tous des compatriotes. Donc, nous allons pouvoir continuer les échanges de manière à ce que vous puissiez retourner avec plus de détails. Et nous aussi, on est à votre disposition si vous avez besoin d'éclaircissements sur les différentes initiatives. Donc, je remercie aussi mes différents panélistes, Issa, Suleiman et Anwar. Et merci aux techniciens. Et puis, voilà, on reste en contact pour la suite.
Atika Ben Mate, Tim Christopherson, Samuel Gull, Paul Senna, Angela Andrade, Julia, a colleague. Great. So we all know this, carbon, all these markets, other thing, and nature-based solutions, there's a close link. But again, so much is going on, we don't know how best to, respond. Climate change, as they say, is a moving target. You come up with a solution, there are other problems. So net zero, companies working together and others. So nature-based solutions is a good approach where we have an integrated approach where we can move forward looking at not only climate removal and the carbon removal and other thing, but also looking at biodiversity and other integrated approaches. So for that, we are thinking and working with you all that let's work with nature-based solutions, because if you know the definition and other is very well integrated. And not only looking at climate, but also biodiversity and livelihoods. That's why societal challenges, we can respond to them with an integrated approach. In the past, we have seen all these, solutions and other coming up, but there is always side impacts of those. And you cannot address climate, which is overarching in a vacuum. Just you start doing mitigation only or adaptation only or looking into poverty. How best you can address all these challenges so that we move forward in an integrated approach. But it's easier said than done. So that's where this is coming along, that we have an integrated approach, we want to pilot test it, and there are aspects which need to be addressed jointly with you all working together. So for that, for the key message which is coming out of the work of a publication which we did with many of you getting engaged, one is that available pathways to integrate, let me put there, NBS incorporate climate strategies should be consistent with NBS definition principles and standards. So that's critical. Many a time we start working and then say, oh, this is NBS. Anything under the sun working with nature can't be NBS, because you need to standardize what the approach is, because so much is going wrong while just working in a vacuum or not looking at an integrated approach. And we know that when NBS, an integrated approach, they are implemented, there are benefits, and we are going away, and we do not want to use co-benefits anyway, because those then become responsibility of something else. So we are moving away from the narrative of co-benefits. There must be, with mitigation, adaptation, and benefits to biodiversity and human well-being. So that's the difference between, business as usual approach, where we used to target one aspect of climate change and then think because of that co-benefits will help. That narrative is not working. Current problems are because we have started and invested a lot in a vacuum. And that's where adaptation benefits at times are having negative impacts on mitigation, and similarly mitigation are having on local biodiversity, indigenous people's rights, and other aspects. So integrated approach, that's a must. Otherwise, by design, we are impacting on local ecosystems, indigenous people's rights, and many times local economies, because those are also dependent on natural resources. So it's critical to have integrated approach. And within the net zero strategies, NBS are central to land intensive sectors and to decrease emission to achieve net zero targets and nature positive outcomes in their value chains. So that's also important, that in value chain and other we fully integrate these approaches. And for all other sectors, NBS could support neutralization, removal after abatement, and then beyond value chain. So these removal and reduction outside the company values is also key in key chain and key to follow science-based net zero standards. And then move. Okay. And then again, it is that it should be a long-term, strategy. We should not just look into just investing at one time and then forgetting about it at all time. There should be monitoring and impacts and carbon storage, biodiversity, and other aspects should be looked into. And the rest, if you look at those are all to have integrated approaches. Net zero, natural positive targets, they are part of ESG of corporate sector, and cost-effective and scalable NBS. Many a time NBS we have seen and observed, those are done as a pilot, and then we have those, and while scaling up, there are issues. So that needs to be looked into. These approaches which we are sharing, those need to be further pilot tested and then move forward. Yes, please join us. Thank you, Tika. And all these principles and the standards, they complement which are already being done in nature and net zero strategies, and they offer quite a comprehensive platform. So that's where we need to see how they will be working. And this publication which we just launched, it can be accessible with this QR code. And this is the basic information, and the panelists with us are. So I would start with, let's look into how best we can move forward and then have these things. So I'll start with AFT colleague. That how you think we can move forward and have these elements where you've been working on NBS and other supplementing all this. So over to you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for being late. So I'm Atika Ben Maïd from the French Development Agency. I'm the Deputy Head of the Climate and Nature Division. So I'd like to start by how AFD has promoted this decarbonization pathway. So as a public development bank, we were the first to be 100% aligned with Paris Agreement since 2017. And even before that, in 2015, we were committed to have 50% of our projects that are having climate co-benefits. And we reached that because now we are even at more than 50% of our financing that is having climate co-benefits. For 2022, it's 6.9 billion of projects of financing approved of projects with climate co-benefits, so of climate finance. We are the largest contributor of the French reporting on climate finance. So on top of that, we are convinced at AFD that we cannot tackle the climate crisis without tackling both at the same time, the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis. That's why we are trying to promote, as part of our strategy, a nature positive strategy. So we believe we cannot be net zero without a nature positive strategy inside our own actions. And it is even more real since 2022 and the adoption of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that we are totally committed to, and we are working towards being aligned with the Global Biodiversity Framework by 2027. In this nature positive approach, the way practically it works for our operations, for our teams on a daily basis, is that we have ambitious financial targets, 1 billion euros of biodiversity financing. So we were supposed to reach that target by 2025, and actually we have already reached it this year. So we were quite happy about that. And how we did that, it's mainstreaming through our operations. We believe that it's not something that has to be aside. It's all our usual operations, how to improve them, taking into consideration the potential for climate, for biodiversity, co-benefits, but how we can integrate nature-based solution within the projects and to propose that to our counterparts. Because at the end of the day, our counterparts, the countries we are supporting, are the ones who are the owners of the project, and they are the ones who decide on the projects. But we are trying to have this influence and to pledge for this kind of projects. We are also working on our own internal system. So after taking into consideration climate financial risks, we are going since next year to take into consideration the biodiversity risks, financial risk, through the TNFD that you might be aware of and a lot of banks are committed to. So next year, this year we have produced our second TCFD, so on the climate, and next year we will produce our first TNFD, which is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. The idea behind that and promoting that is that all the financial systems, including private financial systems, because private sector and private banks, not only public banks, have to be committed and to tackle the challenges and the crises that is facing us. By taking into consideration this risk as another risk, because if that is the case, it will have financial consequences, then it can redirect the decision of investment within your own portfolio. This is already the case for climate, and we believe that that will be the case for the biodiversity also. So to focus more on nature-based solution, what we have been doing is a lot of internal training and pedagogy, including together with the partnership we have with IUCN that we value to train the team, not only the few biodiversity experts, but also the sectoral experts on the benefits of having nature-based solution integrated within our existing portfolio to answer to the same objectives as before, which are the objectives, the SDGs objective of our counterparts and national counterparts. In 2022, we supported 18 projects with nature-based solution components, mainly in the following sectors: water management, agriculture, and urban development sectors. That's where the low-hanging fruits are, as we may say. So as part also of the networks we are part of, AFD is promoting a lot of networks of public development banks to work on the whole architecture and functioning of the financial system. So being IDFC, International Development Finance Club, where it's 26 public development banks of the North and the South. And there also we work with IUCN to train our colleagues. That's where we are trying to influence our colleagues on better integrating these solutions, but also on other coalitions that we are part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atika. Yes, you know, the portfolio development investment that needs to be integrated. So good to see AFD, you know, the whole investment is well integrated. Now I'll come to you, Tim. Salesforce has been using its influence and, you know, to mobilize other companies and actors to tackle global climate and biodiversity goals. So what motivates Salesforce to do this role, and what main actions define Salesforce leadership?
Thank you very much. And I used to work for IUCN for 5 years, many years ago, so it's always good to be back. In fact, I've worked on this topic for 24 years on climate and nature, and I'd like to take a minute to take stock how far we've come. When we adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal, there were 1,400 businesses, some of the biggest businesses in the world, at COP, unprecedented. So there's a lot of attention being paid to nature. I no longer have to go into boardrooms and explain what is biodiversity. People have gotten that memo. Now the question is what to do about it. And of course there a standard like the NBS standard is helpful, but there are several misperceptions, I think, between NGOs and the private sector in particular, and also between the public sector and the private sector. And I made a decision 1.5 years ago to leave my comfort zone after 20 years in public service and join global tech companies. So Salesforce is a market leader in customer relationship management and artificial intelligence. We have about 200,000 corporate and public sector customers worldwide, but also 54,000 NGOs. And by the way, you can get 10 licenses for free if you're an NGO. So that customer base, how do we mobilize them to take not only climate but also nature into account? So to that end, we try to lead by example. We published a nature positive strategy in April of this year, committed $100 million for an ecosystem restoration and climate justice fund in grants, committed to restore and conserve 100 million additional trees, and that led us to the mangrove breakthrough, which IUCN is part of, and the Global Mangrove Alliance. And we also want to purchase at least 1 million tons of high-quality blue carbon by 2025. And that's a market, for example, that doesn't exist yet. How do we build that kind of market? And again, standards are super important. We're also a proud investor in Silvera, a rating agency, and more for this whole space. And I think what we need to do in the next few years, and that might be uncomfortable for some NGOs as well, is we have to build a multi-billion-dollar nature conservation and restoration market with the right approach. So how do you ensure when you invest $1 billion in mangrove in Queensland, we just raised Securities just raised a mangrove bond, how do you ensure you do that so it has benefits for people and for the climate and for biodiversity? This is absolutely doable. I mean, look around you in this skyline here. Humans can do incredible things. And if we move nature from a nice to have to being critical infrastructure for humanity and for our civilization, then you not only mobilize from millions to billions to potentially trillions, but you also mobilize all that ingenuity, that capacity, that innovation, the knowledge that is not there yet. I like to use the example of the UK. 4% of the UK's emissions come from peatlands. 6% of Germany's emissions come from peatlands. There's absolutely no economic activity worth speaking of going on there. It's marginal agricultural land. There's a bit of cattle ranching, potato farming. It would be an absolute low-hanging fruit to stop all peatland use in the EU. But who do you call if the government then says we spend €1 billion on restoring all the peatlands? There is no company that does that. And NGOs are not in the business of doing work at that scale. What they're in the business of is doing a standard that can enable and empower businesses to play that role and move to that scale. So, and test and pilot and guide and hold accountable what is happening in that multi-billion-dollar market that we have to generate. And of course, public finance is essential to kickstart that. So coming quickly back to Salesforce, what we're doing, we ran a series of webinars, for example, this year to encourage other companies to launch a nature-positive strategy. We have not said we will become a nature-positive business because that's difficult to monitor and measure, but we want to contribute to a nature-positive world. And we're now going out there and speaking to all our fellow corporates how to do a strategy, what should be in it, how to link it with their climate action plan, and also how to buy high-quality carbon credits that have high biodiversity and high social benefits, because the voluntary carbon market works. There are a few things that didn't work and that have gone wrong, but there are so many good projects for nature that would not be there today without the voluntary carbon market, that we have to keep investing and we have to increase investments while we draw down emissions at the same time. So that's in our plan, and that's what we're evangelizing in the corporate sector as Salesforce.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, public-private partnership, that would be the key, because NGOs, UN agencies, they can't, we can't just resolve everything. We need to come together in an integrated approach. It's a good segue. I come to you, Sam, that Sylvia is not, carbon standard, but offers a carbon credit rating. So how do you work an additional review of this and existing standard, and how can they support high quality, high integrity investment in carbon projects? So.
For sure. So, oh gosh, that's loud. So when you look at the market, historically, it's been driven by methodologies. So, for example, Verra is the biggest carbon standard, but there are a number of those standards, and they produce and they set the rules around how carbon credits can be manufactured, essentially. So they curate the methodologies, they curate a set of auditors who then audit and make sure that the methodologies have been complied with, and then credits have been issued into the market. Now, this has been a new system. It's essentially an innovation which has happened over the last 10, 15 years, and we're all learning, and there have been mistakes that have been made, and there have been some issues in actually assuring the quality of that process of manufacture. And so essentially what we do is we're overlaying a system of quality assurance, so making sure that each project that's been produced is actually doing what it said it would. So we assess each project using advanced machine learning, satellite data, analytical research, the latest data science that's available, and we assess the performance of the project. So if it's, for example, a forest protection project, we assess how much carbon is stored in that forest. Is the claims of that project, is that actually tallying up with what we're seeing on the ground? And we produce a rating for that. We then look at the additionality of the project. So most all projects will deal with a counterfactual. So they'll have to say what would have happened in that project area if the project hadn't intervened. And so we make sure that that's been calculated correctly. So again, we're a second pair of eyes actually assessing whether there's any gaming or issues that have happened there. And then the third thing we look at is the permanence or the likely storage, the storage duration of the carbon that's stored in that project. Now, why is that important? Well, you know, as Tim says, it's actually quite difficult for a large international corporate to assess the quality of any nature-based solutions project. If you're a food manufacturer or a card manufacturer or a software company, you're not going to have specialists who are able to model the performance of a forestry protection project. And it's really important for them that they're investing in trusted, high-quality projects because they want to know that the capital that they're committing to these projects are going to have real impact. And it's really important for the market's integrity and ability to scale that there is that trust. And so we're providing that data to empower them to maximize the impact of their investments in nature and bring trust into the system. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. I think one of our speakers, Paul, is not here, right? I'm just wondering if came late. Okay. World Business Council, you know, you have hundreds of members. How are you facilitating mainstreaming of all this? You know, capacity gaps are there, knowledge gaps are there, some policy gaps. So what is your strategy? How are you moving forward with companies, all these challenges?
Thank you, Ali. First of all, I'm also ex-IUCN, 15 years in the family. So as they say, you never leave. Once at IUCN, you never leave. So I'm happy to be here. And I was there when the nature-based solution standard was developed, which I think is something that I brought with me at WBCSD and really tried to make sure that it's clearly understood that it's not another way of labeling a nature project, but it's a very different approach to look at, you know, nature as a solution, but making sure that it's an integrated approach with nature, people, and biodiversity, and addressing social challenges. So first of all, now I'm at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We are in a coalition, a CEO coalition of over 230 companies. We work on different topics. We have a very strong nature agenda. And as part of this nature agenda, we have a subsection working on nature-based solutions. And what is interesting is we are trying to figure out what is the role of nature-based solutions for business. So, and there are two groups. One is the natural climate solutions and the voluntary carbon market. And I'll tell you a little bit about that because that's exactly actually my main project. But we are also trying to dive into the bigger opportunities that nature-based solutions. So it's not just climate challenges that nature-based solutions address, but are also other societal challenges, as with IUCN was developed. And I think there we are looking into, and is actually a work we are currently doing, hopefully will soon be available, turning it around and even in language, making it accessible to business and talking about are not just societal challenges, but also business challenges. So for a business to understand, okay, this type of solution, I have this problem, this is when I can use it, right? So this is an example of what we are doing to promote nature-based solutions, because we truly believe in this idea of you can have a nature intervention, a conservation or a restoration intervention well done, can have multiple benefits. They're not called benefits, I totally agree with you. Now, on the carbon side of the story, the idea there was businesses can finance nature, which is 30% of the climate mitigation solution, through the voluntary carbon market. However, as Tim said, they have to be really well done. We can't afford to have businesses financing projects that then end up on the front page because they have problems on social issues, baseline issues, and so on. So our work, and so I lead the Natural Climate Solution Alliance, is really about knowledge, developing knowledge and raising awareness of companies on how to buy high quality natural climate solutions. This is why we work also with Silvera, with a whole group. I mean, we have 80 companies and solution providers supporting us to really define what is it, what can company do, where can they get the information. As you said, you know, a car maker, their business is to make cars. We have to make it easy. If we tell them, go out and buy, you know, 100,000 credits a year, they have to, we can't expect them to set up a, you know, a whole unit of 10, 20 experts in nature and societal issues and so on. So there is an infrastructure that is building out there with, you know, standards, actors such as Silvera and, you know, standard setting, rating, and the Natural Climate Solution Alliance. Our role is to help businesses, especially the businesses that are still kind of, so we, you know, not the Salesforce that they have already invested. We use Salesforce and other companies to show, saying, listen, these are good businesses, but then we need to mainstream this. We can't just afford to have 10 businesses purchasing. We need all businesses in, all businesses to make their contribution as little as it is, because, you know, we need scale.
Thank you, Julia. Nature-based solution standard and all the work has been led also together with, you know, Commission for Ecosystem Management. Sorry. Okay. So now we have the chair of SEM with us. So Angela, how would you respond to all the interventions, and overall also you've been part of this publication also and standards, so over to you.
Thank you, Ali. After having worked for several years in the development of the nature-based solutions standard, we internally in the Commission on Ecosystem Management, we review some of the existing initiatives related to carbon market approaches, and we realized that there is a lot of progress in the development of standards for carbon accounting, for example, but we found out that they frequently, or I think is quite general, that they do not address conservation and ecosystem integrity and other and wider sustainability accounting. So to safeguard ecosystems and enhance biodiversity conservation, we really need to change the approach. And as was already mentioned, we have to move from co-benefits and assessing co-benefits to start understanding carbon mitigation as part of the ecosystem services that are provided by natural ecosystems. Because if we don't follow really the ecological process, we may increase trade-offs across ecosystems. And we have to really assess the role of different ecosystem services. So we cannot benefit or follow more carbon storage, carbon sequestration at the expense of other services. So the message is that we really need to address all these topics in an integrated manner. And this is included and is proposed by the IUCN Global Standard, specifically criteria 3 that refers to net gains in biodiversity and also ecosystem integrity. So this is very important because we know at this point that there is a large amount of money that is captured via, for example, carbon taxes or emission trading systems. And we also know the important role that voluntary markets are playing these days. And they are focused in different ecosystem types. There are some that are focused on peatlands, on wetlands, or we know the history of dealing with forest ecosystems. Nowadays, there are more initiatives on grasslands, and for sure, there will be more initiatives focused on agroecosystems. But what we really would like to see is a better link between biodiversity in the design phase of any operational action, including a monitoring phase of all the process. And also, we would like to see a better pricing of these carbon credits, addressing the gaps of greenhouse gas emissions accounting. In many cases, they are only focused on carbon, but there are other gases that should be considered. And we see that there are not appropriate policies and regulations that allow benefit sharing to all the stakeholders. So really, we would like to see an improvement in these policies, make sure that ecosystem integrity plays a key role and is the best way to assess and incorporate biodiversity in these kind of initiatives, and also really avoid and minimize impacts in biodiversity hotspots, and make sure that all these funds can really contribute to improve biodiversity conservation and recovery of ecosystem services that are degraded in many parts of the world. So I think these are topics that are already included in the IUCN Global Standard, and I think that what we really need to do is to start testing and making use of the standard that is a knowledge product developed by IUCN and really may contribute in the, well, in the present, but more in the future when there will be even more more funding coming from all these sources that I mentioned, and improve and enhance biodiversity, because otherwise we will be playing in different areas, and the synergies and the potential trade-offs are critical and should be addressed.
Thank you, Adela. Again, checking Paul Senna if you joined. Okay. So now, any reflections, questions, or your own experiences? So I'll open the floor before coming to the second round. Anyone want to join anything or any reflection, question? No? Very clear or very complex? Okay. Shouldn't be all tired by it's just a midday. Okay, let's come to the second round. I'll come to you, Atika, that investment policies in carbon projects and the purpose of the investment and location standard, how you working at AFD to have high integrity and the quality, how are you ensuring that?
Thank you very much. So far, AFD hasn't directly invested in carbon markets, but we are seeing a growth, mainly driven, as we heard, by corporate commitments to net zero strategies. And we see that there is a high demand for nature-based credits, including in forestry and land use. On the bright side, it's an opportunity for more private sector investment into nature conservation. That's and another advantage of it is also the duration during which we can mobilize carbon credits can be issued, which is way more than usual financing. It could be, for instance, 25 years. And when we know that in our development projects, one of the issues is how to finance OPEX, because we don't finance OPEX, we finance CAPEX. That's maybe one solution and something to look at. But we have 2 points of attention, and I believe maybe the panel would have the same. The first one is, for us, carbon offset should only be here to complement the actions that are done by corporates to reduce its own emissions. So it's only for the residual emissions, to ensure that we are a little bit scared that maybe the development of carbon offsetting may reduce the ambition in terms of corporate, in terms of GHG emissions reduction. The other one is the quality, as you rightly mentioned, of the ecosystem-based credits. Because we know that in the past there were sometimes some mistakes, I might say, and one of which that I will mention here is the lack of taking into account, or not taking into account enough, the local communities in terms of benefits from the carbon credit. So we believe that AFD, as a public development bank, we can play a role in the emergence of high value, high quality carbon credits. Not only us, we are modest. There are also others, like Asian Development Bank we are working with, for instance. And that's why in this year we have developed a position paper for group on carbon credits. And these principles are actually really consistent with the ones that IUCN developed for the Net Zero Guide, especially the reference to SBTI and other integrity initiatives, and the pursuit or the research of other benefits than just carbon, that, like I said, especially we have a big point of attention on the social benefits. So the principles that we have put in this position paper, and here I will use my notes to be sure that I'm in line with the principles. The first one is we are going to promote a carbon, biodiversity, and communities approach. We want to be sure that we are ensuring that there are benefits for indigenous people and local communities. And first, in our start, we will prioritize ecosystem preservation projects, generating sequestration credit. We also want, usually AFD works at with national counterparts, so we can work also with local authorities, but it's the main part of our job is with national authorities. So we want to be sure that it's not only a project per se, but also we are contributing to the framework in the country when it's not existing, and we can contribute to an ambitious national strategy. As I said, we are also referring to the standards that are existing at the moment. And we do the same also for adaptation. We are trying to, and for long-term strategy, we're trying to rely on local expertise. So we are trying, when we are building the projects, to mobilize whatever is available when it is available. So usually, and there's an example that I really like on the long-term strategies, for instance, is that we are trying to promote a cooperation between a French institute of research called IDRI on long-term strategy and local departments of research, when it exists, of course, to be sure that it's not only something that is brought, but also something that is built together when it is possible. And we want also, maybe in a second term, to look at payment for environmental services or biodiversity credits, to look at other ways of mobilizing financing for nature. And we will have a gradual approach. I think you might have felt it from my presentation that we will have a point of attention. We're going slowly to be sure that we are trying to minimize any mistake that could occur. And we will start next year with a few pilot projects. We have decided internally to focus first on blue carbon projects. And actually you were talking about the mangroves, so that will be our first focus, to focus on mangroves restoration in Cambodia, Tanzania, and Senegal. But we will really start slowly and try to learn by doing. And that's also why we participate to all these events, to try also to bring our expertise and to be sure that we are taking all the knowledge that is available.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very critical that we have good projects, because unless and until you have projects, you can't go into what are the good practices and best practices which can then transform into guidance. So that's where we all are facing challenges. Sam, I will come to you, that how do you analyze while doing this balance of multiple benefits? As we all know now, just focusing on one and then doing monitoring evaluation around one thing, there might be some negative impacts on other. So how are you doing it? Any example you want to share?
We produce a co-benefits rating, so we actually look at the inputs in terms of community engagement, and we also look at the amount of biodiversity present in the area that's being protected or generated if you're looking at a restoration or afforestation project. But I think what's actually really interesting is when you're assessing, for example, the additionality of a project and the permanence of a project, you actually are then drawn into assessing what would have traditionally been called the co-benefits of the project. Because for a project to be additional, or for it to actually be driving change, almost always that requires the project developers to work with the local communities and understand what are the drivers of deforestation in this area and how do we tackle them? And so the best nature-based solutions projects actually have very comprehensive community engagement projects and also are very actively looking at the biodiversity drivers in the area as well. And then similarly, if you're looking at the permanence of a project, i.e. how likely is it to actually contribute in a lasting way to the protection of that ecosystem or generating a new, restoring an ecosystem in a lasting way, again, you need to be looking at, is it creating a system and a situation which is stable and in a long term prioritizes and benefits the local communities as well as the ecosystem. So you actually, when we're assessing the core carbon benefits of the projects, you actually get drawn into assessing the way in which it's relating to the communities and the ecosystem itself. So actually, the best projects are already doing this, and we assess that in the methodologies. Yeah.
It's so critical. We have seen so many failures because many a time for the greater good, local communities, indigenous communities' benefits are compromised. So that's critical that whatever we are doing, local communities, there must be an economic return on investment for local communities also, not just for the world or planet. That's where many a time projects are failing or not having local ownership. Then they remain, alive during the project duration, and once investment is out, everything is back to normal or usual. Okay, I'll come to you, Tim. What aspects of your work you investing on restoration and other aspect? Any example you want to share?
So we basically have two pots of money to use for nature, or three, in fact. So there's our grant fund, but then we are a large purchase of carbon credits on the voluntary carbon market, mostly nature-based solutions. And we also have this 100 million tree commitment where we just did an evaluation of the 15 countries we've invested in, all the projects, what worked, what didn't work so well. We actually had some problems. So we sent teams to the field. We used the highest available satellite resolution data to see, are these trees there? Are they growing? Have they survived? What are the survival rates? And we do find exactly what Sam said, and what I think we all know, that the strongest projects are those driven by community benefits. And those benefits are not only monetary. They can also be increased yields, increased agricultural yields from agroforestry, increased fisheries from marine protected areas, increased livelihood opportunities from mangrove restoration. So those are the most successful projects that we see. I want to make one point on the voluntary carbon market, and just to put this in perspective, if the largest 1,700 companies in the world only offset 10% of their emissions, it would generate $1 trillion. I think that's unrealistic. There's a big if, because it's voluntary, right? Why do these companies, why should they invest? What is the point? If you only get beaten up and you get on the front page of The Guardian, most companies tell us, no, thank you. This is way too risky. We're not going to invest there. So I think the more realistic figure is sort of with the leaders, but it's still like 30 to 50 billion by 2030. And the reason we need this money urgently for nature is because it can test the larger investments that must come from public infrastructure money, from domestic investments. So we need this money urgently. We need it now for more investments. So please do help us to ensure that we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There's a lot of criticisms of these 10 companies that are we're always the same people on these panels. I know all of them. And of course, what we do is very transparent. We're open about our failures as well. And we get criticized. And then there's hundreds of companies that are very risk averse, and they speak to their legal departments, and they say, well, why should we invest in this thing called nature? It seems messy. So please help us to ensure that we do these things as best as we can. We learn while we do it together. We have a platform called the Trillion Trees Initiative, 1t.org. There's 91 companies now learning together. There has to be some safety in numbers in the private sector, and there has to be some safety in being allowed to fail and learn and then succeed. That's a basic principle of business. So if we want to get more businesses to invest in nature, we have to allow for some joint learning, and this is again where the standard comes in so useful to ensure, yes, this is what we're doing, and this is the best we know at present. It has to have social benefits, has to have biodiversity and climate benefits, and then we can succeed together.
Thank you, Tim. Julia, just building on this, companies have risk, they see how and why. So if you come to the why now, how, you're working on that why should they invest, and any capacity building measures or instruments you are working on?
So I have to say this has been the most challenging sector I worked in all my long career. And in order to make the business case, I mean, in other sectors I worked, there was always a good angle. For this one, it's very hard. As Justin said, we are asking companies to put more money on the table with giving them no incentives. I mean, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So as WBCSD now we are trying to explore this concept, which actually was initiated by SBTI, of the beyond value chain actions, the importance of also investing beyond value chain, because at the end of the day, the goals of net zero and nature positive are societal targets, right? It doesn't matter if 10 companies do their good job. What we need is to change at the societal level. So to start getting companies to understand that they have to look at their own value chains, but in fact, it's actually more. Now, the big challenge is, but then what is my incentive to do more if the others don't do it? And when I do it, I get attacked, right? So we are having good discussions with key standard setters, with SBTI, then the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, and these are for the demand side, very important players to kind of where we need alignment, right? It's not a black and white. It's either you do perfect SBTI and then wait until you're at net zero in 2050. Honestly, it'd be a little bit too late. We know that we have some targets in 2030 that are important at the planetary level, and that what can we do, right, to make sure that we mobilize funding to going to the right thing at the same time without taking away the attention to what must be done at the company level. So this requires a lot of movement of standards, politics, and this is something that WBCSD is highly involved in. We are also now fully into the driving seat with the greenhouse gas protocol, key player also in this, because SBTI sets the target, GAGP sets how you account for your emissions. Really important, what counts, what doesn't count, what counts outside, what counts inside. And we are, open-minded. We are very, also our principles are decarbonization first, but we need to listen also to what is possible, right? So looking especially at scope 3, which is for a company, is an incredibly high, tall, ask to do, 90% of their scope 3 like this. So how do we create this movement to do the right thing in decarbonization, but also mobilizing funding for nature that is beyond value chain? And these projects, frankly, are 100% additional because they will receive zero finance in the, otherwise, unless it's the voluntary carbon market. And a point that you made about the difference in finance, we speak with a lot of project developers and communities on the ground. And something that really touched me always from the beginning was they said, we so much more prefer the financing coming from the voluntary carbon market because we know it's for the long term. We have a role to play. We have a job, right? It's not going out and it's not grant giving that we are there for 2 years and maybe then the philanthropy just stops and changes his mind or they goes to another priority. So it's giving value to their resources. So it is a very important mechanism with, yes, some challenges, but I think if we are all open-minded and just don't read the front page of The Guardian, we would make a lot of progress.
Any other reactions? Or yes, please. Do we have a mic or something here? Okay, yeah, please. Could we have the second question also, and then, yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. So, Julia, you want to react first? Yeah.
So maybe I take the
Okay.
supply side and Tim can take the demand side
Yeah.
of the equation of the criticism and the risk. So from a business perspective, the attacks are on two sides. One is the quality of the credits being attacked, and then the other side is how you use it, so what the demand. So on the supply side, it's true, there are some projects that were not developed. And let's not forget, we are criticizing today with the technology we have today, with the knowledge we have, the understanding today of projects that started 10, 15 years ago, which is not excuse, but to say that now the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market has set up a benchmark standard for all carbon credits. So all methodologies that, will get there, they will apply to become CCP compliant and be able to, so a buyer can know which projects fulfills 10 principles and specific criteria, which includes also revenue and benefit sharings, include FPIC where they're indigenous peoples. There are a lot of very strong sustainability safeguards and accounting, strong accounting and so on. So that's on the quality side. Of course, it takes time. Now they just launched like 2 months ago. We hope that they're going to have CCP labeled projects sometimes in 2024. So companies will have an easier life to say, okay, we buy CCP labels, but they still have to do a due diligence. And that's where also companies like Silvera come into the game. But then there is the other side of the criticism is how to use it. So maybe Tim, that is more in your court.
So basically what mobilize companies are two things, risk and reward. So it has to be one or the other as the driver. And in this case, for us, the incentive to not only invest in emission reductions within our company, but also purchase carbon credits is the reward to be seen as a climate leader. And that, I think, could mobilize dozens, if not hundreds of companies. So there has to be some incentive that says you're doing more than you're required. And now the VCMI launched, Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative launched a new claims code of practice last week that will help with that. So that can say, you do both. To Atika's point, you reduce and invest. You reduce your carbon footprint, and that's of course hard for many hard to abate industries, especially the oil and gas sector. And there has to be a lot of scrutiny around their claims. We don't want nature-based excuses. We want nature-based solutions. And so you have to reduce and invest, and that should be the new norm. And every CEO in the climate crisis has to do both. If you only do one of the two, you're not doing the right thing. You're only doing reduction internally, but not investing in external, beyond your value chain mitigation. You're not doing enough. If you're only investing, but you don't reduce your emissions, you're also not doing enough. So those are the two things we have to look at, and then we can de-risk this whole space at the moment. And on the supply side, I agree with Julia that there's a lot of movements now on transparency and and quality of the supply side. And Silvera is in the business of answering the second question. I think that's their bread and butter.
Developments happening. So, I mean, already there are global products that are available. So Global Forest Watch is a program that's made available through the WRI, through funding from the WRI, and you can actually get already global level data on the pace of deforestation. Now that data is pretty rough, so in some areas it's quite inaccurate, but it's enough to give you a sense of the trend. When you're talking about very high resolution models available at a global scale, we as Silvera are building that, and there are a few other players who are investing pretty heavily in that. It's quite challenging because to get a very high resolution model, you basically need to combine several sources of satellite data. So you need multispectral imagery, radar data, ideally LiDAR data, and you need to properly calibrate it. And you also need to use different models for different biomes. So for example, if you were to look at a dryland forest in sub-Saharan Africa, the way that behaves and the way you monitor it is quite different to a moist tropical forest in, say, for example, an Amazonian region. So and again, mangroves are completely different. So you have to build, to get a global product, you actually have to build a library of 50 to 100 models, if not more, that have been properly calibrated with proper calibration data, ideally LiDAR data and some soil sampling as well, because you want to integrate soil into those models. Again, methane data, there are high quality methane products out there, but I think, like, you know, I'm almost doing myself out of a job here in saying it is important that we have more and more granular data to empower us to make high quality decisions, but we already know what we need to be doing. And so the main issue in the climate movement is we all know what we're doing. Better data would help us make better decisions, but we're not displaying the sort of urgency we need to in terms of this sort of action. So I wouldn't wait on better satellite data products to start protecting nature, but it will help us. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I know there might be more questions or something, Claire, but we are running out of time. So thank you very much, and let's give an applause for our panelists and all those. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tom. KM, do you want to just tell Tom to hop up on? All right, you ready?
Great. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this event on the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. My name's Melanie Coath. I work for the RSPB, which is the UK partner of BirdLife International. And I'm going to start by giving you just a little bit of context about what the event is today, and then I'm going to introduce you to our wonderful panelists on the stage with us at the moment. So the focus of this COP28, very much is around accountability. We have the global stocktake process scrutinizing parties' ambition on climate change. So that really gives us a critical opportunity to look at nature's role in climate action and to highlight the need to pursue a joined-up, synergistic approach that aligns climate and biodiversity. So the science shows that this is critical. We know this already. It's just really important that we land this in policy, and the global stocktake is a brilliant opportunity for doing that. We need to do that at convention level, connecting the UN Convention on Biodiversity with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change that we are negotiating here. It also needs to be delivered in countries' national plans. So it was in response to that need for interconnected policy that the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use that was launched at COP26, it was signed 2 years ago and underlined the important role that forests play around the world in meeting both climate and biodiversity targets. So we know that forests are a critical ecosystem in the fight against climate change. We know that they store vast amounts of carbon in the trees and in the soils. They act to regulate weather systems, and they provide resilience in the face of climate change. So we warmly welcomed the declaration when it was signed by 145 countries with its focus on halting and reversing deforestation and land use degradation. However, declarations are fine, but we really need to see action on the ground. And there's a real risk that without some improved level of accountability, the Glasgow Leaders Declaration is likely to fail to deliver on its promise. And we know that many forest agreements have in the past. So, to be honest, the last 2 years have been sobering. We've seen increased loss of primary rainforest in the tropics. We've continued to see high rates of forest loss and degradation from industrial logging in the global north. However, these trends, like the global stocktake, can also be a wake-up call. We know that leaders must not just put commitments on a page and then walk away. They need to build that long overdue accountability into forest governance in order to kind of foster a global, equitable action on forest protection. So that's why my organisation, the RSPB, Climate Action Network International, and more than 100 other organisations from around the world have all signed on to a letter to countries to support and enable the creation of a Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. So the intention of this is to establish mechanisms for correcting the existing long-standing inequities that have put the focus on forest protection on tropical countries, with northern countries often failing to even acknowledge their own impacts. So that's a bit of context for what we're trying to establish here today, and I'm delighted to introduce our panel, and they're going to explore how a Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework can position the Glasgow Leaders Declaration to achieve its ambitious and essential targets. I'm going to start off by introducing Jennifer Skeen. She is the Natural Climate Solutions Policy Manager at NRDC and is the brains behind the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. So to tell you a little bit more about Jennifer, she works across global policy to address forest degradation in northern forests, and her advocacy focuses on the climate and biodiversity impacts of industrial logging. She focuses particularly on boreal and temperate forests and addresses the challenges of developed countries avoiding scrutiny on their forest impacts. Jennifer's also a clinical lecturer at Yale Law School and a member of the World Commission on Environmental Law. And she'll be speaking today on the global inequities in forest governance and the vision for the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. So Jennifer, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mel, and thank you to you all for being here, and thank you, of course, to IUCN for hosting this event at their pavilion. As Mel mentioned, when the Glasgow Leaders Declaration was signed almost exactly 2 years ago, it was really quite groundbreaking, committing countries to ending not just deforestation, but also land degradation by 2030. But as Mel alluded to in her opening, it was also built upon an incredibly troubled and fractured foundation of international forest policy. And without addressing that, the Glasgow Leaders Declaration is unfortunately very likely to just become another missed opportunity to truly advance forest protection and to really usher in an era of transformative change. And of course, at this point, we have no time left for that to happen. So I want to talk today a little bit about why the Glasgow Leaders Declaration is already falling short, why we can't seem to get global progress around forest protection. And there are a number of systemic factors, but maybe the most insidious and pervasive is the fact that for more than 30 years, our global policy framework has ignored essentially half of the world and has really only been paying attention to deforestation in the tropics, essentially giving a free pass to the very significant forest impacts that are happening in the global north. So, for example, we have countries like Canada and Sweden, which are very passionately calling for changes to policy in the tropics and to halting deforestation in the tropics. Meanwhile, they are clear-cutting their own forests and calling it sustainable forest management. So in the past 2 decades, just to give you a sense of the scope of what this looks like, industrial logging in northern forests has actually been the single largest driver of tree cover loss in the world. Canada clear cuts more than 1.3 million acres of forests every year, much of this in irreplaceable primary and old growth forests. Sweden clear cut nearly 1/4 of its unprotected old growth between 2003 and 2019 and is currently on track to wipe out its remaining old growth by 2070. And of course, Canada and Sweden are known as beacons of sustainability around the world, and they're certainly not alone in being northern countries that are having these devastating impacts on their forests and sort of hiding it under the guise of sustainable forest management. And we talk about the importance of the tropics, and they are absolutely critical from a biodiversity and a climate perspective, but so are northern forests. These are some of the most carbon-dense terrestrial ecosystems in the world and home to at-risk species like boreal caribou and billions of migratory songbirds. And logging, according to a recent estimate, is actually responsible for about 10% of global emissions. So it's having quite a devastating impact, and it's gone completely unacknowledged. So the question is, how do they get away with this? Well, it's through things like flawed forest carbon accounting, but even more foundationally, it's through what I already mentioned, which is not calling what they're doing deforestation. So most of us would see a clear cut and think that is a deforested area. There are no trees anywhere around. But actually, the term is only applied when you're actually converting a forest to an entirely different land use, like a palm oil plantation or a cattle ranch. So again, Canada and Sweden can be having these impacts and claiming near zero deforestation. So one thing that was really quite groundbreaking about the Glasgow Leaders Declaration is it didn't just include deforestation. It includes land degradation, which would capture the impacts of industrial logging. But unfortunately, this lack of scrutiny for the global north is so embedded in international policy, and northern countries have gotten so good at evading accountability that even with this language embedded in there, and with the endorsement of countries like Canada and Sweden, there's basically been, over the last 2 years, no acknowledgement that the GLD also applies to the global north. So that brings us to the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework, which is really geared toward positioning the Glasgow Declaration to achieve what past agreements haven't. And in order to do that, we have to reckon with that fundamental inequity through really building cooperative accountability mechanisms that will foster meaningful action and really drive transformative change. And, of course, the fact that northern countries haven't been pulling their weight undermines their credibility in calling for action from the tropics. So that's a big reason why there's been so little progress globally for so long. But also when we talk about global markets, this is a global paradigm and a globally connected community. And so having these standards that apply universally in alignment between the global north and the global south around what exactly we're trying to halt and trying to protect is absolutely essential to propelling action everywhere. And so that's what really the GDAF is geared toward. Through transparency, through facilitating policy and finance commitments, and through driving alignment around common standards and metrics. So making sure that there's a common understanding that the Glasgow Declaration should be implemented by all countries domestically. Ensuring that everybody is reporting rates of deforestation and land degradation to include things like the devastating loss of primary forests and old growth forests. Shared policy pledges to align around best practices and needed concerted action around things like investing in indigenous-led protection. To wrap up, we're really at a very profoundly important moment for forests, and the actions that the international community takes over just the next couple of years is really going to dictate the future of our forests. And this is about building accountability. It's about creating aligned, synergistic actions between countries and between climate and biodiversity. And it's about creating new tools to facilitate truly transformative change. And at its core, it's about equity. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, and a really clear justification there for why we need a Glasgow Declaration accountability framework. I'd now like to warmly introduce Sikade. So Sikade Egbuwalu is the desk officer for the Convention on Biological Diversity at the Federal Ministry of Environment in Nigeria. She has been central to Nigeria's global leadership on biodiversity protection, including its strong support of 30 by 30. She's also been a powerful voice calling for international finance mechanisms, as well as oceans protection and addressing power disparities in the climate negotiations. So she'll be sharing today Nigeria's leading vision on forest protection and the role that the GDAF, as we can call it now, Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework, can play. So Sikade, could you tell us about how and why global equity is essential to international action on climate change and nature protection? And what do you currently see as the greatest barriers to fostering that equity, and how can governments address this?
Thank you, Marilyn. I think I've spoken about this issue of global equity and the reason why it is essential to international action at the NRDC event at UNGA, but I'm going to touch that again. Jen has touched some of the points I had wanted to mention, and I also want to thank you all for being here. When you want to halt forest loss and you want to address forest degradation while you promote forest restoration, there are potentials that are needed that can contribute to about 1/3 of the climate change mitigation that scientists have identified that is required to meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement by 2030. And I think one of the biggest obstacles to the progress of achieving this commitment is the perception that the fight against forest degradation is the fight that should be tackled by the global South countries. Jen has said that clearly. And our own belief is that we are all affected by the harmful effect of climate change. It cut across all countries of the world and biodiversity loss. And when you degrade forest anywhere in the world, it has dire consequences for everyone on the planet. So I think government can address the barriers by developing and enhancing common reporting, monitoring, and metrics that ensures nature protections commitments are implemented to the same standard. I mean, if we take commitment on nature protection be it at the CBD or at the UNFCCC, it should be implemented by all countries, and we shouldn't leave the responsibility for the countries in the Global South to follow suit on this commitment. I would like to share how my region, my continent, Africa, how we've been leading the way. And for instance, African countries are seeking for the development of enhanced and common reporting, monitoring, and metrics to ensure that the commitments enshrined in the Glasgow Leaders Declaration are implemented to the same standard within and outside the tropics to allow for shared progress towards the declaration goals. And African countries that are signatories to the Glasgow Leaders Declarations reached a consensus to support the development of the Glasgow Declaration accountability framework that Jen mentioned earlier as a means of driving global progress and promoting greater equity between forest protection standards. This is enshrined in the AMSEN Declaration, that's the African Ministerial Conference on Environment Declaration, that came out in August this year, just I think that should be about 3 months ago. So we are leading the way, and we're calling on all countries, especially the Global North, to join African countries in driving this global process. And the vision of my country, Nigeria, and the rest of Africa is to ensure that the development of the accountability framework ensures and unites the world and respond as one in implementing most of this commitment, all of this commitment in my own understanding. We believe that the solutions that is needed for delivering the Glasgow Pledge must be inclusive of both tropical and non-tropical forests. Jen mentioned that. And also the accountability framework allows us to see forests not simply as resources to exploit, but as a vital integral part of the global ecosystem, where North and South are both held accountable, where public scrutiny of forest management is something that concerns not our forests as much as scrutiny of industries does in the tropical forest. We encourage all global North countries to join us, especially African countries, by supporting the development of the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. Thank you.
Equity is such a fundamental principle here, and it's really important to ground it in this, and we really appreciate your personal leadership and Nigeria's leadership in this conversation. Thank you. I'd now like to turn to Attorney Ray Thomas Fernandez Kabigting. Welcome. He is the current legal officer and officer in charge of the Forest Investment Development Division in the Forest Management Bureau of the Philippines. Mr. Kabigting was the Chief of the Environment Forestry Section in 2020 until his appointment as the Bureau's legal officer in 2022. So under his tenure, the section was able to update the Philippines' National REDD+ Action Plan, submit the country's forest reference level, and institutionalize the National Forest Monitoring System. He's also registered in the UNFCCC's roster of experts. And aside from this, Mr. Kabigting is also the official representative of the Bureau in the Presidential Mining Industry Environment Awards National Executive Committee. So today he will be discussing some of the Philippines' inspiring progress on forest monitoring and protection. So over to you.
Yes, so first of all, good afternoon. It's my honor to be part of this panel. And well, as you read earlier, the Philippines already has a national forest monitoring system. So the main driver for that activity was that we wanted to participate in REDD+, and we wanted to be able to be transparent in a way that whenever we would report results from projects using the REDD+ strategy, it would be based on numbers and maps, and not just narratives and how you want to you want other people to perceive your forest rehabilitation. So in a way, the Philippines is kind of upscaling its capacities on remote sensing and on GIS more specifically. And so for next year, to complete our national forest monitoring system, we are actually developing our satellite land monitoring system to be able to produce a more frequent source for activity data for monitoring forest management and other interventions that you do towards forest rehabilitation.
Thanks so much. Really, really welcome the leadership and showing how this is already happening on the ground in the Philippines. That's fantastic. Yeah, great. So I now want to hand over to our final speaker, also from the Philippines. So I'd like to introduce KM Reyes. KM is a conservation lobbyist, a community organizer, and National Geographic explorer based on Palawan Island, which is known as the Philippines' last biodiversity frontier. So she is co-founder of the women-led frontline organization Center for Sustainability, Philippines, whose mission is to conserve the Philippines' last remaining 3% of pristine national rainforest through the establishment of legal protected areas. And also, the Center for Sustainability also leads Southeast Asia's 30 by 30 campaign. And this successfully lobbied for the Philippines to join the High Ambition Coalition to protect 30% of global land and water. So KM is also project manager of Asia Pacific at the global reforestation charity One Tree Planted, which supports frontline goals in landscape restoration in a dozen countries across the world, across the region. And she's done a lot of stuff, so I'm going to keep going. KM also sits on the advisory committee of the Forest Declaration platform, which is dedicated to turning commitments into action under the New York Declaration on Forests and the Glasgow Leaders Declaration. So today, KM is going to speak about forest protection efforts in the Philippines and the importance of the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework and equity to the global process. So,
perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry that bio was so long. I don't think everyone needed to know that much about me. But yeah, what I wanted to do today is maybe just share a little bit about our experiences at CS, at the Center for Sustainability, and what this kind of framework could mean for us. So firstly, 2 years ago, I was at COP26 when the Glasgow Leaders Declaration came out. And as a frontline organization, it was extremely exciting for us to see so many countries come on board, including the Philippines, which was very exciting. And there are some key takeaways as a frontline organization that I wanted to highlight that I think were really important that came out of that. So some of them were, the first one was that the declaration decided that they wanted to support Indigenous peoples and local communities and who depend on forests for livelihood and have a key role in stewardship. It also wanted to facilitate trade and development policies that do not drive deforestation and land degradation. It wants to recognize the rights of IPs and LCs, and it wants to reaffirm and increase finance to support IPs and LCs in forest management, conservation, and restoration. So these are all really lofty goals, and I'm very positive that we can actually get to these goals if we have accountability and our governments are actually looking at what we're doing to get to those goals. I also wanted to highlight very quickly, with regards to the recognition of IPs and LCs, what that actually means to us from the front lines. So I think a really big thing, and again, in the Philippines, we're very lucky. We have FPIC, the free and prior informed consent. This is not a box-ticking exercise. This is actually a long process that we go through in the Philippines to really ensure that we're recognizing the rights of our Indigenous peoples. And most importantly, what I want to highlight here is that when a community says no, it really does mean no. It's not a box-ticking exercise. So that's the first thing, that when we talk about this at this big level at the declaration, that we're going to recognize IPs, this is what it actually means. And this is something that we've learned as an organization, actually being kicked out of communities, that we weren't given FPIC, and we had to accept that lesson. Some other things that I also wanted to highlight, again at that frontline level, is when we're working on management boards where Indigenous peoples are included, sometimes these spaces are not very welcoming for Indigenous peoples. And often I've seen that they're not given an opportunity to make an intervention during the talks. Often it also happens in areas in environments that are not culturally sensitive. For example, we work with a disappearing tribe, the Batak tribe. They're a peace-loving tribe. For them to come into a space like this with fluorescent lighting and air conditioning, they really do come from the forest. For us, it's many hours to hike out to their communities. And then for them to come to these management boards and look at protecting forests at this policy level, but not being in a space where they feel comfortable, this is something that we also have to kind of deal with. And I hope that with these very lofty goals, that we're also going to look at the reality of what it looks like when we're in a meeting space and to be able to include Indigenous peoples. And then the other point that I also wanted to look at was what IPLC financing looks like for us on the ground. There are so many incredible people here, my colleagues included, that have traveled from very, very far who want to get finance in the hands of Indigenous peoples and local communities. But what does that actually look like? And I think this is the big conundrum that we're all trying to crack right now. What are the mechanisms to make that happen? What does direct financing actually look like? So firstly, I want to recognize that we now have some really incredible IP-led funds, philanthropic funds. Clarify is one, RRI, Pawanka is another one, that are really working at directing this financing at that Indigenous peoples level. And so I'm hoping that we can do more of that. We can support more of these kinds of groups. The other big issue is that the reality is that most frontline Indigenous groups do not have a bank account. It's really that simple. And so often for organizations like CS that are also frontline organizations, we also struggle to get funding, but we actually do have the trust to be able to give cash to Indigenous peoples on the ground if we can open those dialogues better. I think this is something that I would love to see at these talks in terms of how to create those mechanisms, to make that happen. And the big thing that also, the kind of elephant in the room with that is that because there are so many layers right now with funding mechanisms, there's a lot of distrust. So this is something that we also deal with a lot with Indigenous peoples that we work with, like, are we getting a cut of the funding? What does that look like? Please be transparent about it. So that's another thing that I think that would be great for us to think about when we're creating this accountability framework. What do those actual financing mechanisms look like? So moving on, I want to talk now about Southeast Asia in general in terms of our how our experience has been working in Southeast Asian countries with the Biodiversity Convention specifically, and why I think this accountability framework is so important. As we know, Southeast Asia we're a big weight, actually. We make up 3% of global landmass, but account for 20% of global biodiversity. Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia are mega biodiverse countries, and Indonesia is one of the 3 basins. So together with the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Amazon are extremely important for forest protection. So we're going to be a key player in terms of doing the accountability as well. So with that, I wanted to kind of have a look at the 3 pillars. Did you mention the 3 pillars now? Yeah, very briefly. So I just wanted to highlight what I see kind of moving forward for the framework as what are some of the challenges and opportunities that we can look at. Again, this is from a very frontline perspective. We're not at the government level or at a multilateral level at all. This is just what we've seen. But in terms of, for example, trying to get more transparency, specifically in Southeast Asia, we have losing face culture. So it's a very important part of our culture. It's not to say that we don't want to be transparent, but we also are not going to put ourselves in a position where we're going to lose space. So I think that this is something really important that we need to think about when we start developing this accountability framework, and we want it to be an international and inclusive space. Some of the other things that I think, again, is important is that IPLCs, many are really, really far away from government. This framework wants to be a government-level thing, but in the Philippines, for example, we're an archipelago. And so for so many of our government officials that come out, it's a real hike to come out. It's a real commitment. And so I think that we also need to kind of recognize that as being a challenge in terms of transparency and being able to include Indigenous peoples and local communities in these monitoring programs, for example. From the policy facilitation and finance pillar, I think something that is a challenge for us specifically in Southeast Asia is that we are looking at burgeoning populations, and we have to be really careful between trade-offs with possible economic losses, but also having to protect our populations, especially now that Southeast Asia is so vulnerable to climate change. And the other thing, again, is that we do have a lack of tested mechanisms for financing IPLCs. So I think that this is going to be a big part of the policy space as well, trying to create mechanisms that can do that. And then finally, with challenges to alignment, and I think maybe you could speak a little bit more to this, but the across the different conventions, the coordination can be really challenging. There's so many departments that are trying to work together on these really big global goals. And so I think that that's going to be another issue that we have to kind of look at how to align better. And then specifically for Southeast Asia with other parts, the time difference is really big for us to communicate with North America and to communicate with Europe and so on. Often from the Philippines, we're taking meetings really late at night or really early in the morning. So to be able for us to be included in the framework, I think we need to look at more inclusive ways of getting, Southeast Asia involved in that space. So that was it. That was very long, but thank you so much.
So much, KM, and I think it's really, really helpful for us as we're thinking about establishing a policy mechanism to have those real insights in what that means on the front line and actual implementation. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm going to ask the panel a quick short follow-up question, and then please do start thinking about questions in the room because we'd really love to hear from you as well. I'd like to turn back to Sekade, and we talked before about the leadership of Nigeria and African countries in this space, and we know that the African Union has been making incredible strides on nature protection. So as we think about accountability on forests, what lessons can the international community learn from Africa's leadership?
I think I'll say, thank you for that question. I'll say the ambition that has been shown by Africa is one thing that other countries should learn from Africa, because Africa is the most vulnerable to climate change impact than any other region in the world. And the environment and the lands have been hit hard by climate change impact, by centuries of exploitations that are being perpetrated by other countries. And they are leading the way to protect the planet's biodiversity. And because Africa will be the most affected by climate change, and we are united in our response to combating this crisis by being the most ambitious region in the world. And I think our region has the highest number of countries that sit on the High Ambition Coalition. That's a good sign. I think that's the most ambitious target of the global biodiversity, of the Kumi-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And so for the countries in the region to take this ambition and commit to protect 30% of lands and ocean, I think it's something that is commendable. And they didn't just commit to it the way that we have structured after COP15 to come together as a region to develop what we call the first biodiversity strategy for Africa. With a clear alignment to Kumi-Montreal framework, I think it's also something that other countries should learn from. And also, Nigeria sits in the West African region. And in the sub-region alone, we have also supported the ambitious target of 30 by 30 as an essential tool to mitigate climate change impact and address biodiversity loss. But this is also just one of the solutions. This is one of the solutions that we need to address issue of forest degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change impact. And we are also leading the way by supporting the ratification of the BBNJ Treaty. This is also a big sign and a huge step for our sub-region. And we're also advocating, when I listed all of these things, it shows that the development of the accountability framework is important to us as a sub-region, as a region, and we think it is necessary to meet the commitment on halting forest loss and degradation. And we must also ensure that we are prepared to implement this commitment in order to get a better planet and to keep each other accountable in the implementation of the ambitious biodiversity and climate commitment that we support. Thank you.
So much, and I think there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from that leadership there that will be fantastic to be able to use as examples as we move this conversation forward. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'd now like to turn to Tom with a question, and you might want to pick up on the issue that KM raised around connecting on climate and biodiversity, but in particular I was quite interested in terms of the implementation of the Glasgow Leaders Declaration. It's going to take unprecedented global cooperation on this, cooperation on forests, but also greater recognition of that shared responsibility around the world. So I wondered, what are your perspectives on what's needed to build the trust to meet these goals and drive that kind of shared progress?
I think in terms of the needs right now, the framework, there's no doubt about the purpose and the outcome of the framework if it is implemented indeed and supported by the countries that actually adhere to it. But I think one of the challenges that we need to face here is that there are a number of other commitments already and international commitments that also may have a different set of activities or different set of parameters, but the same outcome that they want to reach. So I'd really want to just pick up on that thought on alignment, especially because the international community has made numerous commitments to address the challenges of deforestation and promote sustainable forest management. However, these commitments are often scattered across different agreements and initiatives, making it difficult to track progress and ensure that efforts are complementary and not redundant. So, this statement proposes a framework for aligning international commitments on forestry to avoid redundancy and to maximize impact. So, one thing that I see here is that maybe the Philippines can also contribute or share its experiences on its monitoring systems and on its remote sensing capacities in terms of actually identifying and tracking down specific areas in the Philippines where you conduct projects that actually produces outputs for various different international commitments. One of this is the framework that we're talking about. And I think redundancy in international commitments on forestry can lead to a number of challenges, including number one, inefficient use of resources, because we're mobilizing and we're allocating resources to something that can actually produce multiple impacts already and multiple outcomes that would suffice to our intended international commitment. And number two is confusion and uncertainty. And number three, I think the most important for me is the reduced effectiveness. Because we try to mix and match all these international commitments locally and on the grassroots level. And at the end of the day, they just don't go together. So all your strategies and all your efforts would just produce minimal impact to nil. So that's what we don't want to do. So I think just to close off, no, I think I would like to propose the following in terms of achieving our goals here on the frameworks. Number one, identify and categorize existing commitments already. So all existing commitments on forestry should be identified and categorized by theme, goal, and target nationally. So if you adhere to this framework like the Philippines did, I think we should situate the framework within our national context and national policies and national activities also, so that when we report to the group or when we report to the bodies, then we would have a very concrete, very specific output that we're reporting on. Number two is assess for redundancy. Commitments within each category should be assessed for redundancy, identifying overlaps and inconsistencies, which can also be a pro because we'll be hitting multiple birds, no pun intended, on the hitting of the birds. Okay. We'll be hitting a lot of drums there and commitments there with it by doing a single activity, maybe perhaps. And my third one is to develop a streamlined framework. So that's what I've been advocating since I started in the Forest Management Bureau, is to streamline all these activities and all these advocacies into a very clear and concise policy material or policy instrument. Number four is establish clear implementation guidelines. And I think that's where the beauty of remote sensing and forest monitoring comes in. Because with that, you will be able to establish guidelines and to actually monitor the implementation of those guidelines using hard data that you can discuss and you can examine. And for my final point is I want to foster stakeholder collaboration. So the Philippine government may have acceded to this framework, but it's not the Philippine government's sole responsibility. So we have the private sector, we have the civil society organization, we have the diplomatic corps within the context of the Philippine government and governance structure that needs to work together to achieve this type of goals that we're trying to look forward to. And also, stakeholders should be involved throughout the alignment process to ensure their buy-in and support and eventually their contribution to the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think it's really important to reflect on, with so many institutional frameworks coming in, what that looks like to deliver on the ground and how you can do that realistically without it being overwhelming. And I think being able to learn from some of that streamlining that you just set out is really, really helpful. And actually, it leads us really on to the next, onto the next question that I was going to ask Jennifer, which was actually around, there's been a lot of momentum towards stronger kind of marketplace standards in addition to these kind of institutional policy frameworks that we've just been discussing. So there are standards on deforestation and forest degradation. And can you talk a little bit more about this and these trends and how actually the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework might relate to these?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that question. We've been talking a lot about sort of doom and gloom and slow implementation and a lot of bad news, but there's actually been a lot of very positive progress over the past couple of years around establishing a truly sustainable marketplace, and both on the policy side and on the financial institution side. So, for example, just this past summer, the European Union established the EU deforestation regulation that was really unprecedented in its scope, in that it set very clear marketplace standards for preventing trade tied to both deforestation and forest degradation. And so for the very first time, it very explicitly put the onus not just on the global south to be meeting these standards, but also on the global north to be avoiding its impacts to primary forests. And the impacts that, the products that it supplies to the EU is having. So that really set a whole new paradigm within the global marketplace, and there's now a lot of implementation happening for companies to make that work. The other piece is on the investment side. So over the past couple of years, we've seen really exciting momentum toward recognition from investors on the need for companies to really be implementing very strong standards on preventing deforestation and forest degradation. So, for example, back in 2020, 67% of shareholders from Procter & Gamble, a huge Fortune 100 company that sells home goods, including toilet paper made from boreal forests in Canada, to report on what they can do to address deforestation and degradation in their supply chains. And this was really the first of its kind in terms of an investor resolution. And we actually saw a very similar resolution pass against Home Depot, a home goods DIY store, just 2 years later. So there's been a lot of momentum very recently on this front. And what the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework would do would be to really provide tools to companies that are looking to abide by these new standards and help to bolster some of this momentum that's already been happening. So, Tom was talking a lot about the data side of things and the leadership of the Philippines. This would really propel much more transparency globally, requiring countries in the global north to report on their own impacts and degradation in primary old growth and other high integrity forests. And that's data that's really lacking. And so when countries are trying to deliver on things like the EUDR, having that data in hand is going to be really critical. And then we've also been talking about alignment, and alignment both in terms of common standards and goals. So right now, there's a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace around what exactly countries are requiring and what countries are demanding. And having a mechanism like the GDAF to drive that commonality and a universal understanding of what is degradation, what is deforestation, what are primary forests, the importance of them, the fact that these all need to be implemented globally. So all of that is going to create marketplace certainty, a lot more clarity in terms of where companies need to go in order to deliver on this. And feeding into the momentum that we've been seeing, I think this is a really critical moment for that.
Jennifer, yeah, that's a really critical point. I think we could carry on kind of talking on the panel for a long time about all of these. There's a huge amount of experience here and lots of suggestions and recommendations, but I'm just really interested to hear any questions at this stage from the audience. If anyone would like to ask our panelists anything, please feel free to jump in now. If there aren't any at the moment, then I might turn back to you, KM, because you have shared with us your experiences of working on the front lines of our wild places and engaging with IP&LCs and all these different groups. I just wondered if there was anything else that you'd like to add about what accountability looks like from your perspective.
I think at this point, many of us at the front lines are a broken record, which is that we really want to see action. I think that I am very optimistic in that, you know, in the last 10 to 15 years, the rhetoric has completely changed, and there's been language around the inclusion of frontline communities, of women, of youth, of various minority groups in a way that has never been written into language before in the conventions, in the framework that came out of Biodiversity COP15 last year. And this is so exciting, and there's so much goodwill in the room. So, but what we want to see now is actually the actions on the ground. So whether that means that we actually can be more engaged in management meetings, or whether that means that we can be included in more consultations at the higher level, whether that means that we actually do get direct financing. These are all, you know, there's so much talk about it happening at this level, and it would be great for that to be translated in a way that is also accessible. I think often something that I've seen with my other role at One Tree Planted is that we're working with so many incredible frontline groups working in tree planting and restoration, but they don't know how to access all of this direct financing. Like, do we look on a website, or who do we need to talk to? So I think that going back to that transparency piece, it's how do we actually make it accessible? What does that look like? And yeah.
That's really helpful. Thank you for sharing those perspectives. I think it would be really helpful just to connect to the negotiations process happening here. And Jen, I might come back to you on that, because we had some global stock take text come out yesterday, and that actually spoke to the interlinkages between needing to address climate and biodiversity action in tandem. So it would be really helpful to get your reflections on how the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework could help kind of create those synergies between action needed in the CBD and action needed here in this space under the UNFCCC.
What both Cam and Tom were talking about in terms of the need for alignment and to avoid sort of duplication across different platforms, and to really all be working under a single umbrella to move forward climate and biodiversity in a synergistic and shared way. And that's really a big focus of the Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework. So through streamlining global progress around addressing deforestation and land degradation, and explicitly tying those 2030 targets under the Glasgow Leaders Declaration to the 2030 targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the GDAF is going to create a common platform for countries to come together and really articulate common understandings of shared responsibility of what progress needs to look like, you know, marrying the language of the Glasgow Leaders Declaration around deforestation and land degradation with the language and commitments in the Global Biodiversity Framework around protection of high integrity forests, you know, phasing out of harmful subsidies, and supporting indigenous communities. And so bringing this under a single platform, creating alignment in terms of the standards that the global north needs to be held to alongside the global south, recognizing things like the importance of primary forests. And this is all going to sort of create a much more cohesive and unified system that will, you know, enable this to move forward without quite the same, you know, the disconnect, I think, has been a very long-standing problem and has really hindered comprehensive progress. And it's also presented, as you mentioned, a huge burden on countries. And, you know, we talk about additional reporting requirements and what an onus that might be, but what this is really about is streamlining and bringing this all together and making sure that when we're looking at progress, we're doing it equitably and also under a common understanding and common paradigm.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jen. So we're heading towards the end of the event, and in a minute I'm going to ask each of our panelists to share with us just in one sentence or so what accountability on forests means to them. But before that, I'm just going to pause again and see if there are any other questions in the room for our panelists. Do speak up if you have any thoughts, reflections, or questions. Okay, I am not seeing any, so I might work along the row in that case and start off with Sikadi. What does accountability on forests mean to you, Sikadi?
Oh, well, thank you. It seems the audience are very clear and we don't have any questions. Accountability on forests to us in Nigeria means when we have an adopted Glasgow Declaration Accountability Framework as a means to apply enhanced monitoring, common reporting, and metrics to ensure that all of these commitments that are enshrined in the declaration are implemented to the same standard within and outside the tropics. So, in a simple term.
Perfect. Nicely captured. Thank you so much. Jen?
I think to me it really means equity and commonality and cooperation. For a very long time, we've been I think the Global North has viewed themselves as patrons rather than partners. And so creating that unified vision and that close collaboration with common understandings and responsibilities, that's what accountability is.
Brilliant. Thank you. Such an important principle. Cam?
Answer this question already?
In one sentence.
Oh. Well, I guess I can.
What's your top line on the one takeaway for our audience to leave with today?
I think going back to what I said earlier was that we want to see action.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Action on the ground. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much. And Tom?
Yeah, but just jumping off from what she said on how the Global North saw the relationship as they are the patrons and we need to learn from them. I think what we're trying to develop now in the Philippines especially and with the new administration now in government is that instead of being treated or presenting ourselves as beneficiaries, we are actually on equal footing and we do have something to share on the table. So this is not a benefactor-beneficiary relationship, but a partnership. Exactly, because we might lack financing in terms of rehabilitating our forests, but we do have the resources that you might need or that the partner might need in order to achieve their ESG, their sustainable supply chain or whatever that they're trying to lead on to. And I think that's the Philippines message also for this COP, that instead of presenting ourselves as a climate vulnerable country, we are presenting ourselves as a climate solution actually. We do provide solutions and there's no country in the world that can actually declare that they have all the sets of tools and things within their parameters that can actually provide solutions to the problems. But the Philippines is actually trying to find out what are it's in its arsenal. And I think accountability is when everyone just steps together, just moves together and say that, hey, I did this, but I have a solution for this in the future. So that's how I see it also.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And I think we really appreciate the Philippines' roles in providing those solutions. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. Great. Well, that draws us towards the end of the event. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been great to have you with us in the room. Do please come and talk to us afterwards if you'd like to form connections and find out more about the GDAF as we continue to advocate it. I hope that was useful and interesting for you and wish you all the best for the rest of COP. Thank you very much.
distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. If I were to ask you, what does the number 7 evoke to you? The more planning-oriented among you might think of the 7 days of the week. The movie-loving crowd might have 007 and James Bond pop on top of their mind. The ones that are the most knowledgeable about our gracious host will think of the 7 Emirates that compose the United Arab Emirates. As you know, today is the National Day of the UAE, Eid al-Ittihad, Union Day. Speaking of union, for us, at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the number 7 evokes the 7 commissions that are a vibrant and critically important part of IUCN. And today's event is a historical step in terms of showcasing coordinated leadership across the commissions. So a very warm welcome to all of you to this exciting side event entitled Achieving Synergistic Climate and Biodiversity Outcomes Through Operationalizing Nature-Based Solutions. My name is Ayman Sharqawi. I am the Deputy Chair of the IUCN Work Commission on Environmental Law and Director at the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training. I will be your moderator for today's event. We will have shortly a panel discussion, followed by a Q&A. But before we do that, we'll have some opening remarks, and I'll be, in a few short moments, inviting Attorney Annalisa Tay, Undersecretary for Finance, Information System and Climate Change at the Department for Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines for her opening remarks. She's a graduate of the Bachelor of Science in Commerce, major in Marketing Management at De La Salle University. She also finished her Bachelor of Laws at the University of the Philippines. Within her career, she has held various leadership roles and has been, for example, the Partnerships in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, National Focal Point for the Philippines since 2005, and the Global Environment Facility Operational Focal Point since 2009. Dear Madam, thank you very much for making the time to be here with us today. And as the Deputy Chair of the IUCN Work Commission on Environmental Law, I'm certainly happy to meet a fellow environmental law aficionado. I believe you have a message for us. Thank you. The floor is yours.
The IUCN President Rizan Al Mubarak, IUCN Director General Grethel Aguilar, Dr. Madhur Rao, Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, and to all chairs and representatives of each and every IUCN Commission, a pleasant day to you all. The world's natural resources have served as a backbone for civilizations across the ages. It has long stood as a resilient natural infrastructure supporting various life forms on Earth. However, significant modifications have already occurred. While human well-being has seen improvements and some economies have advanced, these gains have come at a considerable expense to the environment and marginalized communities in vulnerable regions. Natural assets such as forests, mangroves, seagrass beds, and coral reefs, which provide substantial ecosystem services to the local community and the world, are at risk of destruction. To date, recurring issues which threaten biodiversity include forest fires, intensifying extreme and disastrous weather events, sea level rise, ocean warming and acidification, and coral bleaching, among others. The new global and landmark agreements on biodiversity, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and its most prominent 30 by 30 target, and the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty for the conservation of half of the world's surface, which is the high seas, are crucial to address the impacts of climate change that remain as major threats to biodiversity and ecosystems. In a country like the Philippines, the linkages between biodiversity treaties with the Paris Agreement are all the more crucial to increase resiliency on all fronts in a race against time to combat this pressing planetary crisis we are confronted with today. In our participation in this year's UNFCCC COP28, we aligned with the CMA4's recognition of the importance of nature conservation and protection in climate change adaptation and mitigation, alongside and equal to our just transition through nature-based solutions. We also would like to emphasize that nature-based solutions and/or ecosystem-based approaches for offsetting should address solely those remaining emissions that cannot be effectively reduced through emission reduction efforts. well-connected and equitably governed systems of protected areas and other area-based conservation measures, such as sustainable forestry and agroforestry practices, local conservation areas and critical habitat areas, indigenous and community conserved areas, among others, are crucial in ensuring that areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services are effectively conserved and managed. Amplifying the scope and impact of the 30 by 30 global target is of paramount importance in the conservation of ecosystems that offer multiple co-benefits, especially ecological, social, and climate resilience. The commitment to maintaining the integrity of these ecosystems through the concerted efforts of the 30 by 30 is a cornerstone for broadening the effectiveness of mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction strategies, particularly in regions globally recognized as the most vulnerable. We stress the significance of intentional and strengthened collaboration in our efforts to address and adapt to the challenges posed by upcoming adverse climate scenarios. This involves prioritizing capacity development, fostering innovation, and the transfer of technology, and acknowledging and unleashing the crucial contribution of the private sector. We also acknowledge the invaluable contributions of local communities and indigenous cultural communities. They possess traditional knowledge about the local ecosystems, employ traditional sustainable resource management practices, and act as the frontliners and stewards of biodiversity-rich territories. Their cultural and spiritual connections to the land, coupled with effective governance systems, make the indigenous communities vital partners in achieving protection and conservation goals. Rest assured that their contribution to the global conservation ambition will be recognized properly. We would like to also emphasize that collaboration on a global scale is essential for creating meaningful and lasting solutions to address the complex and interrelated challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change. We need to work on strengthening the implementation of international agreements and treaties on biodiversity conservation and climate change mitigation, primarily the Convention of Biological Diversity and the Paris Agreement. Implement cross-border conservation projects such as protection of transboundary ecosystems and the sustainable management of shared resources. Thank you for inviting the Philippines to this side event with all the commissions of the IUCN, and we look forward to working with you all towards the full realization of these synergies, ensuring high-quality implementations of both the Paris Agreement and the KMGBF. Thank you, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much for setting the scene so aptly and sharing with us this important message. You are very much in the synergistic spirit of this event, and that is much appreciated. Now, this is a side event that is co-organized by all the commissions. Do not worry if you see 6 commissions represented. We are not in a crisis. The Climate Crisis Commission will be represented. They are making their way to this event as we're speaking. So we'll be turning now to our magnificent leadership of the commissions, and starting with Ms. Angela Andrade, who's the chair of the Commission on Ecosystem Management. And I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Thank you. So the way I'll take the advantage of my role as moderator. So I'll be asking the first questions, but then we will have time for all of you to ask questions, being mindful, of course, to make those questions or comments as short as possible so that you can also engage with the leadership of the commissions. So now, taking advantage of my role as moderator, I first shoot the first round of questions. So Angela, nature-based solutions are critically important to achieve the 1.5-degree target. CEM has been instrumental in the development of the IUCN NBC standards, and we have clearly seen NBS gain steam as a concept in the last few years, as evidenced by the NBS resolution at the last UNEA, or the reference to NBS in Decision 1 CMA4 at COP27 last year. What, in your view, would success look like for NBS at COP28?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Well, I will also follow the 7 elements that you said, so I have 7 points. Well, as you may know, when IUCN, when we refer to nature-based solutions, we always refer to the IUCN global standard, because this is the way we are trying to address the concern of greenwashing, of safeguarding indigenous people, local communities, and these are critical elements of the IUCN global standard. So one important point is the full recognition that nature-based solutions are not a substitute of business as usual emissions or any delay on phasing out fossil fuels. So with that, I think it's clear for us that we are not promoting any kind of greenwashing, the opposite. The second is that for implementing nature-based solutions, it's extremely important to strengthen the linkages of climate action and biodiversity conservation, and that requires coherence in all levels of governance, coming from the local to the global. And a good way is also to promote spatial planning at the local level, something that is included in the Global Biodiversity Framework, but is also very well connected to the mandate of climate change adaptation and mitigation. And going to the top, the linkages between the MBSAPs and NDCs is extremely relevant. The third point is that the implementation of nature-based solutions, or the development, better, of the standard of nature-based solutions was developed with the best available science from the ecological element, from ecology, from biology, from the biophysical sciences, but also socioeconomical sciences. And it's embedded in the ecosystem approach. So it's part of this, it provides the scientific foundations for the nature-based solutions. So it will be really a good way to address ecosystem-based approaches for adaptation, for mitigation, and nowadays the element of loss and damage, that they are all connected and in a continuum. So we need to improve the science every time, because otherwise, and this is why the standard has to be updated on a regular basis. The fourth element is the recognition of the opportunity for implementing high-quality nature-based solutions is narrowing. Unfortunately, as we all know, the impacts of climate change are really affecting the integrity of ecosystems all over the world. There are some areas that are already at the border, and so that in those areas we require to invest more in adaptation and at the end in loss and damage. So that is an important element, because we need to give a sense of urgency for the implementation of NBS before we are really navigating in the uncertainty of the new world. The fifth point is that nature-based solutions should focus on interventions. We have to go beyond projects, and that is something that is not clear for many people. We have specific actions on projects, but we really need to make sure that our interventions are fully implemented across the landscapes, and that we develop a sound monitoring and adaptive management system. Ecosystem integrity is a key element for promoting nature-based solutions. And this is one of the main principles that we have, and that is the only way to guarantee the biodiversity and all the ecological safeguards. The sixth one is that we really hope that after this COP, we can manage to scale up and scale out good practices that are built on strong community participation and practitioners also. And we really would like to establish communities of practice on nature-based solutions, where you have different groups of scientists, indigenous people, local communities. And the seventh point is that the inclusion of indigenous people is critical to guarantee long-term nature-based solutions. So we really need to make sure that rights-based approaches and inclusion is implemented in all the nature-based solutions actions. So these are my 7 points. Thank you.
Thank you, and we've heard them very carefully. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Our next speaker would be dear Christina. It won't be a surprise to you, and I suspect it won't be a surprise to our dear audience that I, as Deputy Chair of the Work Commission on Environmental Law, asked the Chair of the Work Commission on Environmental Law, who is also the co-chair of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee, about environmental law. So in your view, what role can law play in the integration of measures to address climate change and biodiversity loss?
Thank you so much, Ayman. Thanks for your moderation and for being here, but also thanks to everyone here that you decided to spend your lunch break here with us instead of some shady place outside, shaded place outside. And enjoy some good food. Back to your question about what is the role of law in the interconnection between biodiversity protection and climate change. And I think I can just link up to something Angela mentioned. You mentioned the word intervention several times. And I think that's a very crucial aspect, because in order to make the changes that we need to see, and they're fundamental, system-wide, transformative changes that we need to see, both in order to address climate change and to address biodiversity loss, and of course, in particular, when those two connect. In order to make these changes last, and in order to make them effective, and in order to make them fair, they have to be anchored in the legal system. Otherwise, we talk about projects, as you just mentioned, Angela. They may be nice, they may be important, but they are not what we need in order to scale, to last, and to make these changes effective. Law is a crucial governance tool. It's not the only one, but it is a crucial governance tool designed to guide societies in accordance with plans and policies and science in many cases. And law operates on different levels, of course. Here, in the context of the COP, we talk about primarily international law, because here some standards and rules are set. But that's not the only area. We also have to have laws at the regional level. Those of you who operate within the European system, you perhaps know about the European legal landscape, which is very dense and increasing, but that also happens in the Asian context, in the South American, North American context. And so we have legal regional system, but most importantly, law, of course, has to be implemented and enforced at the domestic legal system. That's where the implementation of everything that's being discussed and adopted at the international legal system needs to happen. But international law is important to create a level playing field, to set standards, whether it's on forests or on other nature-based solutions on protecting biodiversity, or whether it's in the relationship between biodiversity and climate change. And I just came back from listening to the contact group on the global stocktake, for example, where the issue of the interrelationship between protecting nature and mitigating, or in that particular aspect, it was adaptation to climate change, were discussed. Law is also essential for ensuring a coordinated response to the challenges ahead of us, and a response that is commensurate with the challenges, and it's commensurate with what science tells us needs to be done. So laws have to be science-based. They have to be based on precaution in those contexts where science is not conclusive, and there are many aspects where we don't have scientific certainty, but that is something that legal systems can deal with. Laws also have to prevent regressions. Once we achieved a certain level of ambition, a certain level of protection, we have to make sure that that is not being regressed and backslided from, but, for example, in the context of the Paris Agreement, progressed in its level of ambition. Laws are also there to protect human rights, to protect rights of indigenous peoples, of local communities. Come here, come, there's another chair. Local communities and laws ensure access rights, right to information, right or access to, hello Manuel, to participation in decision making and access to justice eventually. That leads me to my second last point, that is laws is not just about lawmaking and the legislator, but it is also of course about the judiciary, because many of the disputes that we see about land use, resource use, area use, or areas use will end up at courts. And it's important to have a judiciary that also understands very well the science, the challenges at stake, the environmental implications of their decisions. So having lawmakers well informed by what we are discussing here, but also judges being well informed about the implications of their judgments, it's absolutely crucially important. And finally, because Ayman, you asked me about environmental law, and yes, I could speak forever about environmental law, but we cannot look at laws that address climate and biodiversity challenges in an isolation or through the lens only of environmental law. It is very important to look at the entire system of laws, of legal responses across all sectors, across all levels, because we really need a legal system that is commensurate to the challenges ahead. And that links to, for example, more broadly looking at human rights law, investment law, trade law, criminal law, constitutional law, what have you, in order to ensure the effective implementation and addressing, and of course then also effective enforcement of the appropriate laws that we have that address the challenges ahead. So it's a whole system of legal responses, not just, but also environmental law. Thank you, Ayman.
Thank you very much. Thank you for these remarks. Christina mentioned policy. So I suggest we now listen to Kristen Walker, who's the chair of the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy. And my question to you, dear Kristen, as you know very well, just transition. Just transition has been increasingly a focus at COPs, in particular since COP24 in Katowice. In addition, one of the 4 paradigm shifts identified by the COP28 presidency is on putting nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of climate action. What are some of the opportunities and challenges to support an equitable and just transition while effectively and ambitiously addressing the interlinked climate and biodiversity crisis? Thank you.
Thanks, Ayman. And I think first of all, we need to have a longer-term memory, right? I can look at the news every day, and we've seen a community, a city that has had a hurricane, that has had flooding, and that has had impacts, right? And it's on the news for a bit of a flash of a second. And then we move on to the next tragedy that has happened due to climate change. So first and foremost, I think we all need to have a longer term memory and to understand really what the impacts are. The work starts with us here in this room. We are here at the negotiations, but it starts at the localist of our communities, right? It starts in our home, it starts with our children, and it starts in those communities. And we need to make sure that we're not just looking at that tragedy, feel bad, give donations, and then move on, because that's not solving the problem. Here we are talking about how people and their environment interact. At this COP, we have the largest delegation of indigenous peoples and local communities right now here. Their voices are being heard. And we just came from the high-level leaders segment where you heard those voices of indigenous peoples at the forefront. And we really need to think about moving beyond projects, as Angela said, and how we look at those long-term investments. But we have to change the system, right? The financial system isn't set up to really help support communities in the right way. It's not set up to help support most local NGOs in the right way. So how do we change the financial system to be more friendly so that we can respond more effectively to the challenges that local communities, local organizations, and cities are confronting at this term? How do we also look at the situation of politics? The politics around the world are changing rapidly every day, and decisions are changing rapidly. You know, every couple of years we have good decisions heading in the right direction. We don't have things that are implemented. And we are talking about global governance here. We need to make sure the proper laws and legislation is in place. We need to make sure the right people are at the table to make those decisions. But also, you know, the most brilliant ideas don't happen at the global level, right? Not all the time. And we need to make sure that the brilliant ideas that are coming from communities are heard and they're adapted and we can replicate that. And I think those are the elements and the principles that we need to think about, is that active participation, involvement in decision making, transforming how we look at the financing of climate change. How do we respond to livelihood needs, but also learning from how communities have adopted over time. And I think as we look at those pillars of a just transition, we need to incorporate that as we thread the needle. And I think what you're seeing here across the 7 IUCN commissions is how we thread the needle and weave that fabric into protecting our planet. So I know we're running short on time, so I'm going to keep my comments there to allow you to move on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kristen. Thank you. So now my next question, and Kristen was talking about the importance of the brilliant ideas from the global and the local. But before I do that, you might be wondering why I'm jumping around in terms of the speakers. There is an order. The order is alphabetical order based on first names. So if you are wondering, that's the order I'm following to a T, is this particular order. So after Madhu, we'll have Manuel. It was a close one, huh? But after Madhu, we'll have Manuel. And Christian was talking about global and local and how brilliant ideas need to happen at all levels. And my question to you, dear Madhu, as chair of the World Commission on Protected Areas, focusing on Target 3 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, that is, for those among us that are not as familiar as Madhu is with the framework, the 30% of areas effectively conserved and managed by 2030. What do you think are some of the opportunities to enhance synergies between that framework and the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. I hope this has worked. It's taken about half an hour to get that straight.
Working.
I think before I start speaking about Target 3, I just want to take a step back and speak about the Global Biodiversity Framework. And specifically, I want to speak about Goal A. And there's Targets 1, 2, and 3. And there's also Target 8. All these 4 targets are really important and help set up the synergies between climate and biodiversity. And we have a really fantastic opportunity to sort of integrate these 2 big frameworks, policy frameworks, to help us move forward. But actually focusing just on Goal A for a minute. Goal A talks about the importance of retaining and improving ecological integrity. And we've just heard that phrase, ecological integrity, from Angela. And I think when we start talking about nature-based solutions, we want to start talking more and more about these details, such as protected areas and ecological integrity. And what's so special about ecological integrity is that there is tremendous scientific evidence to show that it's not just biodiversity values that get preserved, but ecological integrity has a huge role to play in improving the carbon retention capacities of ecosystems and also increasing the adaptive capacities of ecosystems. And now I'll come very quickly to Target 3. And for those of us who don't know enough about Target 3, Target 3 has been the most popular of the 23 targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. It calls for protection of 30% of the Earth's terrestrial, inland water, and marine ecosystems by 2030. It's a hugely ambitious target, but I think the focus is spot on for helping us achieve some of our climate goals. So first of all, I'll speak to the point of 30%. So there is fantastic evidence, including from the IPCC assessment reports, that we need at least 30% of the Earth's regions protected if we want to achieve the level of mitigation and adaptation that's required. Protection is hugely important and has high mitigation potential. And protection offers the highest mitigation value of any action in the agriculture, forestry, and land use sector. So when we talk about Target 3 calls about protection, talks about protection, but it also talks about expansion. So we have a fantastic opportunity to protect and expand with high biodiversity, carbon-dense ecosystems, such as primary forests, mangroves, peatlands. So I think that's where the synergies start, where we can see the mitigation and adaptation value of protection. But finally, I just want to speak about the opportunities we have in looking at the nationally developed, the NDCs, but also the NAPs, the national adaptation plans, and the importance and the opportunity we have of integrating biodiversity and protection into these plans and linking them with the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans. So these are all the synergies that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite a list. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madhu. Dear Manuel, Christian mentioned about the importance of memory moments ago, and as we all know, you were president of COP20 in Lima, a beautiful and important COP. As I have mentioned previously in my exchanges with Christian, one of the 4 paradigm shifts identified by the COP28 presidency is on putting nature, people's lives and livelihoods at the heart of climate action. So I'm asking you the following question as chair of the Climate Crisis Commission. What, in your view, will be a good outcome for COP28 for nature? Thank you.
Thank you, Nam. And my apologies for being late. I was trying to be on time, but this is a huge facility. As much that my iWatch told me, are you training? Okay, so let's go to your question. So it is clear that we got a good outcome in relation to nature and climate in COP25 and COP26. Even more in COP27, we got for the first time ever in the climate debate a recognition of nature-based solutions referred to the UNEA 5 resolution. What is fantastic. The point it is how can we build upon? What else it would be necessary, needed to improve what we have already gotten? And there are many things. For sure, one of those it is how can we continue promoting convergence in between both conventions? And that is key. We are thinking that in some time soon, I hope by Brazil, something that it could be possible, it is to put at least back-to-back the 2 COPs as a way to bring both communities and to try to have them discussing in relation to the climate crisis and the nature emergency. So that is one key element. A second element, it is probably not by this COP, but to insist on the need on promoting convergence in between different plans for climate and for nature. And that is a key element because we shouldn't keep isolated the NDCs and long-term strategies for climate and the MBSAPs for biodiversity. And even because it is about efficiency and it is about effectiveness, mostly to the less developed countries of the world. I used to be Minister of the Environment of Peru, and I know perfectly what does it mean to have different authorities in charge of those plans with a scarcity of resources. By promoting convergence on those plans, we will be more effective not only in developing, but in implementing it. So let's continue working and see how can we get those kind of outcomes. The third one, it is related to something that it is probably one of the key elements of the current COP, the global stocktake. Because the global stocktake, it is not just to discuss the balance or to define where we are. It is to define a set of strong recommendations that can improve the next cycle of the NDCs. Because if we get a weak outcome in this COP, we will repeat the same that we are currently suffering. NDCs that are not enough, that are not putting the world well on track to achieve net zero and the 1.5. So I am not sure how many of you in the current COP have already seen the draft zero that it was released yesterday. It is key to have you reviewing that draft zero and to contribute to bring into the negotiator of your own country what is that recommendation that you think it must be included in the global stocktake as a way to improve the next cycle of the NDCs. But also it is about action agenda. It was in Lima in 2014 when we created, at that time, the title, it was the Lima Paris Action Agenda, as a way to convene the non-state actors into the table, to bring it as a way to achieve an agreement that fortunately we got in 2015. And look now, how active the non-state actors community it is in a COP. We are working on the same for the Biodiversity Convention, to build or to strengthen an action agenda for biodiversity. So the point it is, and we hope that by this COP, we can collaborate each to other, because it is the only way. No, it doesn't make any sense to have isolated communities working in an isolated way. I think that we can put together both agendas and make them working more effectively in achieving more important objectives. So also that is a key element. But also we have to explore new avenues, because we are talking about nature-based solutions, and probably let me say something about nature-based solutions before moving into how to explore new avenues. We have to secure high integrity in nature-based solutions. In that sense, IUCN concept, fortunately reflected in the UNEA resolution, but more than that, IUCN standards are key, because that is securing that nature-based solutions first must be focused in addressing a well-documented societal challenge. That is key. If an intervention on nature it is not related to address a clear and well-documented societal challenge, it is not nature-based solution. But the second, it is by securing ecological integrity, as it has been referred by Angela and by Badu, because that is key. That is why sometimes people are asking me, trillion trees, or who knows the number of trees, planting trees, it is MBS? Probably not. No, because if you are going to affect biodiversity integrity, if you are going to affect ecosystem services, that is not nature-based solution. And we have to secure that. And then it is by securing rights, by promoting participation, by respecting those rights. So always bring these three values into the table, because nature-based solutions can be a very effective tool, but just if we are able to secure those high-integrity interventions. But again, let's explore some elements. Madhu referred to the 30 for 30. And we are using 30 for 30, and sometimes we are forgetting that that number means 6 years and 10 points more to expand the conservation coverage. And are we sure that we can achieve that in 6 years? Because we cannot fail. The point it is, how can we do to expand those 10 points of coverage? It is by bringing also climate instrument into the expansion of the conservation coverage. It is by considering some climate elements for the OEMCs. It is by bringing more clearly indigenous people conservation efforts into the expansion of that coverage. We have to collaborate, because if not, by 2030, we will verify that we are failing in achieving that target. So there are many, many other elements, but I don't want to take too much time. The only thing that I can say, it is we are forgetting in this process the moral side, the ethical side of the process. And I think that bringing nature into the climate crisis, it is the best way to secure that moral side, that ethical side, because it is not just about nature, it is also about people. So let's continue working on that, because it is the only way in which we can secure more effectiveness in achieving our objective towards the climate, or to address the climate crisis and the nature emergency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Time is running out, but we do not want to fail. Thank you. Thank you very much, Manuel. Dear Rima, you're the Deputy Chair of the Species Survival Commission, and I believe you are based here in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, so thank you for hosting us in your beautiful city. If I further recall correctly, you are particularly interested in sharks and marine biodiversity in general. On the topic of biodiversity and connecting to the earlier exchange we had, including with Angela, how do you think biodiversity can be prioritized within the nature-based solutions context in the climate negotiations? Thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, I am particularly interested in sharks and marine and freshwater ecosystems. And I think this is particularly important because these are the species and the ecosystems that are mostly overlooked. And the devil's in the detail. Madhu said this, and I'd like to give a few examples of why we should care about integrating species and ecosystems into these discussions. We often forget that climate change is actually accelerating biodiversity loss. We think that biodiversity threats are only from overexploitation, but people need to understand that these are interlinked challenges. And I don't know how many of you have already had time to go down to the beach in Dubai. It's beautiful, crystal clear blue waters, but this body of water is also one of the areas in the world that is the most impacted potentially by climate change. If you go swim in the winter, you're swimming in waters that are 10 to 15 degrees. If you come here in the summer, the water temperature is 36 to 38 degrees. That means that the animals that are living in these waters have been resilient and have been able to adapt. We have coral reefs that are regionally and internationally recognized, and we have important areas for biodiversity that are also internationally recognized. And what happens is previously we had our coral reefs where we had coral bleaching that was happening every 5 to 6 years. Right now, every summer, we have issues with coral bleaching. And when we think of corals, of course, it's a calcium structure, and it's impacted by climate change because of ocean acidification. But there are animals that live in these coral structures, and these animals get so hot that they need to leave their home. And as they leave their home, if the water temperature doesn't drop back to something that is bearable, they also die. And that's why we're seeing 60% of the corals around the world that have disappeared. And beyond that, we have issues with turtles. I don't know if any of you know this, but sex determination in turtles is based on the temperature of the sand. So we have a desert here, perfect areas for turtles to be nesting, some of the largest nesting areas in the world again. But what we're seeing is that the sand temperature is becoming so hot that these turtles are actually all being born as females. Where do they mate? Where do they find that the male version of them in a way in the future years? Because right now all we're getting is these female turtles that are being born and that are contributing to population growth. So I think we could spend days giving you examples of what's happening here and what's happening with species around the world. But really what I think we need to do is to prioritize the recognition and of the value of biodiversity, how it's critical to support ecosystems, and we need to identify those areas that need the most attention so that we can integrate those, especially considering 30 by 30, as Madhu talked about. We need to communicate the value of species and their importance. I want to talk one more point that really is important, because I think that we need to secure the funding for this work. Conservation works, we have evidence of this around the world, but we need resources to actually foster this change, and time is really running out for many species. The European Union alone, between 2014 and 2020, spent $200 billion on climate mitigation. We have heard over the last few days how much more money countries have pledged in support of climate action. This is great, but on average, we have $6 to $7 billion that are spent every year for biodiversity conservation. The scale, the difference in scale is staggering. And it's changing. We have Canada, we have the United Kingdom that have pledged millions of dollars for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Recently, the president of IUCN at the previous session announced funds that were being pledged for ocean conservation. But again, $150 million versus the billions of dollars that are being set aside for climate action. So we need to remember that protecting and preserving biodiversity is going to lead to climate benefits, so this whole ecological integrity conversation and the roles of species and ecosystems has to be communicated. I do also want to note that we need to focus on sustainable use, conservation, preservation, mitigation, and where possible, at the last resort, on restoration. we've been focusing so much on fixing what we have messed up in a way. And we really need to start focusing on making sure that we can conserve the species while we still have a chance, so that we can keep that resilience and make sure that the ecological integrity of our ecosystems, of our biodiversity, are maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very fond of turtles, and I remember for pre-COP23, I was taking a swim in Fiji, and I ran into a turtle, a sea turtle. It was one of the most magnificent moments in my life. I'm not sure I would have the same feeling if I had run into a shark. But I'm aware that most of them are perfectly safe and fine, but still psychologically, I think I'd be a bit worried. So we move to the last speaker in this amazing panel, to Sean, who's the chair of the Commission on Education and Communication. I saw you would have noted that my colleague Kenza, who's also in your commission, has joined us, and I saw that Diana was here as well. It's one of the commission that is particularly active, and you granted us with a visit in Morocco earlier this year at the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training, at the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. And as you know, we share a firm belief that education and communication are of central significance if you want to see a transformational shift in society's approach to addressing climate change. What would you like to see in the decisions here at COP28 in that regard? Thank you.
Six amazing speakers and there we go. Now, how many of you belong to an IUCN commission? Please put your hand up. Okay, just shake it because you deserve a little, and if you're not, how many of you are communicators?
Okay.
Now, there's the wrong answer. Put your hand up because all of you are communicators, okay? When we talk about communication and the outcome of this COP, it's not just the formal processes and the document that comes out. It's not just the coverage from Reuters. It's the stories you take home. It's the relationships. It's the spirit and the energy with which the movement continues to move on. For me, I want, based on my question, the outcome of this COP to be a COP that inspires us to continue to create new relationships and new work that move forward. This is our first global stock taking. We're having a sense of where we are. And you know what? It doesn't look great. We're not on track, correct, Manuel? So what do we need to do? Do we bury our heads in the sands like our lovely turtles? No. We act together and we move together. So I want a COP that motivates action. I want a COP that inspires action, not as government, but in every practitioner level. But in particular, I want a COP that, as Manuel and several people on the stage have said, that truly moves the integration of the nature, the biodiversity space, and the biodiversity community. And not just in the declarations, but in the manifest ways that happens. I love this idea of parallel COPs. I love even more the idea of one COP. Imagine a climate biodiversity COP that work together. I love the concepts of the relationships in the NGOs here who meet working together. I have the joy of meeting many NGOs, such as your beautiful facility, Ayman, in Morocco, where they are integrating climate work with biodiversity work. We know it can be done. We see it all over the world. How do we manifest more of that? So the stories you take home, please, are the stories of the COP. That is the communication outcome. Don't underestimate your voice. I do want to pick up on one particular issue that excites me coming out of this COP, and that's on the education side. For the first time in the Global Biodiversity Framework last year in Montreal, we had an unprecedented mention of education in that text. While there was no standalone target, I believe there's more references and attention to education than all of the previous CBD documents put together. Already, that is motivating action. Canadian government is exploring hundreds of millions of dollars moving into nature education. In parallel, here, education is being talked about more than I've ever seen at a climate COP. You have high-level panels. It is everywhere. That will motivate billions of dollars into climate education. But what was my one dream is that we have biodiversity and climate together. Imagine if we leapfrogged and educated our children in a way from the time they're in kindergarten on to think of climate and biodiversity in an integrated fashion. For us, we're exploring a new concept we call nature-based education that looks at that marriage. We know half of the green schoolyards in the world now are being funded by climate money. We see Paris, 600 oases in every school in Paris being designed as a climate sink and a cooling for their community to respond to climate change. These are places where people can see and feel that climate and biodiversity together, and the school is the center of the community. So I hope you'll all continue to advocate for an education regime that puts nature in the middle of the classroom, makes nature the classroom, makes it part of the curriculum, and recognizes that nature is also a teacher. Thank you.
And the opportunity to do that is now to communicate further, this time with you. So if you'd like to ask a question, make a comment, please raise your hand. We'll be identifying a microphone. I see two already. If you could introduce yourself briefly, make your comment or ask your question. I'll be walking to you with the microphone just now. Thank you. I see two that have raised their hand.
Hi, Virginia Young. I'm part of the WCPA and soon, I hope, to be part of the Climate Crisis Commission as well, Manuel. So anyway, I have questions for all the panellists, but actually, to my surprise, the person I'm going to ask a question on is I actually still quote the Commission on Environmental, on Communication and Education, because years ago you did a brilliant survey that basically found that love plus action equals change. And I use that constantly in the work that I do. And I have been struggling with how to communicate, particularly in the UNFCCC, that biodiversity and climate change are linked in two ways. One, yes, climate change exacerbates all the threats that are already damaging species. So there's a species loss link. But the thing that's missing in people's understanding is that biodiversity plays a functional role in the integrity of ecosystems, or ecological integrity, that's critical for every ecosystem service, including carbon retention, which really relates to the unoperationalised provisions in Article 5 and 4.1d, where we haven't really thought about what does it take to protect the carbon reservoirs in the biosphere. And there's a whole missing piece here, I think, that is now being potentially opened up as a result of this discussion around climate and biodiversity, but a huge education challenge that biodiversity matters for effective climate action in land, forests and other ecosystems. It will fail unless you're protecting and restoring ecological integrity, and biodiversity is the underpinning for that. So there's the IUCN communication challenge I'd love you to comment on. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Francesco. I work for the Asian Development Bank, based in the beautiful Philippines. And thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you for all the work you do. It's very useful for us, and we apply your expertise and your wonderful red list and everything you did, nature-based solution standards, to our daily job. So thank you very much. I have a comment to make, very quick, hopefully. During our job, we are mostly interact with local governments. And I noticed that some of this synergy between climate and biodiversity is very clear to high level, very clear to communities, very clear to NGOs and I guess people who is around here. But what is missing is people who is not here. Or Ministry of Finance, people working in the Ministry of Transport and Energy, where they are not, they start getting the climate ideas, but the biodiversity is still something which is not there. You know, and protected areas don't bring GDP in the same way that, you know, cutting down a forest and bringing to the country. So how, I would like to hear something from you, like how we involve these people in this discussion about climate and biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Or I see one, two. Okay, we'll go here and then right to this.
Hi, my name's Erin. I'm with Business for Social Responsibility. So I appreciate lots of the conversation on policymaking and creating an enabling policy environment. And I've been watching the EU nature restoration regulation moving ahead, and just curious what your thoughts are on this as a tool to be able to perhaps incentivize and be able to move some investment into nature, and then, how you might see this overlapping with climate, because I think that's one area that isn't as explicit as perhaps it could be. So I'm curious what your thoughts are of that as a policy instrument and its replicability elsewhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayman. Good afternoon. My name is Nasma Jronji. I'm with the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. At the foundation, we are organizing a series of roundtables and workshops to raise awareness on the QMIN-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And in doing so, we are looking at biodiversity as we are looking at climate with the intention of know, act, and commit. And we know that in the climate sphere, we have had now like commitments from private sectors to, you know, the climate agenda is very much like now taken into consideration from the private sector. Our target is to have the biodiversity agenda in the strategies of private companies, as we do with climate now. Most of the businesses have net zero targets, have, you know, plans according to SBTIs and Race to Zero and stuff like that. And my dream is to see more of this with biodiversity. And in your opinion, how can we engage more of private sector action in the framework of biodiversity as we did in the climate framework? Thank you.
Any other comments or reactions? I don't believe I'm seeing, oh, there's one hand raised. I think that'll be the last one before we revert back to the panel for their reactions and closing comments, before we then have the closing remarks from a very special guest. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon from the Philippines. So it's my first COP, and I came here actually thinking that the climate COP would be very much about nature, but as it's my third day here, and I kind of realized that it's one of the biggest parts of COP is actually just transition and more on renewables. So my question is simply just how can we put nature-based solutions and nature really at the forefront, alongside and equal to just transition and the shift to renewables, because the elephant in the room is just transition, and shifting to renewables really requires a lot of nature, and we'll be using a lot of nature to do this. So how can we put nature at the forefront alongside these things?
Thank you for that. So I suggest we revert back to our panel, starting with Sean this time first, to balance it out a bit. Thank you.
A complex of questions. So I'm going to start with love. We have a campaign, a program called Nature for All that's built off that earlier work on Love Not Lost. It's 600 organizations around the world who believe that when you connect people to nature, especially at early ages, in the right context, it allows them to have an emotional connection, which changes the way they educate themselves, changes the way they shop, changes the way they vote, changes the jobs they take. If you want the big investment in changing the world, get people outside, get them to love nature. That's how you get your business change. That's how you get your political change, is you change culture. Culture is a very complex mosaic, but you choose what you buy. Just like a business chooses what it offers, there's a mix in the middle. How do you get biodiversity at the table? Biodiversity comes to the table. You keep speaking up. We keep speaking up. We keep pointing out. If you don't speak up, nothing happens. If you don't engage, nothing happens.
Thank you. Thank you. I suggest we keep moving that way. So therefore, Kirsten will be up next. Or you want to come later?
No, I actually think we need to move along because we have another.
I thought it was 2:45. No, unless I'm mistaken.
No, we only had an hour, and there's another group. So I would just do some pointing comments.
It's 2:45.
It's 2:45.
It's still 45. Yeah, sorry. No, that's fine. I'm following the schedule that I have. Yeah. But go ahead. Manuel, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good questions, and I will try to integrate the questions. So I love to use the analogy of the formation of the solar system to discuss the climate debate and the biodiversity debate. So in some way, we have gotten something so important, the vision. Through the Paris Agreement, we know what do we want to be by the end of the decade, by 2050, by the end of the century. And through the GBF, we are working on the same for nature. So that is the vision. That is the main star. But the main star, it is not enough. You have to have gravitational forces, because it is by using those gravitational forces that you can align all the actors in an accurate orbit. That is key, no, in the system. So, to address one of the topics, fully agree, Virginia, we are most of the time thinking on nature and climate because the crisis. But nature, it is a strong ally to address the climate crisis. When we see the IPCC report, they are telling us how much nature it is avoiding to increase or to raise temperature even more on what we are currently in temperature increasing. So it is our secret ally. You participated in a panel, I think it was in Montreal, about a report not discussing about nature. And in relation, Francesco, to the Ministry of Finance, there are, for climate, a coalition for Minister of Finance for climate. But we don't have the same for nature. We have to continue working with that commission of Minister of Finance. Their first meeting in a COP, it was in Madrid because of the Chile COP28. But we didn't be fully aware of that participation. We have to continue working with them to make them a key actor of these COPs. But that moves me to your point. We haven't developed yet the economic case for nature. We have clarity for climate. When we think about the economic relation to climate, we know about transitions, we know about sectors, we know that it is energy, industry, infrastructure, land use, etc. But when we think about nature, we have never defined what are those sectors that we have to address, as a way to be more effective in achieving our objective. And that is creating that we are not giving value to nature. And for the business sector, there is not value on those investments because there are no profit. So we have to continue working, as it was started by the Dasgupta review, in giving that value to nature and to discuss the economic case for nature. That is key. Because the business sector recognizes well that this is about risk. If we go back into the risk outlook of the World Economic Forum, it is climate, it is health, it is biodiversity, it is water. So look what are the main risks for any business operator. Those are the first stop. So for economic development. So we have to continue working on those kind of gravitational forces, including standards, including metric, as the only way to align well the actors around the vision.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Manuel. Kristen, are you willing to go now? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I've been in this room all day, and every session has been an hour, so I got confused. Anyway, I just maybe building a little bit on what Sean said, and as we're looking at this, is that we really do need to bring together and collaborate, right? Collaborate across conventions, collaborate across sectors. And I think we really need to bring in those voices of the communities closest to nature. And that is one of the most important factors we have here. It needs to have the legal frameworks, as Christina highlighted. We need to look at those rights-based approaches, but we also need to make sure that those communities have greater direct access to the financial resources they need to address both climate and biodiversity. People and nature are one. Right? We can't live without nature, and nature can't live without people. And I think that's a cornerstone of what we have to look at as we're looking at the climate and biodiversity nexus.
Thank you. Thank you. Christina, thank you.
Thanks. I will try to briefly address your question and yours about how to bring nature closer or to the center of the outcomes and negotiations here. And I think one thing that perhaps many know is that this process moves at a glacial speed, at an incremental step process where you have to build on what is there and you try to move it a little bit further than the year after. And your point was very important. In the Paris Agreement, we have a whole article that recognizes the role of nature, of wetlands, of forests, of ecosystems as sinks and reservoirs. That's Article 5, Paragraph 1, which is kind of unused or unoperationalized. And I think it would be very important to recognize this article, for example, in the context of the global stocktake. But if you had a look at the draft that Manuel highlighted, it's nowhere, but it should go there. It is one of the elements that is underused and underutilized. And the same applies to the recognitions that we have from COP27 that you mentioned, Manuel, about the interlinked crises of biodiversity and climate change. Building on that recognition from last year is very important to be able to refer to what parties agreed on last year. They should not walk away this year, but move on further on it, again, in the context of the global stocktake, in the context of the mitigation work program, for example, having a global dialogue this year or next year on the role of nature, on the role of biodiversity in the context for tech, where all parties can come together for 1 or 2 days and discuss this focused issue, I think would help very much in gaining and raising understanding of the importance of biodiversity in the context of climate change. And very briefly to your question about how to get private actors to do the same for biodiversity as they do for climate change, I think we should not just rely on their voluntariness, but I think they need to be regulated as well. It's good if they do it for voluntary purposes, but they only do it voluntarily because they're not mandated or it's not mandatory for them to act. So getting back to the legislator, getting private companies into the force field of the law, I think is absolutely important and crucial.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina. Speaking of regulations and time regulations, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers to be as to the point as possible. Thank you. Angela.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to highlight that even if we reach the 1.5 degrees, that is the limit that allow us to survive, there are enough references that there are already changes happening in specific areas of the world that are completely irrecoverable. So that means that we need to be prepared to face the novel ecosystems that are already happening and in many areas, in high mountain ecosystems in the tropics, Antarctica, several other areas. So that is an important concern that needs to be address in the full process of adaptation, mitigation, and when we refer to nature, we have to be aware that nature is changing. It's changing very fast, and we have to adapt our policies to that change. And we have other tools in IUCN. The Red List of Ecosystems is focused on specifically on that element that I think is extremely relevant. And regarding the question on the renewables, well, we documented and we presented that this morning. This is a big issue because for some people, the conservation of 30 by 30 means that you can do whatever you want in the remaining 70%. And that's something that we really need to be aware that that cannot happen. And in those areas, there are big pressures for renewables, rare metals, like what is happening in the Amazon and in other areas of the world. So that's something that could lead us to a really difficult situation and increase the degradation of the ecosystem. So we have to handle with these topics in a synergistic manner, because I think what we have seen in many areas of the world is a big pressure on the areas that are currently protected, because they have potential for those minerals. Thank you.
I am conscious of time. Oh, I don't know if it's working. I am conscious of time, but so I wanted to say two things. I feel like a lot of the comments were related to communication and how we can make sure that nature is integrated and that we're talking about it. Well, we need to show up and we need to speak up. So I think that's why we're here today, and I think this is what we need to continue doing at events like this, where we're talking about different issues, but making sure that there is that interlinkage. And to the second point, which was the question about the private sector, we, as IUCN, also recently launched the Global Species Action Plan, which looks at all of the targets from the Global Biodiversity Framework and provide guidance and resources available for governments, the private sector, and so on, in terms of how they're able to implement those. So I encourage you to look at that and see what are some of the options that have been laid out by some of the experts around the world. And thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's quite fitting for Madhu, who played a central role in getting this together, to be the last speaker of the panel before we move to the closing session. Madhu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, it's not. Thanks, Emma. Hear me? Yeah. So I think in terms of urgency, I think it's equally, there's a sense of urgency for biodiversity loss, and it's the same sense of urgency for climate. The science is clear for both, for biodiversity and for climate. And we have some sort of a policy consensus that is, we've been referred to articles in the Paris Agreement that speaks to the need to integrate these two things. So really, I think there are two things missing, and one of them links to what you brought up in one of your questions, which is, it's not just financing that we need. We need climate financing that's absolutely essential, but climate financing that's targeting biodiversity action towards protection of nature. But the second thing we need is transformation at the national scale in terms of integrating across economic sectors the need to integrate biodiversity and climate across. And finally, I think we need these two things of mainstreaming across economic sectors and targeted financing to really put biodiversity on the climate agenda front and center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now, without further ado, I'll be delighted to invite for closing remark Dr. Gretchen Aguilar, Director General of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, here front and center at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief. I have a 20-page speech. No, just let me say a few. I'm going to forget about the whole speech because we don't have that time, but let me share a few words with you. First of all, I imagine you all know that IUCN is the world's oldest, largest, and network that it is conformed by governments and non-governmental organizations, indigenous peoples, and nowadays subnational governments. But together with that amazing conformation, we have our commission experts here. And what you have in front of you is the chairs of the 7 commissions of IUCN. They together represent 16,000 experts around the world. So I'm very privileged to be here with all of them because it is really an honor. You cannot imagine the amount of knowledge products that they put on the table on behalf of IUCN and the many times that they represent this union. So what I want to say to start with is a big thank to all of them, because this is how you can best see our union. No? And this is very important. I like to talk about the power of the union. So the power of the union is our members and the combination of members with commissions. Our mission for COP28 is to underscore the vital role of nature. And I heard one of the questions that, oh, we haven't heard enough of nature here in the climate change COP. But I just want to tell you that there is no such a thing as talking about climate change without talking about nature. That will be crazy, because nature is the basis for us to have a better planet. It's as simple as that. Without nature, we cannot be talking about achieving goals for this planet. Without nature, we cannot talk about reducing emissions. Without nature, we cannot be in this planet, and we are part of nature, all of us who are here. So I hope that you can hear more and more nature and climate change together, because this panel was exactly about that, about not making this distinction. There is a distinction that will take us nowhere. We have to talk together about climate change and nature. It's the same coin. You know, for me, you know, the saying that always the two faces of the same coin. It's just one coin, no? And this is what is important. I think that for all of us humans that are part of this planet. So let me just finish with an invitation. It's a very important invitation. So tonight we have our members' reception tonight at 7 p.m. So for the ones of you who would like to join us here, we're going to be, I don't know how, I mean, the staff here are very worried because we're going to have a lot of people, but you are all invited, because this is the home of the union, and I want everybody here to feel that you belong to this home. And thank you very much to the commissions. I have nothing to add from the expert side, because they are the experts, not me. So thank you very much to all for being here.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. You are attending the side event, Empowering Women and Girls and Building Climate Resilience, how the biodiversity and reproductive health sectors can achieve greater results for people and planet. My name is Tu Ba Huing, and I'm the Senior Technical Advisor for Environment and Climate Change at FHI 360. I'm also a researcher at Melbourne University, Australia. And FHI 360 is a member of IUCN Biodiversity Family Planning Task Force. I'm honored to be your moderators for today's session. Thank you for your participation, attention to this session, and also to our virtual participants. We are here, and we would all agree that there's mounting proof that there are numerous ways through which climate change affects population health. The Population Health and Environment PHE approach to community development aims to simultaneously improve access and equity to primary healthcare services while also helping communities conserve biodiversity, manage natural resources, and develop sustainable livelihoods. In addition to improving health and conservation outcomes, the integrated PHE approach may support people to become more resilient and adapt to climate change. Now, COP28 marks my 11th COP, and I must say before coming here, I felt a bit like another one. Daunting task. And all of us would agree we had to navigate through the crowds, getting here, all of that. But this has all faded away when I think about the incredible opportunities to be in this room with all of you. I have to say I've been in conservation and climate space all my professional career. I started with WWF and IUCN many years ago. I don't remember how many World Congress I've been to since my postgrad years as well. So I'm very much, that's my home, but also now we have this, global health, community. So I'm very honored to be here with you, with leaders in conservation, development, and health sectors. Over the next hour, our distinguished speakers will share their insights and compelling evidence, PHE evidence from diverse ecosystems. We'll delve into transformative impacts of integrating health, gender, conservation initiatives under PHE concept. Together, we will celebrate new developments on cross-sectoral collaborations, weaving a tapestry of benefits for both people and planet. And it is a journey that encompasses health, gender equality, and conservation. And I'm very thrilled to embark on this journey with you. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Kristen Walker-Pine-Miller, Senior Vice President, Center for Communities and Conservation at Conservation International, and Chair of IUCN's Commission on Environment, Economic, and Social Policies. Kristen, please. In fact, maybe we can share this. Thank you very much for the conservation support, Commission support to IUCN Biodiversity Family Planning Task Force. Could you please shed light on the dynamics of collaboration between the Commission and the task force?
Sure. Well, thank you. And thank you all for joining us today and for those joining us online. And I think we have a lot of folks here from the health sector, especially online. And first and foremost, I want to highlight, and we just came from a session literally 15 minutes before this one started, about IUCN's 7 commissions. And they are 7 expert commissions that bring together a diversity of expertise from across multiple sectors to generate knowledge, create influence, and improve how we do biodiversity conservation globally. And for those of you who may be joining online who come from the health sector, you may think of IUCN in terms of nature, which is extremely important, in biodiversity and species, and we'll hear from one of my colleagues later. But IUCN also has a very important role in the social dimensions of conservation. And the Commission on Environment, Economics, and Social Policy is one of 7 commissions, and we really do look at those elements. We bring together the economic piece, we work on gender, we work on rights-based approaches, and cover a huge gamut of those social dimensions. And we have about 1,500 experts who join us to do that work. And part of that work, we've done a lot of work in conjunction with IUCN on gender and women and girls in that process. And I think, you know, as we see those elements and we see the work of our members, and many members have embarked on work on population health and environment and that integration in our conservation efforts. And it's still a growing movement in the conservation community. And I think one area that has allowed us and is allowing us as a union to move forward is the resolution that has come forth from the last IUCN Congress, looking at removing barriers to rights-based voluntary family planning. And it's been a huge opportunity, especially to convene with members and also across commissions on the task force, bringing that expertise, looking at those issues, and being able to move that agenda forward in both, not just from a Commission on Environment, Economic, and Social Policy space, but across to our Species Survival Commission and how we can incorporate these elements into our conservation planning. And I think one important thing to add is that you don't have to be part of a member organization to join a commission. We welcome and invite those from the health sector to join the commission, my commission, which is CESP, but I think bringing that expertise across multiple commissions is really important because we are in a crisis right now. We have to be looking at these issues. We're just coming out of a pandemic, so we have to be able to combine all of these elements from various aspects of the health sector. But what we're here today to focus on is that experience that we have in the task force and bringing together expertise focusing on how you look at the pathway to climate resilience and looking at the issues of women and girls. So I will pass back my remarks to you and keep this agenda moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I know you were here before. I saw you and I'm like, you need to get some water. And I know you have, you know, to run off to another event as well. But thanks for the invitation to have the health communities to be in your space. And this is exactly why we're here. You know, we want to go to each other's space. We want to talk. So yeah, really appreciate your time. Now, let's let me remind you, I promise that it's going to be a very exciting session because we have 7 speakers and it has to be fast moving, but you know, hopefully we can inspire you along the way. Please join me to welcoming our next distinguished panelist, Dr. Samu Keliso Dube, Executive Director of EP 2030. Welcome to Dubai. I know that you just arrived, and you know, we appreciate that you being here immediately in time for this. So Samu is steering FP 2030's effort at the nexus of health, climate, and biodiversity. We eager to delve into the essence of your slogan that I saw in the website. Join us in a future where all women and girls have the freedom and ability to lead a healthy lives. Please, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much for ushering in that future, right? Where everyone, everywhere can decide if and when they want to have children and have the ability to do so. So good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samu Dube and I represent FP 2030. I think there is an interesting question in the room, right? Like, where is this nexus around family planning, biodiversity, IUCN? It's my first COP conference, and last year it clashed with ICFP, as you know. And I was wondering, why are we actually creating this dichotomy between population, women and girls, and the issue that is urgent and is at hand about climate? I think I would start my remarks by saying, what is family planning? So FP 2030 is Family Planning 2030. What is family planning? For me, family planning is the ability to detect, determine, and to enact how many, if and especially if you don't, it's still fine, how many children you want to have. It is where nations everywhere have the ability to enable women, even those who are struggling with subfertility or infertility, to have children. It is us creating a more resilient society, especially responding to what is kind of the disaster of our lifetime, the issues of climate change. And I think the past decade has shown that a doubling of climate and weather-related disasters. And it is estimated that the majority of people who are displaced by climate change, as you all know, are women, according to the United Nations. And these displacements, which you all know about, and perhaps you are even more familiar than myself, they occur in contexts where there is already existing fragility and insecurity. And they call for all of us today to approach and ensure that there are comprehensive approaches that address this complex reality of women and girls in areas where they live. We believe at FP 2030 that voluntary, and you said it, Christian has just moved out of the room, voluntary, rights-based family planning and access to reproductive health contributes to climate change resilience and socioeconomic development through improved health and well-being of women and their children. Imagine a young girl who actually has got ability to access family planning and contraception. She will be better off in responding to the disasters of climate change. That's the world that we want to create. And I think there is nothing that is wrong with that. That is why we are in the room. We are in the room not about population anxiety or control. We are in the room because we want to build better adaptation strategies and resilience strategies, especially in prevailing economic and climate environments. Who is FP 2030 and why do we care? About 40% of women experiencing displacements, as you know, they want to avoid becoming pregnant. Yet incidents of rape and other forms of gender-based violence increase during times of crisis, affecting women and girls more acutely. Ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, it's time where health systems, we could invest better in health systems that are resilient to this very cause, because health systems become heavily strained and skilled care in these environments is often out of reach. This is why FP 2030, and I've got my colleague Oren sitting here, has got a key focus on emergency preparedness and resilience, and specifically including family planning and sexual health and rights in our plans. Our key publication, which we can make available, that is ready to save lives, lays out how country governments can best prepare for increasing weather disasters such as climate changes, including how to ensure access to family planning and reproductive health care in emergency settings. We are also focusing on how to build more resilient communities, more resilient families, more resilient government responses through rights-based voluntary family planning that can better adapt to our changing climate change. But I think we need to address the issues and the concerns around population control. This is not about population control. Planned families are usually healthier families. They are more stable, they are more resilient, and if you have the number of children that you desire, you are more prepared for whatever crisis comes next, be it effects of climate change, displacements, or something else. And to be clear, as an organization, we are advocating for people to have as many children as they want to have. FP 2030 is not in the business of trying to tell women or communities, for that matter, to have a certain number of children. And we are even steering away from this desire around 2.1. I recently came from Thailand, where many of the countries there there is an obsession about replacement value of 2.1. Rights-based means women should choose if and when and how many children they want to have. Let people decide on the size of their families. And lastly, I want to just talk about something that is important. How are we going to advance this discourse? We will advance it if we plan well and we are intentional about what we want to do and what we want to achieve. I see the organized movement around climate, for me, saying we need certain pots of funding to respond to climate. Well, that funding would go and will have a return on investment if we are clear that some of it needs to go to healthcare, if we are clear that some of it needs to invest specifically in women. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about sexual health and reproductive rights. Only 5% of multilateral climate funding goes to adaptation. Of that 5%, only 1% is allocated to health programs. This needs to change. And even smaller amount of that money goes to rights-based family planning. Today, we've got about 257 million unmet need for family planning. People who want to prevent pregnancies, but they don't have an ability to do so. I'm sure this is an easy, low-hanging fruit that we can all fund. Let us remove the silos that may exist around funding, fund holistic, people-centered approaches to build resilience. Let us start with women. Any program that invests in women and starts with women, often in my world, is a winner. COP, the conservationist community, and gender, that needs to come together even better. The climate community, for me, needs to do a better job of centering women and girls. It's all about people. More than 54 million women, girls and young people are displaced, as you know. They live in humanitarian settings because of conflict, because of climate-induced migration, other crises that you all know about. But women are the primary people impacted by this. So let us invest in them first. And gender, for me, and climate change are inherently linked. Even in this room, even in this pavilion, even in this center, how many women are leading this effort? Not for us, without us. We are not just beneficiaries of decisions that are made. We want to be architects of those decisions because they firmly affect us. Thank you, and those are my opening remarks.
Thank you, Samu. I have to say that I was sitting there and, captivated by your speech, like, wow. And you've given me all this new language as well, about the topic. So thanks so much. And I hope that we all feel the same with this speech from Samu. Now, let's, so we've just listened to Kristen and Samu, who set out big picture landscape, directions. Now let's go zoom in and look at the program approach, like how can we actually operationalize some of these ideas on the ground. So I would like to we have two speakers here. First, we're very lucky to have Sharon Young, a Global Director of Partnership Network at Blue Ventures. And Blue Ventures is an IUCN member which is working to restore the world's oceans and improve livelihoods of fishing communities. Sharon, could you please guide us through the practical dimensions of fostering cross-sectoral collaborations, specifically in supporting our precious marine ecosystems? The stage is yours.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So the question that comes to mind is, what does a marine conservation organization, what are we doing in health, right? So it's my pleasure to try and highlight that to you today. Throughout the world, coastal communities are most impacted, especially those in the tropics where I'm from, are most impacted by the effects of climate change. And the previous 10 years have really been the hottest on record, and that shows that extreme weather events have affected every facet of our lives. It is therefore imperative that we all work together in an interdisciplinary and integrated manner to safeguard communities by securing and strengthening their resilience to climate change, helping them to absorb the shocks and to recover quickly from the impacts of climate change. So, okay, sorry about that. So Blue Ventures, as a marine conservation organization, we have existed for the last 20 years, and we believe in putting people first. We have been supporting coastal fishing communities across 14 countries throughout the tropics, ranging from Madagascar to Indonesia, all the way to Belize in Latin America and the Caribbean, to help them rebuild fisheries, restore ocean life, and eventually build lasting pathways to prosperity. Our challenge continues to be, yes, our challenge continue to be that the vulnerabilities of these coastal communities that we work in are heavily impacted by these climate conditions. And their vulnerabilities continue to deepen because they are heavily dependent on the ocean for livelihoods and for food security. So as we see, once the ocean continues to warm, sea level rises and the coastlines continue to deteriorate, coastal communities will continue to be affected. And obviously the lives of millions will be affected because they heavily depend on the marine ecosystems for their livelihoods. Our work in Madagascar actually began 2 decades ago, and it continues to increase globally. We have been working with several partners. Thank you. Right. So our work actually began over 2 decades ago in Madagascar, in some of the most remote coastal areas of that country. And let me fast forward, yes. So we have supported more than 70 communities throughout the country to support their investment in their livelihood development. And what we do is actually bring partners together in a network to advocate for reforms that they would need to support their livelihoods. Why do we do this? We found that human health and the health of the marine ecosystem is inextricably linked. We cannot separate the two. And these isolated coastal communities are even more vulnerable. They're disconnected, they operate in an information vacuum and are far disconnected from any support in many instances. So when we first went to Madagascar 20 years ago, we could not tackle the conservation issue without first addressing the pressing need that the communities expressed to us, which in this instance was their health needs. And with that in mind, we decided as an organization that we need to invest in supporting the health of our communities. We started with help in supporting family planning issues, in addressing sexual and maternal health, and addressing to some degree child's health. And then we eventually broadened into water and sanitation health and increasingly nutritional health. But we can't do this as a marine conservation organization. So what we have been doing is partnering with health experts over the years. And we form strategic alliances with organizations like FP 2030, MSI Madagascar, to ensure that we are bringing that coalition of the willing to the communities to help them to thrive and address the pressing needs that they have expressed to us. Our partnerships are mutually reinforcing. Our partners utilizes the benefits of our strong foundations in the communities and our trust that we've established over the years in the community to help with logistics, and then we help to organize in bringing them together to offer the health services to these communities. This allows for communities to take on the much needed help support that they request from us and have eventually materialized into areas where we see women more actively participating in decision-making related to natural resource management. We're extremely proud of the impact that we've been having on all the communities that we've worked across the globe, where we're seeing more women having the ability to choose what they want to do, whether or not they want to stay at home, whether or not they want to invest in their livelihoods, whether or not they want to support their families. And that for us has been the greatest impact, just by virtue of the fact that these women and young people now are healthier and they have the ability to decide whether or not they want to participate in their own livelihoods and also participate in the decision to protect the environment that they depend upon. So over the years, we've invested in over 700 communities all over the world, 14 countries. We're working with direct partners on the ground to deliver these most pressing needs that they need every day. And we're seeing more and more the interest of other organizations to partner with us to provide the services that are needed for our communities. And health is just one facet of the needs that we've seen in these communities that we work. So at Blue Ventures, we remain firm in our belief that when you put people first, the ecosystem will thrive, and that continues to be our mantra going forward. We believe in our bold ambition of thriving fishers, thriving oceans, but we just don't want people to survive. We want them to thrive, because that is where we'll see the greatest impact on our ecosystem. So I hope that I'm able to share in a very short period of time how we are helping to bridge the divide between, and that dichotomy, as you say, where we think that you can only focus on conservation, or you can only focus on health, or you can only focus on education. But from where we stand, people's needs and the needs of the environment are not competing interests. They're mutually beneficial, they're mutually important, and so we need to treat them as equal priorities, and that's our objective going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. We are about 6 minutes behind according to my agenda, so I have to speed up a little bit. But I like the word thriving, not only for ecosystem, because, you know, for us, but also for communities and that we're working with. So thank you. Now, evidence of population health and environment on its applicability transcends marine ecosystem to other ecosystem for those who are, you know, in the environment space, to wetland landscape as well. And we have an example, and let's hear from my dear colleague Karina Hirsch from the Margaret Pike Trust on this example.
Thank you so much, Tuba, and thank you for having me here. So I represent the Margaret Pike Trust, an organization whose vision is one of a future without barriers to family planning in a climate-resilient world with healthy ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a very important vision. Because of our vision, we are the only member of the IUCN to also have over 50 years of expertise and experience in sexual and reproductive health. At the last World Conservation Congress in Marseille, I'm very proud that our organization led a movement to create a global alliance of NGOs, of indigenous peoples organizations, and of governments to pass the resolution that was mentioned to you before, that Kristen mentioned, the resolution on why and how the elimination and removing barriers to rights-based and voluntary family planning should be a part of sustainable conservation. So as an organization, we've got three main areas of work. We train healthcare professionals in sexual and reproductive health. We also establish partnerships that integrate reproductive health, livelihoods, and environmental action. And we work to achieve and effect policy change that supports those work streams. So moving from marine ecosystems to wetland ecosystems, I would like to take you now to Southwest Uganda to tell you about our work that integrates those three work streams, to address the integrated challenges that have been identified by some communities in Ruchiga district in Southwest Uganda. So in Southwest Uganda, there is a hospital, Rugarama Hospital, where we have been asked to provide sexual and reproductive health services. We knew from the hospital and from the community that there were very significant and a variety of barriers to rights-based voluntary family planning in what is a very remote and rural area. So that's the catchment area of Rugarama Hospital, to give you a sense of where we are in the world. At the same time, you had the International Crane Foundation, also a large IUCN member organization working in many countries, who was also working in the area. Why? They were working to conserve the endangered gray-crowned crane, which is the national bird of Uganda, and the national gray-crowned crane relies on the wetlands, and the people living in that area also rely on the wetlands for their livelihoods, for their food, and for their water. So you start to see the connections, and that this particular community could be a prime site for a population health and environment type project. So what we did was we introduced Rugarama Hospital and the International Crane Foundation, and then, because this is very important, we're always asked for evidence, and somehow when it comes to women and girls, it seems that we need even more evidence. So the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with here, came in and designed the monitoring and evaluation, rigorous monitoring and evaluation framework for this project. So we spent all the partners together spent about 6 months conducting ethnographic research to understand exactly the ways in which the community were experiencing these challenges and how we could genuinely work in partnership to respond to their needs and to their wishes. And actually, the research highlighted that the community themselves had the deep understanding of how these issues were all related. They understood and they knew that wetlands, they slow floods and they provide food and water. They also were seeing how the erosion on their upland farms, they literally had to follow the soil down into the valley, into the wetlands. So they had no choice but to start cultivating the wetlands so that they could grow crops to feed their families. Ladies and gentlemen, we would all do the same if we had to feed our families. We would also burn the wetlands and farm on the wetlands. And you see how this is an issue. They also knew and were experiencing the effects of climate change, which meant they had unpredictable seasons and rainfall patterns, and they were leading to crop failures, and the floods were destroying their crops. They also wanted to have better healthcare services because, as Dr. Dubé was saying before, women and girls were not able to plan. And as a 16-year-old girl, if you would like to take a decision over your body, it's not about contraception, it's about planning your life. Whether you can engage in income-generating activities, continue your education. It's the holistic and long-term effects that we are talking about. So they were not able to access those kinds of healthcare services, much less were they able to access dental checkups, eye exams, all the things that many of us in this room take for granted. So that is the context we're in. And because of these interconnected challenges, it made sense to develop a project that would integrate environmental action with healthcare and livelihoods in climate-smart agriculture. So working in partnership, that's exactly what we did. So on the conservation front, we've implemented community conservation agreements with local community conservation groups, working on how to conserve the wetlands and the cranes. In terms of livelihoods, many thousands of households have been trained on how to improve and diversify their livelihoods, specifically by implementing more environmentally sustainable and climate-smart agricultural techniques. In terms of health, the healthcare services have been strengthened, and yes, the family planning and sexual reproductive health services have been strengthened, but so have interventions to address malnutrition and waterborne diseases, which kill many thousands of children needlessly in this community. And so more frequent and improved services have been brought to this very remote, rural, ladies and gentlemen, last mile communities. When we talk about last mile communities, this is what they look like. So it's important for us to bear in mind that this program we're talking about is funded by the UK government's flagship biodiversity funding mechanism, the Darwin Initiative. So the UK government have recognized that in order to have sustainable conservation, effective conservation, you need to integrate healthcare actions into that conservation action, and that's quite significant. So what's interesting about this program also, as I said, is the aspect of design. So design the project to allow for rigorous comparative analysis and to be able to test the hypothesis that greater conservation, health, and gender outcomes result because of the fact that the actions to address these challenges are integrated. So there's two types of community, two types of project communities. One is parallel, one is integrated. So because you have obviously there's a moral responsibility. So in both types of communities, community members benefit from the same health, livelihood, environmental actions. The difference is in the way they are delivered. In the parallel areas, health actions are undertaken separately from the climate-smart agriculture and livelihood and environmental actions, as if two projects were happening in parallel. In the integrated sites, because of the level of understanding that the community have and that they have shared and that we have then integrated into the project design, every single action is delivered in an integrated way using the connections the way the community have referred to the interrelated challenges. And the project partners deliver in an integrated way. Now, this has indeed led to not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 3. So one of the examples of we see better and greater results in the areas. And we can see that our hypothesis is correct because, for example, if you look at the number of new members of the community conservation groups in the parallel sites, they have increased by more than double than in the parallel sites because the people feel ownership. They're listening to us. We don't just have a conservation issue. No, we have a whole host of issues, and they feel that their lives challenges are being addressed in the right way, and they feel ownership over this project. Additionally, there are peer educators that go house to house to speak about the concerns that households, that families have. If you look at the number of home visits in the integrated sites, look how they have spiked because the peer educators are able to talk about livelihoods, they're able to talk about health, they're able to talk about conservation. They can address these interconnected needs as opposed to the ones in the parallel sites. And there are a number of additional, what are these additional co-benefits that is thanks to the fact that there is integration. There are more women who feel empowered to attend clinics and get healthcare services. There's also co-benefits in the conservation side. There is the Sitatunga is more protected. There are more Sitatunga in the area because the area is more protected. So we see that our hypothesis is correct. So lastly, I think I just want to say when we're here, and we've heard a lot of the opening speeches, a lot of big changes, big announcements, I'm very proud to talk about a trajectory to achieving policy change. But I think every time we think about policy change, what does the success of that policy change look like? We have to think about, does it change somebody's life? And only if it changed somebody's life, through their livelihoods, through their health, is that an effective change? So I think I'm very proud to be part of an organization that does just that. We seek to achieve the policy change and at the same time seek to change individuals' lives and livelihoods. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. I think in the conservation world, we've been talking about integrated conservation and development for decades now, and I think that there are innovation all along the way. And thanks, Sharon and Karina, for sharing concrete examples on PHE applicability. And so now we will move to the next session, where we have total a number of organizations implementing PHE projects. Increasing the interest in this approach continues to grow among stakeholders and decision makers at different levels. So our next speaker, Dr. Rima Jabato, is the Deputy Chair of the IUCN Species Survival Commission and Chair of the IUCN Shark Specialist Group. Rima, we look to hearing this update on new development on the global species actions. And after that, we'll have a 3-minute video from Dr. Gurani McCabe, Chief Conservation Officer of the Wider Institute and a member of the IUCN Primate Species Group on the publication of a new IUCN Conservation Action Plan. So, Rima, you have the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. It's been really interesting to hear more about the perspective about how empowering women and girls can also contribute to building climate resilience. So you've heard from one of the commissions. We are the second out of the 7 commissions, the Species Survival Commission, the SSC as we call it. And this is a network of over 10,500 volunteers from around 180 countries and jurisdictions around the world. We are scientists, we are researchers, we are conservation practitioners, and we work together to address the conservation needs of animals, plants, and fungi and their habitats. We work on many things, and we really try and play a crucial role in providing scientific input and technical advice to global conservation initiatives and policymaking processes. I don't presume that all of you know the work that we do, but I hope that you've all at least heard of the Red List, the IUCN Red List of threatened species. So when you talk about a species being critically endangered, or even data deficient, this is because our experts have evaluated it and decided on what the status is. And this has been a key metric in many global conservation targets. In 2019, we actually met here in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi. We brought together over 300 of our leaders to discuss and share ideas and learn from each other to coordinate our work on species at national, regional, and international levels. And as a result of this meeting, we had a declaration, the Abu Dhabi Call for Global Species Conservation Action. Back then, we thought that 2020 was going to be the year with so many decisions that were going to be taken at the global level. For obvious reasons, that was slightly delayed, and a lot of these decisions took place in 2022. And in the meantime, what we did is that we wanted to make sure that our voice was heard, and we wanted to appeal to governments, to international agencies, and the private sector to tackle threats to species, to halt species extinction, and prevent human-driven extinction so that species and habitats could start recovering. So in 2022, finally, 2023 we are now, 2 months ago, we actually launched what's called the GSAP, the Global Species Action Plan. And this document was developed to provide guidance and support for the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It delineates specific actions that can be taken to achieve each of the targets and provides a list of resources that can support. Relevant to our discussion here is that under Target 14, the multiple values of biodiversity are integrated into decision-making levels. At all levels, we have a text that states that we need to ensure removal of barriers to right-based voluntary family planning. So this highlights that our experts from around the world also recognize the need to focus on health and gender solutions when tackling threats to species and climate change. So very much in line with the projects that we've just heard about and the population health and environment model, I see this as a considerable progress since I think it's the first time that it's explicit within our SSC strategies and an opportunity that should and can be built on moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Grania McCabe, Chief Conservation Officer for Wilder Institute Calgary Zoo in Canada. Hi, I'm Dr. Grania McCabe, Chief Conservation Officer for Wilder Institute Calgary Zoo in Canada, and co-editor of a new IUCN Conservation Action Plan for Cercocebus and Mandrillus monkeys. Cercocebus and Mandrillus monkeys include 9 species and 2 subspecies. They are some of the least studied of the Afro-Eurasian primates and also among the most threatened. The species are at risk of extinction due to threats including commercial and subsistence hunting, habitat fragmentation, local demands for natural resources, small-scale agriculture, and the expansion of settlements in areas with poor healthcare, barriers to family planning, and resulting localized and increasing anthropogenic pressures. Given the limited knowledge and threatened conservation status of most of these species, there is an urgent need for a collaborative, region-wide approach to catalyze and facilitate efforts to ensure their protection. I can today announce that the Primate Specialist Group of the IUCN is launching a new conservation action plan, including taxon-specific conservation actions devised under 6 overarching themes. Overarching themes include habitat restoration and enhancing protection. But the specialist group is proud that we are among the first of these specialist groups to also include an overarching theme of responding to public health needs of neighboring human populations. If we take the critically endangered Tana River mangabey as an example, the plan recommends working with reproductive health organizations to support the processes of analyzing local barriers to family planning and seeking to establish programmatic partnerships with health NGOs, the Ministry of Health, and others to design and implement new PHE programs. Conservationists know that successful conservation includes real community engagement and livelihood support. The newly published Conservation Action Plan is one example how the conservation sector also understands that greater results can be achieved by working in partnership with the health sector. We are also aware of the social and health challenges faced by the surrounding communities and understand how improving access to reproductive health care is fundamental for the empowerment of women and girls, their health and their well-being, and is also key to unlocking the full potential of conservation. The plan will soon be available on the IUCN website and at the dedicated site cam-conservation.org. Thank you.
Rimar to sharing us this new development in the Global Species Action Plan. I'm very excited about that with the text inclusion, and also hopefully it will guide activities in the future. Now, this is going to be our last section, part of today's session. I think today's session is offer a perfect opportunity for us to announce and celebrate new PHE partnerships and publications. We have Dr. Harriet Davis Mostert, Director of Impact at Conserve Global. She will share with us new developments.
Hello, my name is Harriet Davies Mostert, and I'm the Director of Impact at Conserve Global, an organisation that was established in 2021 to work with communities across Africa to achieve landscape-scale conservation. I'm also a member of the IUCN's Biodiversity and Family Planning Task Force, and I have been since its inception. Sub-Saharan Africa has an extensive network of national parks, encompassing a massive 850,000 square kilometres. But what many people don't know is that there is an area more than twice this size that is made up of other categories of protected areas. These comprise of ex-hunting blocks, many of which are now unmanaged and economically fallow due to the decline of the trophy hunting industry. These are the orange areas on the map. And secondly, there are community conservancies, many of which are deriving very limited benefits from conservation. These are the red areas on the map, and you can see that they're clustered in Namibia and Kenya, countries that have been at the forefront of community-led conservation. These concessions and community conservancies are Africa's conservation connective tissue, and they act to buffer national parks and create connectivity across landscapes. A unique feature is that people live in and depend on these landscapes. 60% of sub-Saharan Africa's population is rural, and more than 60% of rural people in the region are totally reliant on natural ecosystems for food, water, energy, health, and secure livelihoods. Unfortunately, the threats to these landscapes are severe and escalating, putting both biodiversity and livelihoods at risk. However, these landscapes also present opportunities. They're designed for the private sector with long-term tenure, and this makes them ideal incubators for the development of nature-based economies. Our big idea is to mobilize communities to leverage these unique attributes so that conservation starts solving people problems. Our vision is connected natural landscapes for resilient societies, and we work with local communities living in areas beyond national parks to build strong local institutions, secure ecosystem integrity, and unlock opportunities from intact ecosystems for the benefit of people. By 2030, our goal is to improve the management of 30,000 square kilometres of conservation areas beyond national parks. To prioritise our focus, we evaluated more than 230 concessions and identified 14 focal landscapes that meet the conditions of being large and under threat, and where there are opportunities to work for local communities to deliver real livelihood and ecosystem benefits. Most of these areas fall within the savanna biome. As we approach the end of 2023, we have 4 active project sites with several others in various stages of pipeline development. Our dream is for communities to embrace conservation as their preferred land use and become champions of conservation landscapes all over Africa. As I mentioned at the start, I've been a member of the Biodiversity and Family Planning Task Force since its inception, and I'm a passionate advocate for reproductive choice. I know the theory and about some other projects, and I've studied the PHE theories of change that are hosted by the Conservation Measures Partnership. Given the types of landscapes that Conserve Global works in, I wanted to see how it might be possible for Conserve Global to integrate PHE across our portfolio. And so we've worked with the team at Margaret Pike Trust to research and publish the brief that is being released today. We're really excited about taking some of the concrete recommendations forward at our sites in Zambia and Mozambique. If you'd like to learn more about the work of Conserve Global, please check out our website. And thanks so much for your time and attention.
And before checking the website, you can actually find out more about the research now because we have David Johnson, Chief Executive of Margaret Pike Trust, and together with Karina, they co-chair the Biodiversity and Family Planning Task Force. He undertook the research on the publication, which is being launched now. So, David.
Thank you. So you just heard from Harriet that they had 14 focal landscapes that they were particularly interested in across the 230 in sub-Saharan Africa that they considered. And so we then started the process of looking at the policy environment around these focal landscapes. The 14 landscapes were in 7 different countries. So we analysed the 7 national biodiversity strategies and action plans, the NBSAPs of those countries, and then compared them. And effectively, they all said the same thing. The ministries of environment in all of these countries had highlighted that the overwhelming majority of people living in rural areas depend on the health of their local ecosystems for their food, their livelihoods, their health, and much else besides. Interestingly, every single NBSAP also highlighted that there were increasing domestic demographic pressures on those ecosystems. So it was the domestic demographic pressures that were impacting the ecosystems and therefore also impacting the health of the communities. Today's panel of speakers that you've seen is very unusual because we've had leaders in conservation and climate and health. And you don't see very much of that at COP or anywhere else or in policy either. Because the interesting thing that came out of analysing the policies, as well as the biodiversity policies, of course, made the connections I've referred to, none of them highlighted that the ministries of health had made different recommendations. All of those countries had commitments and policies to improve reproductive health services, but the Environment Ministry and the Health Ministry had not actually spoken to each other. So, in short, there is a massive overlap of the areas where PHE is relevant, because Karina referred to the last mile communities point. So there's this massive overlap of where communities are dependent on the health of ecosystems for health and livelihoods, and where the health systems are the poorest and where there's greatest barriers to family planning. So within the 14 priority sites, we actually ended up focusing down then onto 2, one in Zambia and one in Mozambique. And we wanted to go to the next stage for what are we going to do next year, which is work with IPAS and PSI, and we're joined by PSI in the room as well, about how we could actually then go to the next stage and develop new PHE projects with them next year. So this is the Futi corridor in Mozambique. This is one of the sites. The dark green area that you can see is part of a transfrontier conservation area, and that links the, in Mozambique, in the north, you can see the border in the map, the Maputo National Park, and south of the border is South Africa's Tembe Elephant Reserve. And that thin strip of land in the Futi Strip is critical for elephant migrations, as well as the migrations of lots of apex predators, including wild dogs. But the Conserve Global site is to the west of the dark green, which is the Moai Community Conservation Area, where already the Conserve Global have got an agreement to work with the communities and the community structures and are open to working with PSI to also work on the healthcare. Thank you. So if you consider a PHE project responds to every single one of those SDGs, all of them, which kind of leads the concluding question that I would have for the conservationists in the room and the health advocates in the room, In the event that a PHE project can respond to every single one of those SDGs, why aren't we all looking at which ones we can do now? And that would be one of my calls of people, that if there is anyone watching online or in the room that's interested in exploring the PHE approach and finding a conservation partner or a health partner, we have lists of them. We have lists of health organisations and conservation organisations that would like to do this. And it's all about partnership, and it's all about working with the right people. And conservation organisations do not need to provide health services and should not be providing health services, just like round the other way, you're not going to be called upon to conserve the Futi corridor if you're a health organisation. But we feel that there is a strong movement at the moment, and that is evolving, and we're hoping that we'll get more people today interested in this approach. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And you mentioned PSI, and we have a representative from PSI in the room, Alison Malmquist, Director, Sexual Reproductive Health of PSI. Alison has over 20 years of experience in developing and leading integrated public health programs in Africa and the Caribbean. Please.
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting us here. This is for representing PSI. This is our first time at COP. Absolutely delighted and overwhelmed to be with you. As mentioned, I have the honor of serving as PSI's Director of Sexual and Reproductive Health. PSI is a global health organization. We've got more than 50 years of experience tackling complex health challenges that are affecting people and communities around the world. Perhaps more importantly, this is also personal, I think, as it may be for many of you. I am engaged in climate action in my own community, and I have aspirations of helping with conservation efforts. But I think most importantly, I'm a mother. I've got a 15-year-old girl. She's thinking about her own place, her own future, and how she engages in a world that is increasingly uncertain, and something we talk about quite a lot. In more than 30 countries worldwide, including Mozambique, we're engaging with girls and women to support their right to choose if, when, and with whom to have children. To do so, we work in partnerships with ministries of health. We work with healthcare providers at all levels of the health system, from frontline health workers like midwives, all the way up through ministers of health, as they're looking at policy and planning to ensure that even the most vulnerable and marginalized communities are able to access quality, compassionate, person-centered sexual and reproductive health care wherever they are, including in the face of climate-related shocks and incidents, and at the last mile, which is where I think we meet many of the conservation organizations that are here and around the world. We know, we're here because we believe in the approach that's being put forward. And, if women and girls are able to access their SRHR care, we have a greater chance, all of us together, to attain environmental sustainability. We have a greater chance of supporting women and girls to have equitable absorptive capacity and opportunities to do more than survive, but really to thrive. And to do so, in communities that are changing and in the face of some of the disruptions that are happening. We work with girls and women, and we listen to them all around the world. And they're telling us that they see and understand what's happening around them. They want opportunities, and they want to be part of solutions, and solutions that are taking place in their own communities. So we think a lot about this, and we think about, how investing in sexual and reproductive health is an investment in resilience for girls and women, and that population health and environment approaches not only improve human health, but also support communities. And they help those communities to achieve, as everyone's mentioned here, sustainable livelihoods, managing their natural resources, conserving biodiversity, maintaining ecosystem services. And as David mentioned, we're a global health organization, and we will continue to be a global health organization. But we're looking for partnerships with organizations who understand these other elements so that we're engaging much more holistically with communities and with the populations that we both care very much about. We do believe that population and health and environment approaches, some of which have been described, can ultimately, with the engagement of multiple actors, including health organizations like my own, conservation organizations, that together we can achieve much more significant and much longer lasting health and conservation outcomes than would likely occur without integration. As we look ahead in Mozambique and beyond, we come very humbly, we come very curious, and we come very inspired into this space, which in some regards is new for us. And we're excited about the opportunity to partner with Conserve Global. We're excited about the opportunity to work together to support girls and women to take ownership of their health and their lives as not just members of their communities, but really as leaders of resilient, thriving communities. Thank you so much again.
I'm very proud that we actually within time. I was a bit worried before, like, oh no, we're going over time, and then people over there will like try to kick us out from the room, but we are not. And I was asked to give a, conclusion remarks, like summarizing key points, but I think that I would walk away from this thinking, first of all, I'm so, I thank all the speakers because I learned so much about your work, and I hope that all of us here and our virtual audience as well, the language, the motivation, the inspiration, and we always ask about, okay, that's a very good idea, but does that actually work? It does. As we see, we have examples where evidence, we have a commitment, we have IUCN and FP 2030, like at that high level, and we have evidence of how it works. And as David said, this is so rare that we have environment, climate, health people that come together, and discuss solutions and innovations. So for that, I think I'm like, again, echoing what you were saying, excited about the future of the kind of things we can do together. And some who said, oh, let's this eco even beyond COP28 walls. Let's look at this panel as a catalyst for change, and whatever role you are, I hope that you walk away from this event thinking, yes, it works. Let's explore how to work together, invite each other in our sphere, and find out how to work together. I think, that would be my conclusion. I'm not going to all the call for actions we already heard from our panelists, and let's carrying the insights towards the future. Thank you. And thank you to our virtual audience as well.
Okay. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you for joining us today on this session. My name is Dr. Mohammed Al-Sarf. I'm the carbon director at Tilad Environment Company and the founder and president of the Saudi Sustainability Professional Association of Saudi Arabia. I'll be moderating the session today titled The Circular Economy Towards Net Zero and Zero Carbon Future. I'll be joined today with an esteemed panel starting with Dr. Ali Ayanja, Water and Climate Change Program Manager in the IUCN ORLOA and Jordan, and the Water Policy and Planning Director, Ministry of Water and Irrigation for 15 years. And we have with us Ms. Rachel Asante, Senior Program Coordinator, Leading Energy Transition in IUCN. And last but not least, Dr. Hisham Askari, Professor of Remote Sensing and Earth System Science, Director of Earth System Science and Data Solutions Lab, Schmidt College of Science and Technology, and Lead Science Advisor. Just a brief about Tilad Company as a partner of the IUCN. Tilad is an environmental consulting company who does studies in environmental consultancy, specific fields, marine services and wildlife habitats, and as well as carbon sequestration and carbon auditing and carbon emission reduction. We range services from sustainability and green building industry, so certification, promoting green building industry in general, and achieving net zero carbon neutrality through the built environment and the conservation of nature resources. So in today's topic, basically, we are thinking of the circular carbon economy in general. So I think we're at COP28, most of the discussions you see today are basically focusing on the carbon economy, the circular economy in general, achieving carbon neutrality, reducing the emissions by 1.5 degrees Celsius as part of the collaborations for the overall parties. And at IUCN, we saw generally the 10 principles published by the IUCN as a proposition and a position for COP28, ranging from, ranging from achieving the global stocktake, reflecting those in relevant decisions, and so on, which we'll be discussing today in detail on those specific detail with our esteemed panel members. So, reflecting back on just the slides, we talk about the circular carbon. It's not just about carbon emission and carbon reduction. We talk about the whole system in general, reduce, reuse, and remove, as we all know. And the systems itself, it's not just, as we said, just the carbon aspect on carbon emission, carbon reduction, but we talk a lot about things, renewable energy, which we're going to cover and discuss in detail, waste to energy, renewable energy resources and how they can contribute to carbon emission reduction and so on. And through the steps that we can follow to really mitigate those changes and the carbon emission in general. Excuse me, do you have a mic? I can't see the slides. Can you see? Oh, thank you. Sorry that. So the circular carbon represents a paradigm shift. So shifting from just zero carbon as a theory to need to change the shift of the paradigm in general. So as I said, reduce, reuse, and remove are the main concepts that basically we need to emphasize on. And the transition is going to be big and huge. That's why we are collaborating at the UN COP28 and the future as well to transform carbon emissions to valuable resources. So it's not just about finding an emission and the carbon emission and then reducing it or removing it, but we want to have them as valuable resources towards a net zero carbon future. And several countries have put their deadlines of when they are going to be carbon neutral, some by 2040, some 2050, Saudi Arabia is by 2060. And it takes lots of efforts, which we're going to tackle and discuss in this panel. Some of the key aspects that we are all here at COP28, basically we are here to unite and combat climate change. So it's a global collaboration platform advancing climate commitments, promoting climate justice, mobilizing climate finance, technology transfer, capacity building, as well as enhancing adaptation and resilience, engaging non-state actors, monitoring, reporting, science-based decision-making, and inspiring public engagement. And it's very impressive to see, most of the list you see here in front of you have been in dialogue in these 2 days and 3 days, and we're going to see that more in the future. One of the aspects that we're going to discuss in this panel is the sustainable energy and how we can utilize sustainable energy, renewable energy, in the circular carbon economy, and how to reduce the carbon in general, utilizing renewable energy. So it's the transition from non-renewables to renewables and transition from fossil to renewable energy, emphasizing the importance of energy efficiency and clean technology. And that's something we're going to talk about. Maybe Dr. Hisham will give us a detail about it. And it's not also about just identifying the carbon, but also utilizing the carbon. So we have the carbon capture, utilization, and storage to utilize it as a source as a commodity or as a source of industry and so on. So developing advanced technologies for safe and secure carbon storage, as well as capturing and utilizing the carbon emissions. And one of the key aspects or solutions is basically as a waste to energy, which has multiple benefits, not just for the carbon emissions, but also reducing the methane, reducing landfill, utilizing the resources that are available you can say from trash to cash. And the impacts are wide and vary. So one of the key aspects we all know is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increased energy efficiency, job creation, clean energy sectors, enhanced resilience against climate change and impact. And it's important to go out from COP28 and going forward is really the policies that we need to put in place. And it's not just a talk. We need to actually make the efforts with policymakers, put our hands together, and really make it a valuable impact that can be either regulated, mandated, given incentives, subsidies, and whatnot. So all of that, we need to encourage international collaboration and knowledge sharing to effectively implement what we are talking about at COP28. So moving forward, what we are aiming for in the next coming years until 2030, for example, and then that's when we have the checkpoints from the SDGs, the 2015 SDGs, is basically look at the policy and regulatory support, technology, innovation, research, collaboration, knowledge sharing, financial support and investment, as I said, working together with the investments and banks and whatnot, capacity building and training, collaboration with industries, education and awareness, which is something I admire very much, measurement, reporting and verification, scaling, upscaling of circular carbon projects, as well as the integration of circular carbon in national climate strategies. IUCN has, as I said, published the 10 principles as a process for the outcome of COP28. So we're going to discuss that in a bit. I'll leave the floor now to Dr. Hisham to give us a brief presentation on the specific aspects of renewable energy and how they can contribute to the circular carbon economy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed, for having me on this panel. Good afternoon, everybody. It's quite a pleasure to be here and to join our esteemed colleagues here in this interesting panel discussion. Yeah, you're right. You cannot see from here. So the title of my presentation, I'm going to be touching bases on a little bit on a different topic, which is directly related to the circular carbon economy, where how we can use the renewables in order to help us to address such a problem. And in that, I'm going to be using data science and Earth observations in order to show how solar energy can, how the challenges that we are facing with the new changing climate can be addressed and can be directly, like, implemented in order to make sure that we are going to have, we are able to achieve the circular carbon economy and to meet the mandates and the targets that all the countries are talking about. Just like a quick reminder, like, all of us are aware of the SDGs, and all of us have been talking about the SDGs forever, and like the clock is ticking. Like, we are a few years away from 2030 where everybody's going to be reporting on this. But I just want to touch bases on a couple of those, which is the climate action and the affordable and clean energy, and see how Earth observations have been used as a tool in order to address specific targets and specific indicators. And that has been addressed in a lot of global initiatives. Like, when you talk about the Paris Accord Agreement, when you talk about the UN SDGs, when you talk about the Sunday Disaster Risk Framework, all of this have been showing how Earth observations can be a very useful and vital tool in order to address some of these major issues. And I want to show today how this can be quite useful. We are living in a changing and a dynamic world. Like, whatever solutions that we are talking about right now might not be working tomorrow, right? Like, because we are observing something which is quite dynamical, quite changing, and we have been going all the way for different scenarios. Like, a few years back, we got the 1.5 degrees Celsius report, which was telling us we have only 12 years left. That was 2018 until 2030. Guess what? We are only 6 years away from that target, and by far, nobody agrees right now that we're going to be able to meet the 1.5 degrees. It's quite hard, and we are going in these directions. Hopefully, we don't reach to that far extreme, but let's see what's going to happen. We are moving from the RCPs, from the concentration pathways, represent concentration pathways, where everybody's talking about greenhouse gases and mainly CO2 and concentration. And now with the new pathways, the socioeconomic, where you have brought, a bunch of scientists and economists, and you are bringing together, some of these indicators. And you can see those scenarios from SSP 1.9, 2.6, 4.57, and 8.5. All of these are depicting, a certain concentration of CO2, which is ranging from 393 part per million all the way to 1,135 part per million. And you can see in this scenario the 393. The projection of the temperature is 1 to 1.8 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. But guess what? This is only if we are at 383 part per million. Today, according to the records for 2023, we are already between 416 and 425 part per million in terms of CO2 in our climate system or in our atmospheric system. And that's the highest ever in the past 4 million years. So by far, we are beyond the 1.5, maybe the 2.6. We don't know if we are going to be within that bounds between 1.3 to 2.6. Nobody knows yet what's going to happen. So here's where I'm trying to talk about solar and how it can be playing a crucial role in achieving a circular carbon economy. And there are a lot of things which we are all aware of in terms of reduction of fossil fuel dependence, low carbon footprint, energy for carbon capture and storage, as Dr. Sarf mentioned, supporting green technologies, sustainable energy source, promoting decentralized energy system. All of these are really crucial roles that sustainable and clean energy like solar can really help in addressing a circular carbon economy. But with this changing climate that we are observing and with these all stressors which are happening to our environment, we are observing something totally different now. This is according to NASA in 2016, they recorded the worst drought in the past 900 years in North Africa. And this is a satellite image from GRACE satellite, which is a geopotential satellite showing you a gravity anomaly. And you can see across North Africa and also in Europe and in the MENA region, all these dark spots, which is showing you a dramatic retreat in the amount of the underground water. And this is anomalous behavior where you can see, really increased amount of droughts and lack of underground or sustainable or renewable water resources. And when you observe something like this in the underground, so what are you expecting? You are expecting more and more dust storms. You are expecting more and more particles into the atmosphere. And we are aware that dust particles is one of the major players which is regulating our climate system. One of the forcing agents which really plays a major role in our system regulation. So when we have massive amount of dust particles which are induced into the atmosphere, what's going to happen to our solar irradiance? So this is quite important when you are capturing and you are working on harnessing solar energy, you need to be aware on how you can correct for that solar irradiance, how you can make sure that the amount of the energy captured on the ground is actually what you are anticipating for, is actually what you are building your business plan for. And this is very important. We are observing dust events of that magnitude. You can lower the voice if you want.
You gotta turn around, I gotta get a picture. Hold on.
You can lower the volume. This is a dusty event that happened in Iraq during the Iraqi war, and I just want you to bear with me for a few seconds. You are going to be astonished here. This is the scale of dusty events which are happening, and with the increased desertification, with the increased, droughts that we're observing, guess what? We're going to have a lot of this. And this is something that happens also in Phoenix, Arizona. Like we have haboobs like this in Arizona. See what's happening? Like in the middle of the day, you have from complete brightness to complete darkness. If you are working in solar panels, or if you are in any kind of project where you are harnessing solar energy and you are not anticipating such a behavior, so what's going to happen? So this is very important. It's a very eye-opening situation where you can see really the amount of impacts that dust particles would have on our different ecosystems. When you are looking into our system, we see it as the system of systems. When we talk about the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the biosphere, the lithosphere, the cryosphere, all of these are interactive components where there are interconnectivities between all of these subsystems. And there are a lot of feedback mechanisms. Dust particles would affect our hydrological cycle, would affect your nutrition cycle, would affect planktons and the chlorophyll content. It would affect solar irradiance. It would affect air quality. Even glaciers over the Himalayas, we monitored a lot of deposition of dust on glaciers, which is causing a lot of retreat. So the impact is quite wide, and that's why it's very important for us to be aware. Along those lines, we were very lucky to get funded by the European Union Horizon 2020 framework on a project which is called GeoCradle, and standing for coordinating and integrating state-of-the-art Earth observations activities in the region of North Africa, Middle East, and the Balkans. And this is where we utilize the Earth observations in order to develop a dynamical solar atlas for one of the case studies, which was Egypt in this case. And this is the framework and the layout of the system where you are looking into using Earth observations over the past 15 years and a lot of climatological data from the Copernicus atmospheric modeling service. And you have a lot of atmospheric radiative models where you are running terabytes and petabytes of data for a very long period of time in order to do correction for that solar irradiance, and using, of course, neural networks for the operation and for the integration of all these services together. And the output from this work was the development of the Dynamical Solar Atlas of Egypt, which is currently considered to be the official document for the country, where they are using it for the development of any different kind of solar projects in different places and for planning purposes. And actually, it's now the official document, which is something that we are quite proud of. And the idea behind it is that when you are having dusty events of that magnitude and of that sort, what you are trying to do is you try to isolate and you try to mask everything, like all the different kind of components of the ecosystem surrounding it. And you calculate the amount of the scattering which happens in the different compartments of your electromagnetic spectrum. So you measure how much radiation, how much scattering would be happening in the UV portion, in the visible, in the infrared, and you calculate how much attenuation, so that you, when you are developing any kind of solar projects, you actually calculate how much solar irradiance, be it GHI or DNI for CSP or for PVs, you can be aware of how much solar energy can be harnessed. And along those lines, a lot of applications have been built, have been used. One of them is one of the national projects, which is called BIMBAN, one of the biggest projects in Egypt, which was utilizing and using a lot of observations from this solar atlas. And you can see here we have high-resolution satellite imagery for different parts of lands, where you assess the amount of solar irradiance on these locations and the applicability, and put a working business model for such an investment. A couple of examples here. And let me close here by a few key messages where climate change is not binary. It does not just kick in full force at any particular temperature level level. As I mentioned, it is a dynamic operation that we are living, and it's evolving. And like, you know, there is this kind of domino effect and the different kind of feedback mechanisms that we are all aware of. One thing would lead to another, and the system would need some time in order to reintegrate itself and to fix it by itself. We are at stake, and global warming to 1.5 is likely to happen between 2030, 2052, not even 2100. So we are like really need to get our act together and to do something really serious about what's happening around us right now. The interplay between drought, flooding, temperature would make world's food supply, of course, less secure. And as you can see here, it's a function that gets worse over time as long as we produce greenhouse gases. So such a message that we are trying to deliver here, like, you know, the circular carbon economy is quite important, because we need to make sure that we are capturing much of this CO2 and other greenhouse gases that we have in our atmosphere for the sake of our planet. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham, for this insightful and scary presentation. I think that gives us lots of nightmares to look at, but hopefully after COP28, we will, inshallah, work together to achieve more. So let's start the dialogue. Let me start with Ms. Rachel Asante, the Senior Program Coordinator and Leading Energy Transition at the IUCN. Two questions to kick off the dialogue. First, if you can tell us a little bit about your role at IUCN and the role that you can link what we are discussing about in terms of the transitioning from non-fossil fuels to renewables and the circular carbon economy. And the second part is basically, how can you see this transition does not go on the expense of nature or nature-dependent communities?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'll start off with a little bit about myself. My name is Rachel Asante Owusu. I've worked with IUCN now for around 14 years. I am part of the climate change team. I'm the Senior Program Coordinator, and the main focus of my work is around the energy transition. So it's around how do we as an organization, as a union, how do I contribute to the accelerated move from fossil fuel to renewable energy in a way that doesn't repeat some of the mistakes that happened during the fossil fuel era. So in a way that doesn't harm biodiversity, in a way that promotes energy access so that more people have energy. I mean, one of the legacies from the fossil fuel era as we transition is that there are tens of millions of people around the globe that don't have energy or don't have enough energy to live a functioning life. And so the aim is that we transition to renewable energy whilst also trying to learn these lessons and to solve some of these challenges as well. We have some tools that we've developed, and I'll go into that in a little while. We also recognize that the move to renewable energy is not without its challenges. I'm always a little bit uncomfortable when people say renewable energy is clean energy. There's no energy that's clean. Everything has impacts. And the aim is that we mitigate those impacts and we make sure that as we move towards this transition to renewable energy, we also are able to protect people that will be impacted by renewable energy. And that's not just around the operational sites, but that's also around the raw materials that will be needed for renewable energy, the mining that will be needed for renewable energy, making sure that those impacts are taken into consideration as well. So it's about having an accelerated transition to renewable energy that's just and sustainable. That's my sort of contribution in a nutshell. Then when you talk about how we can do this, we've been working with our members, with our NGO members. We've been working with some companies as well to develop guidance and to develop case studies around how you can have interventions along the development pathway towards renewable energy that will help mitigate impacts on biodiversity. So we've got guidance around risk-based screening, which is around where you plan, where do you put your renewable energy infrastructure, where do you put your grid as well, because you can have renewable energy, but if you can't transmit the renewable energy to the people that want it, it's still a little bit of a white elephant. So how do you map those places in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is also able to reduce the impacts on biodiversity, and in a way that increases access as well? So do you need a large grid system? Do you need microgrid systems? What do you need, and how do you place that to allow green corridors, etc.? And then we've provided guidance on measuring impacts, measuring baselines, and actions that can be taken to mitigate those impacts, and also actions around compensation measures. The aim is that for IUCN, what we say is that we would ask that all renewable energy projects are what we call have biodiversity net gain. That is that they look at their impacts, and overall the impacts for biodiversity from that project is positive. It may not be positive in the location, but with the compensation measures that are taken, that it is positive. And we're now beginning to develop guidance around spatial planning and guidance around cumulative impacts that will be published around the end of Q3 2024. And I'll just finish to say that it's, this is my third COP, so I'm an old lady, but I'm a COP baby, if I can put it that way. So it's only my third COP. The first COP that I went to was in Glasgow, and one of the changes that I've seen just over 3 years is first of all, that the COP's gotten bigger, but the other thing that I've seen is that the integration of climate and biodiversity is now, it's so ingrained in COP that you almost, it's a given. And we cannot respond to the climate crisis without healthy ecosystems. So it's not, for me, it's not about how do you respond to both crises at the same time. It's recognizing that you can't actually solve the climate crisis unless you solve the biodiversity crisis, because you can't solve it without having healthy ecosystems that are carbon sinks, that can absorb some of the carbon, that can help us in adaptation measures as well. So it's about doing both things so that we can help solve the climate crisis. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. I think you said it very well. And one solution can't, neglect the other solution. It's all intertwined. It's a connection of solutions and policies that we need to implement. I'll transition to Jenny Ali Hayanja. Given your experience, of course, your role at IUCN, you're the Water and Climate Change Program Manager. Given your extensive experience in this, specifically, we talked about some issues of the climate issues in the deserts and the sandstorms Dr. Hisham has showed us. We talked about the communities and the biodiversity and how we can affect that. So water is a very, very important commodity and very important source. Otherwise, we perish. So given that, the subject of water, agriculture, and climate change, how does IUCN ROA contributes to reducing the CO2 emissions overall?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. First of all, good evening, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here with you, and thank you for really our esteemed partner, TILAD, for having us in this session and inviting us to talk about the carbon circular economy from the perceptions of water and agriculture. Actually, I'm not an energy expert. I'm a water engineering expert. So let's start first about IUCN ROA from the water and the climate change program. How do we see the circular economy in terms of the carbon, in terms of the not clean, semi-clear energy, like the renewable energy? We are here in ROA region. We are working for 13 countries. And most of these countries are suffering from water scarcity, you know. And part of this country also, they are scarce in terms of energy. So we as IUCN, thinking about how to link and integrate all these sectors together to have and support as much as we can achieving for all countries in the region to achieve part of their nationally determines contribution, and also how to reuse as much as they can from their resources in terms of agriculture, in terms of water use for supply, and other sectors that the water is in the center of this. Because when we are talking about the circular economy, we have to consider that in the heart of this process, the reuse is the main principle of the circular economy. So, what kind of approaches and modality that we are working with the governments and the local communities that we have? We are focusing only on two main approaches: water, energy, food security, and ecosystem nexus, where the energy is one of these pillars that we should consider when we are talking about this nexus. To be honest, one of the main challenges that we have in the region, that how come that the Ministry of Water and Irrigation in any country can achieve their targets related to the energy transition without have a full support and full coordination with other sectors: energy, renewable energy, agriculture, and also water. So from this part, we are heavily and strongly support this kind of coordination to make sure that really we have this nexus, and really we are thinking about the energy when we are talking about how to meet or to bridge the gap between demand and supply in terms of water. I will give you an example about this nexus. For example, in Jordan. In Jordan, we have a very challenge related to the over-abstraction of the groundwater resources. We have more than 4,000 illegal wells in the highland of Jordan that they are intensively using the groundwater for cultivating let's say, suitable crops in the highland area. One of the initiatives come from the Minister of Energy that to support those farmers with solars. You know why? Because they want to meet their target for the renewable energy. So what about the water? We are shouting that we do not have water, and our groundwater resources is almost depleted. So this miscoordination between the sector is a key. Another approach that we are considering as IUCN, the nature-based solution, and you all know about the nature-based solution and the definition by IUCN for nature-based solution. And there are three messages of the position paper in this COP from IUCN about nature-based solution. How we can get benefit from this approach, and how this approach can support us to achieve something for this clean energy or green energy transmission. When I'm talking about the water and the reuse of the water, one of the main challenges that we do have, for example, in Jordan, in Lebanon, that they cannot reuse the wastewater because they have a shortage in the energy, you know? So most of this water dumping to the sea, for example, yesterday, we had a very interesting session here we're announcing a new project for Iraq. This project is how to conserving the marshlands in Iraq. One of the main problems is the water pollution, and the wastewater directly dumped to the rivers and also to the marshlands. So as IUCN, how we can do something, not only to have the circular economy or to meet some targets related to the clean energy, but how to protect, how to recover part of these marshlands. So we're introducing one component, under the nature-based solution is about artificial wetlands. That clean, that all this water can be treated in a proper way, okay, you cannot forget 100% the engineering solution. Part of it, you have to use it, but as much as we can, we are going to something we call it artificial wetlands. All this water, we can treat it naturally, and then this water can be used for agriculture, for fodders, to feed buffaloes in marshlands, and the remaining dumped again to the marshlands to, let's say, secure part of their needs as environmental flow. This is in general about how the Water and the Climate Change Program in IUCN ORLOA see the circular economy and the carbon, and how we are supporting our governments and local community to be as much as they can green, and support them how to meet their, let's say, needs in all sectors in a clean and, let's say, the clean energy transition manner.
No, definitely. I think you talked about that in detail, and I urge the audience to go and see the IUCN's position for COP28. One of the topics that you discussed are the NDCs. So item number 4 on the IUCN's position on it is to reflect their highest possible ambitions while developing future national determined contributions. Number 6, IUCN calls all sectors implementing nature-based solutions, as you said. And then I've got to go back to the renewable energy. Item number 7 on the document by IUCN is to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy generation and distribution systems. So I'm going to ask one question, but I would like Dr. Hisham and Rachel to comment on it. But I'll start with Rachel. Talking about all of this from a technology perspective, renewable energy and so on, what are the new technologies that you think can really help in reducing the emissions from today? And about research and development in 10 years, what can we use today? What new technologies? And then Dr. Hisham, if you can comment and the detail about that.
So I think if we're talking about new technologies that would really be a game changer, it would be about storage. I think it's really about storage and being able to control the flow of energy from peak times to less peak times. There was also the presentation around circular aspects. I think this is also going to be very important. If I can put one sort of take-home message, it's that, as you said in your presentation, we're in a crisis. We need to find innovative solutions. We can't rely necessarily on those innovative solutions because we're all old enough to know there are no silver bullets in life, but we need to investigate and try and find solutions and see where they are applicable, what their advantages are, and when they're best to be used. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with Rachel here on what she said when she spoke about storage. Because to be honest with you, most of the current technologies right now, they provide to some extent good harnessing, but when it comes to storage, you always have a problem. Although CSP is is way promising more than PVs, but with these different kind of dust events that you saw, you really need significant a milestone in the storage capacity and storage capabilities. But I would like also to comment on nature and biodiversity and all the different components of IUCN that they have been working on, and the nature-based solutions. So it's not only about energy here, but when you are working with vegetation cover, when you are working with our different biomes, you need to be able to quantify how much carbon they are able to capture, because right now it's a kind of a game changer for us to be able to do that. When you talk about carbon finance, when you talk about these different kind of supervisions or acts or different kind of initiatives, all of these are depending on how we are going to see carbon as a commodity, how we are going to be selling and buying. So in order to be able to sell and buy, you need to quantify. You need data. Data is a key here. And data is very, very important because this is how you are going to build your whole ecosystem and your value chain on it, and to make sure that it is a sustainable value chain. This kind of integration between academia, like, different organizations and business partners, this is the value chain that you want to see in order to make sure that you have solutions which can really be useful. Because as Richard said, like, we are dealing with a crisis. Before we were talking about global warming, right? Right now it's what? It's boiling, right? Like, people are, we are saying that we are in a boiling era, not even a warming era as before. We witnessed, like, in some places on this planet, some places where the temperature would be reaching like 70+ degrees Celsius during some seasons. So it is a crisis, and it needs innovation. Like, we have to think outside the box, and we have to really start getting our acts together, and, like, as different kind of communities to work together to make sure that we have one goal to be achieved.
Excellent. I think, yeah, definitely the collaboration is key here to what you have said, and collaboration between different sectors, different stakeholders, academia, private sector, government sector, NGOs, and so on. Mr. Ali, from the perspective of IUCN's and ROA's projects, we talked about the new technologies and so on. From a water perspective, and what projects contribute really to reducing the emissions, enhancing the carbon sequestration, if you can shed some light on that, please.
Yeah, thank you. I want to back to what Dr. Hisham said, that we as IUCN, we are not only working in some, let's say, models that focusing on energy and technology, but from biodiversity perspectives, we having a lot of projects and initiative in the region based on ecosystem based mitigation, ecosystem-based adaptation. So, for example, I will give you two examples, one from Jordan and the other from Lebanon, that we have now, we are initiating afforestation projects, where in Jordan we are targeting 2,000 hectares, in Lebanon we are targeting 1,000 hectares as well. So all these activities, but we are not doing this alone. We are doing this with our partners. We are also engaging a local community to be part of this process. The idea of these things that we have to work in the mitigation and adaptation together to achieve your targets related to the carbon emissions, the CO2 emission. Other projects and initiatives that what we have, we started as a pilot project that how we can quantify and calculate the carbon sequestration for any forests. This is really an issue. When we start this initiative, actually, it was really like very hard exercise. You need to think about the models, who can do this, but the most problem and challenge was the data. When you are talking about these trees, when you get in for any forests, the age of the area, the areas itself, the age of the trees, all these data that can help you to do such a quantification of the carbon that this forest can sink. It's not easy task. So we start this as a pilot project for the bean forest in Ajnoun, in the northern part of Jordan. And we actually, with support from our colleagues in IUCN and HQ supporting us in this regard, but still, we are talking about as a pilot. We have to scale it up to consider not only this region of Jordan, the other forests, and also to be scaled and replicated in other countries in the region. In terms of agriculture, actually, we have a good initiatives or project funded by the AFD. We call it like Nexus Smart Desert Project. This project, we call it desert because this project is implemented in the desert. What's the problem over there? The problem is related to agriculture, that they have a problem not only for energy, but there is a problem related to the fertilizers. Intensively using chemical fertilizers. So when we are talking about the carbon, talking about the circular economy, you have to focus. You have to consider this issue. So we introduce new models, a new technology like the hydroponic system, like the soilless agriculture, and we are establishing more than 100 50 full hydroponic system, a green hydroponic system. What I mean by green, that the system is running by exactly. So this is part of the project that what we have. In addition to that, we not forgetting that we the people at different level. We are talking about the central government, local community, women, youth. We have two main programs related to the capacity building and awareness about solar energy and smart agricultural practices. We started this initiative in 2019 at stages, considering Jordan at the beginning, and now we have with us Lebanon. We have also this initiative for in Egypt, in El Buhaira Governorate. They are considering small farmers, considering the students, considering also the local authority over there, that they are like the agriculture department, that they are controlling the agricultural sectors, not at central level at the ministry, but at the local authority. This is in brief about this project, but again, again about the data. We have an issue. We even not only about the carbon, about the energy or the CO2 emission, but also when you are asking about even about the, let's say, the current practices when it's come to the agricultural practices, that the natural or traditional practices, there is a lot of intensive use for fertilizers. There is a lot of inefficient use of water, inefficient use of energy. So without having such data, such research to know exactly what are the net water requirement for each crops, what are the suitable dose of fertilizers for each crop to support the small farmers that really need to be supported in this regard. I think considering all of these things, we can contribute to achieve part of our targets, and to have sustainable future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think one of the things that you all agree on is the data and the measurement. And there's a quote I'd like to share with you, and I think most of you know it, if not all of you, is you can't manage what you don't measure. Yeah, so put that in a bold statement, put it above your office. And if you're a climate kind of advocate, really the measurement and knowing what we are doing is really having an effect, either negative or positive or not. So if we don't measure all of the aspects that we talked about, really we can't really manage the effects going either on the negative side or on the positive side. I'd like to also enforce one of the things that you mentioned at the end of your comment is about the capacity building and the education awareness. I'm partly kind of coming from a background of education and academia. And I take it as a personal responsibility to spread the awareness and spread the knowledge to the industry and to the professionals. And I was grateful, and alhamdulillah, I established a society called SPSA, which is the Sustainability Professionals of Saudi Arabia. It's part of the ISSP, which is the International Society for Sustainability Professionals. And alhamdulillah, we have reached almost 7,000 members that are all focusing on different aspects of sustainability issues. And from that point, it was a daunting task to really answer the questions of those 7,000 members. So it was just a given that, to write a book as a catalog for all of the members, for everybody, who are interested in becoming a sustainability professional, and really targeting their focus and issues on becoming, what we talk about as a professional, 10 steps to become a sustainability professional. It's as a contribution from the society. It's free. Anybody can contact and we can give you a copy of it. But from that point, I'd like to hear each of your comments on that perspective, on the capacity and the awareness and capacity building and the gap in the market, because that's something I've been struggling with for many years now. Doctor, if you can give us some comments.
In a brief, when we are talking, if we want to consider how to, let's say, consider the capacity building or the awareness, we should start with the schools. Our curriculum should be from day one. From class one, our children should know about all these climate change issues and challenges. We miss that actually. And also, in addition to that, When we are talking about any capacity building program, it means that you have training workshop, you have in such topic, and you have, let's say, session about this and that. We do not have systematic or, let's say, full capacity building program or system that targeting different levels, targeting different groups with the same, let's say, with the same topic. So about this, I think still we need to enhance the mechanism or how we targeting the people, targeting at different levels, and what exactly we should consider in a way that we should consider the groups and what is suitable for these groups. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
So on capacity building, we in IUCN on the 5th, we will launch what we're calling our Grids Academy, because one of the things that we've discovered as we were talking to our state members is that the development of grids for electrification and how to do that in a sustainable manner was one of the main bottlenecks. So we're looking at getting transmission operators from different parts of the globe together to have mutual learnings, because they will all bring something to the table, and then developing open source capacity building tools on how to develop and expand grids. So I think I agree. I think it's, first of all, of course, it's about the kids, but it's also about taking professionals and taking professionals from different parts of the globe and looking at the challenges that they face, and also the challenges that they've overcome, and finding mutual learnings from there. And I think it's incumbent on IUCN and other organizations as well to really start pushing this, because we don't have a lot of time for people to be remaking the same mistakes that other people have already made.
Yeah, sure. Exactly.
I'm not going to add a lot to what my colleagues mentioned here, but when I look at capacity building, I always try to look at the end result, and I look to my target audience, because we have to be talking to different communities in a different way. As an academic, like, you know, we saw the strides in science education. We have been going from STEM, like, you know, if everybody is aware of that, until right now we are in the era of STREAM. I'm not sure if a lot of you heard of that. So STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and then they added the A to it, which was the STEAM, where they added the arts and humanities component into it. And now research is one of the most important components in education concepts, because, like, you know, you learn by doing research. So we are trying to integrate research into our curriculum, and all of that needs to be happening in academic institutions. The interdisciplinarity, the transdisciplinarity between different disciplines and different areas, that's very, very important. And we need to be educating, like, you know, the younger generations, because to maintain the sustainability, like, you have like, you know, a constant flow of youngsters, right? Like, you know, so we need to make sure that they are well educated. But when it comes to organizations and other governmental agencies, like, the level of knowledge and the level of capacity is going to be different, because they have to be going to the farmers in the field. They have to educate people, like, you know, regardless of their level of education, but everybody needs to be aware, and you need to find solutions for them which is going to affect their livelihood, like there's going to be affecting them at their own very, like, you know, at their own personal level. And that's very, very important to be happening when we are thinking about capacity building.
Thank you for all those comments. I think I would summarize all of that and get back to the main focus of this session is about the circular carbon economy and transitioning towards a net zero carbon, you know, future. Of course, scaling up the capacities and the knowledge sharing and all of that, it's very important topic. The second thing is about measuring data and making sure that data is available. And I'd like to share that at TILAD, we have partnered with a global network for zero, which is a global network basically dedicated towards achieving net zero and carbon neutrality. and they are actually here at the Green Zone if anybody wants to meet them. And we have collaborated with them as the first entity in the Middle East to basically share data on how companies, organizations, even your own business can transition towards a net zero carbon economy. The other thing we talked about is basically the biodiversity and the nature-based solutions and how we can really enforce that issue, specifically targeting the water scarcity in the region in general, and helping, afforestation and what Dr. Hisham has mentioned, specifically in the scary presentation about the al-habub with the desert conditions that we see constantly. And that's one thing that I would like to give you as a case study from what I saw in Saudi Arabia with the Saudi Green Initiative, and specifically what happened in Riyadh city, as we saw the amount of desert storms decrease tremendously in the past couple of years, basically because of the afforestation and the Green Initiative to increase the vegetation, increase the green coverage all over the city with native and indigenous plants. That's the most important thing from that point. So to conclude this session, I would like to get your input from that perspective, from all of those points. At the end of the day, what we talk about, if there's no finance, there's no money behind it to back it up, it will not be done. Can you comment on that? From either your background, from any initiatives you saw at COP, or what do you hope to achieve?
My answer is going to be very short. It's about data. Again, if you have the data which can back up what you are doing, this is how you can quantify, and this is how you can find the financial resources. Because I don't think the biggest problem is finding the funds, because the funds do exist in different places, in different pockets, and different areas. But you can what you really need to do is how you can funnel those funds in the right directions for the right initiatives in order to do the right things at the right time.
I completely agree. I think the funds are there. I think that it's about scaling up, and it's about not necessarily starting too ambitiously, but starting with wins. Because if you want funding, there's also an element of building trust, and if you want to build trust, then you have to provide confidence that what you're proposing works. So I think it's also about scaling up, maybe starting with the wins and then building up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Actually, this is the last question, but for me, maybe it's one. Actually, without having a sustainable financing mechanism, you cannot reach any target related to the climate change issue. And to be honest, dealing with such key issues, I doubt that you cannot manage or solve it by having these unsustainable funds from here and there. If the governments itself, any government does not have any plan or, let's say, financing mechanism at the government level, in addition to involving and engaging the private sector in that, I think you cannot reach your targets. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So last thing you said about data, upscaling, and trust.
Thank you.
Final word. Summarize everything. Government support.
Government.
Yeah. And from my side, education and awareness.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having us and for.
Thank you.
Hello? Ah, perfect. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Can I have your attention here? Hello. Hello. So, hi, everybody. It's great to see so many of you here, and it gives me great pleasure to pass the floor to Gretel Aguilar, the Director General of IUCN.
Thank you, and good evening. Buenas noches. It is really a pleasure for me to be here in front of you in what I call the home of the Union. You know, some months ago, together with the IUCN President, Razan Khalifa Al-Mubarak, we thought about what we could do for the members and how IUCN can host all of you here at the COP28, members, experts, partners from all around the world. So it's very, for me, it's really, I say this from the heart, it's an honor to be here in front of all of you and see you here working at the COP28, but also coming to your home, IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Remember, this is your home. We are together, state members, non-governmental organizations, indigenous peoples, subnational governments, and 16,000 experts, and 1,000 staff members. We are such a powerful organization, and we just grow and grow for the good of people and planet. So I have a 20 pages speech prepared, but since I know that all you want to network and be here as a union, I'm not going to be long, but let me, before I pass the floor, to give a special thanks to Tilat and Group 2, and my biggest special thanks to the IUCN President, because it's for her that we are here and we have this fantastic pavilion, and thanks to the Presidency of UAE also that is being hosting us here. This great pavilion is thanks to the President that pushed also hard together with me for us to be here and to be able to provide this space for all of you. We're running 80 events, 12 receptions. So, and all of that it has been put together for you and by you. So thank you very much to all. And with further ado, I would like to introduce to you our President, Razan Khalifa Al-Mubarak.
Thank you, Gretel. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to say that we have 2 birthdays to celebrate today. One is the birthday of my country. Today we celebrate 52 years since our establishment. And for those who are visiting the UAE for the first time, I just wanted to say just a few words on really the importance of nature within our cultural identity. We're a young nation that was challenged but pushed to try to reach for the stars. But we were also taught that we can only do that if our feet and are firmly grounded. And the ground for us is the ground of the desert, and it's the rhythm of the seas. Nature is very much ingrained in our national identity. The second birthday is the birthday of our incredible, newly appointed Director General. Please raise your glasses to celebrate Dr. Gretel's birthday today. Happy birthday. And I will never, ever forget the date of your birthday. But really, we stand here shoulder to shoulder. We've been working together within commissions, within council, and it's wonderful to see so many council members here today. As party to our membership, be it civil society or governments, because we all believe in one thing. We believe in our common humanity, and we believe that it's through our common humanity that we are going to protect nature. IUCN has been the voice of nature, not today and not yesterday. It's been that consistent voice of nature since its establishment 75 years ago. And today, on day 3, just day 3, and we're only getting started, I can tell you that our message has landed. Today, parties and non-party stakeholders recognize the thing that is so obvious to us, that we cannot get to 1.5 without nature. But herein lies the opportunity and challenge for IUCN. Civil society, governments are looking for our expertise, our knowledge, to help transition the world into a greener future. And IUCN must continue to be that pillar that provides science that is objective and that is democratized. So with that, I know you've heard many speeches today. So I too had not 20 pages, I had around 5, but I will stop there and hope that you have a wonderful time here in the UAE and an impactful time here at COP. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Razan. We did unfortunately ask a few other people to say a few words too. So we'll just stand you a little bit between now and some food. So we're in the United Arab Emirates, and here a very important IUCN member, the Environment Agency, Abu Dhabi, and also a very important IUCN partner is here. And it gives me great pleasure to ask Ahmed Al-Ashami to come here and say a few words on behalf of the agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ahmed Al-Hashmi, Executive Director for Biodiversity Sector from Environment Agency Abu Dhabi. Dr. Sheikha Salim Al-Zahri is supposed to be here. I think she's just around here. She will attend in a few minutes. So they asked me, she attend. Dr. Sheikha. You saved me.
Hello, sorry. I really apologize for being late. It made me more fit running all the way from Al-Wasl. But definitely I wouldn't have liked to miss this opportunity. This great gathering with all of you. So you can see how fit I am. Today, as a nation, as a young nation, we just celebrated our 52 years. And this day have reminded us as a young nation about the legacy of our parents, of our founders, of our ancestors, that while they were busy developing this country, they were also worried and busy in protecting our environment and our nature. With that, their priority was actually seeding the environmental topics and conservation within everything that we do here in UAE. And the great examples that I can say, and I promise that I will not take whole night because we need whole night to express the ambitions, the commitment, the delivery of our nation. So they started in late 70s with the mangrove plantations, while many countries realized that mangroves play a very important part in the blue carbon just recently. I'm very proud daughter, mother, and